Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true, scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be doing our monthly compilation of true scary stories for the month of September 2024. I hope you enjoy them. So, without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. I grew up in Maine, and I always loved swimming in the big waves that come just before the summer thunderstorm. I had been a lifeguard in college and was always healthy and physically fit, and was a good swimmer. On this particular occasion, I was 33 years old, and it was late summer at Long Sands Beach in York, Maine. This particular day, there were only surfers out there, and the waves were huge, but I went in anyway without a wetsuit, without anything except for me. Unbeknownst to me, there was an enormous rip current that sucked me maybe a mile out. I went way out past the surfers, out into the deep ocean, where it was quiet, and I just had the clouds above me. I tried zigzagging against the current back and forth like I've been trained to do to get back, but it didn't work. I tried swimming against the current, but that didn't work. I tried doing nothing, but it didn't work. I just got further and further out. I was so tired. I had been swimming for about an hour, trying to get out of it. Finally, I just tried swimming and swimming and swimming against the current. I got extremely exhausted, my arms completely cramped up, and I could do nothing but flail. I gave up, starting to sink, knowing that I was about to die. Suddenly, an enormous force came into me and thrust me through the rip current toward the shore. It was unbelievable. It defied the current, transporting me through it for several minutes. It pushed me all the way up to the shore, where I collapsed and lay until having the strength to stand and walk to the car. At the end of an archery shoot that my dad and I were on right after my junior year of high school ended, as we were looking for the loop trail back down, we were just walking on the top of a hill next to another where the cemetery was, when we both hear and feel the breeze of an arrow go over our heads from the direction of the cemetery. We get behind a tree and start yelling to make sure that they didn't mistake us for an animal. No, they were actually trying to kill us, and we couldn't see them. Afterwards, we ran off the hill, which thankfully was basically a plateau with a roughly 60-degree hill of the edge that we could slide down, while another arrow nearly hit me in the back of my head. After we got down the hill, we found out that law enforcement was nowhere nearby, at least an hour away, and there was no cell service. We left immediately, reported the events, and never been back there since. The shooters have never been identified. That unfortunately put an end to my archery for a while, as I was immensely paranoid of something similar happening, although maybe not on purpose. I did become far more appreciative of things around me, though. I was legitimately in danger of not existing anymore in an instant. I started talking more. I got more involved with school in the fall, etc. That moment helped me appreciate my life all the more. On April 21st of 2017, I was in my neighborhood knocking on doors and introducing myself to the neighbors. I was a first-year realtor trying to get my business going. Toward the end of a 4-hour day of door knocking, I approached a door and rang the bell. Almost immediately I felt nauseous, and I knew that I was about to pass out. I wake up to the sound of a lady speaking to 911. She was spelling my name to the 911 operator. I always wear my name badge when out. As I came to, she asked if I wanted an ambulance. I said, "No, I'm just dehydrated." The lovely lady was a retired RN in her late 60s or early 70s. She had her husband drive me 3 blocks back home. I began drinking water, but passed out a couple of more times. I called my girlfriend and asked her to come over as soon as she got off work. Not wanting to fall down again, I went to my bedroom to lay down. She arrived with Gatorade, and I drank part of one before throwing it back up. I passed out a few more times. I live with my older sister who was returning from a business trip that evening. When she got home, I spoke with her about passing out multiple times that afternoon. My sister insisted that we go to the ER. We all piled into my truck and my sister drove. I passed out again during the 2.5-mile drive to the hospital. The ER nurse got me on a table after checking me in. By this point, I was feeling very hungry, having missed lunch, and it was now well after 10 p.m. I explained to the staff that I had passed out at least 10 to 12 times by then. The medical staff went into the hall to discuss my case and possible treatment. I felt the nausea again and told my sister that it was starting again. She had not witnessed me passing out yet. She ran to the door and called the medical staff. When she turned around, I had flatlined. The ER staff immediately performed CPR, including shocking me with a defibrillator. When I came to, I looked at the nurse and said, "It happened again, right?" She asked if this is what has been experiencing all afternoon. I confirmed it before passing out yet again. The episodes continued for the next several hours. When they finally got me awake again, the cardiologist explained that my heart was stopping because of my vagus nerve. They decided that the best course of action would be a pacemaker. I crashed one more time as they moved me from the ER to the ICU. I remember waking up in the hall. They explained that when a patient crashes like that, they have to stop transport and get me stable again. I can only imagine the pain and fear that my family went through that evening. My part was pretty easy. Heart stops, pass out, CPR, and wake back up. Later on, I explained to my friends that I no longer fear death, having experienced it more than 30 times in one day. I am now living with my pacemaker and learning to enjoy life again. I recently started running again, and I will run a 5K this weekend for my 57th birthday. I was about 16 or 17 at the time, so about 2012 or 2013. I always took my 3 to 4-year-old brother outside to play. I was always with my brother everywhere because I was too scared for him to travel anywhere alone. That day I took him outside was like any other day. We were walking through our neighborhood and a really cold breeze fell on me. We were still in our summer clothes, so that breeze made me extra cold. We were only outside for like 10 minutes, but I told him we needed to head back now. I explained to him why we were going home, and he got so angry at me. I told him I did not care if he got angry, but we needed warmer clothes. The unusual part about this story was that I would spend hours with him outside just walking with him, but that breeze made me so cold, and this time I could not fight it. We were only 1 minute away from our house, and we finally made it in. I took my time bringing in his tricycle because it was heavy and I was being lazy. As I closed the door, we went straight upstairs so I could tell my mom that it was too cold and we needed jackets if we wanted to go back outside. As I was telling her, we heard a boom. I was confused and looked out the window. It was a man shooting a gun at someone. He was so close to our house, I could see the shells falling out as he kept shooting. Boom, boom, boom. We were so scared, and my brother hid under his blanket. I just stayed with my mom on her bed, scared. When it finally felt safe, we called the police, and I went downstairs to see the aftermath. I opened the door, and there was one of our neighborhood friends 2 or 3 feet away from my doorsteps. All I saw was blood gushing from his head. Most of the neighbors were outside at this point, and his girlfriend of the time was crying over his body because she lived in the same neighborhood. All my mom could do was cry because she said just a minute too late and we would have been outside when the man started shooting. It was pretty hard to forget because the whole neighborhood put a memorial 2 feet from our house. We saw it every day we left or came back home. To this day, I always think of that cold breeze, and if it was a higher power telling me to go back home. So this happened yesterday. It was an evening in Bangalore, wherein the drizzling rain curtained the roads beautifully, making it slippery. I left my office around 6, riding my Suzuki Access 125 scooter. Looking at the mesmerizing sights the roads had, I was totally immersed. I never realized the raindrops beautifully dripping inside my brakes, which was causing them to lose their stopping power. I then had to take a turn to a road that had quite good traffic. That road had a downward slope, hence I eventually increased my speed. That caused the tires to lose traction, and I was slamming on my brakes. I noticed that my brakes were not doing their job. The scooter couldn't balance it, and then I slipped off the scooter and fell on the road. A huge bus, which was coming behind me, just couldn't stop at that second. Yet the driver took a slight curve as soon as possible. I was left there on the road by only a few millimeters from the bus tires to crush me down. I was in shock, subconscious of what just happened. People gathered around me, held me up, brought me back to my senses, and gave me some water to drink. Fortunately, I didn't have many physical injuries. Yet, that experience really scared me. I had a near-death experience when I was 12 years old. I got into a pretty violent fight with my older stepbrother. He threw me off the couch. As I was laying on the floor, he decided to point and laughed at me. I kicked him in the face 3 times, knocking out his 2 front teeth. He jumped on top of me and started choking me. My last memory is of my mom trying to beat him off of him with a broom. When I blacked out, I felt peace. Like I was home. No pain or worries. Then I heard a booming voice. "I'm not ready for you yet, David." Then I was slammed back into my body. My next memory is my stepfather with his mouth over mine, my ribs hurting and pain when I took a deep breath. There was blood all over my face, but it wasn't mine. I learned that death is nothing to fear. It's a glorious release from the pain and chains of this world. I think I developed a calm within myself, knowing that I am not as in control of things that I think I am. Learning to lean on God to overcome the difficulties of life rather than using vices. I have always yearned to go back home. I don't call it heaven, I call it home, because that's what it feels like. A place of eternal peace and love. This world I have always struggled to fit in. I don't feel like I belong here. I don't feel like it is my world. Yet, I know the consequences of trying to leave before it is my time. We are here to learn lessons, to grow. Your spirit has a mission to complete. You will not leave this world until you have completed that mission and learned the lessons you were sent here to learn. If you try to leave by your own hand, your lessons become harder and more difficult to learn with each life. Your lessons will always be the same, just more difficult to learn, before you can finally be at rest and in peace. I got accidentally locked out in the dead of winter when the snow was lying thick. I only had on a mini dress and a leather jacket, and I was pretty drunk. I decided to sit on the step, hoping my also drunk boyfriend would wake up and let me in, but he was out cold. Not as cold as me, though. After shivering for a while, I had began to feel disoriented and felt so warm. I took my jacket off and my jewelry lined up, as I was feeling tired and sleepy and quite cozy. But just as I dozed off, I had an awakening that the snow was thick and I was warm, and that definitely wasn't right. When I tried to move, I couldn't move my legs, so I dragged myself down the street to my friend's house, who was bad for not locking her front door. Thankfully, the door was open. When I got inside, the warm air was hurting my insides. My friend said that she could feel the iciness radiating from me. She rubbed my body to try to get heat back into it, and put warm PJs on me and cuddled into me to raise my body temperature. I don't remember any of this. When morning came, her dad made me porridge. I thought I was okay and had come away unscathed from my ordeal, but I was wrong. I had red marks all over my body. My cheeks and hands were the worst, and I couldn't heat up. I couldn't function. I phoned the hospital for info, and she couldn't believe that I had survived it, and told me that I should have been dead, and the reason I was so ill was hypothermia. My body had just lost the power to heat myself up. I had to drink warm soups, anything really warm that would keep the heat inside me, slowly heating me up from the inside out. It was over 6 months before I was back to normal, and now I'm terrified of the cold, or getting locked out. I was about 8 years old, and as we had in those times, a lot of freedom. I'm 74. We were playing in a flooded creek, and suddenly I was surrounded by a warm white light which surprised me as the water was muddy. Next thing I remembered was some kids had laid me on the grass, face down, and a waterfall of muddy brown water was coming out of my mouth. It was much later, likely the 1970s, when conversations around near-death experiences became a subject. This is the first time I have shared this experience. I do remember the name of one of the older boys who was pushing my back. This is one of the very few vivid childhood memories that I have. I was once exploring several caves, high on a cliff at Hookena Beach in South Kona. I had just explored one cave when I noticed another higher up. I had been inching along a 4-inch deep ledge, gripping whatever I could find to keep my balance. About halfway, I looked down and I froze up. It was at least a 75-foot fall if I had slipped. This caused me to almost panic, and I couldn't more. As I clung to some loose rocks with my fingers, I felt as if I might fall backwards. I was frozen in place and had already shuffled about 20 feet along this narrow shelf, and now I was frozen in fear, and the cave was another 20 feet away and up. Nobody around to help me at all. It took all my focus and mental strength to calm down and just do a reverse of what I did to get me there in the first place. It took me about 20 minutes to slowly shuffle back to safety, and every bit of mental energy to not fall backwards. Do not fall was my only thought. After about 20 intense minutes, I felt my foot on firm ground. I made it back to the ledge by my first cave. I guess I was so thrilled to find another cave that I didn't even think of the danger in getting there. I was on holiday in France with my girlfriend. We went swimming in the ocean near Biscarrosse. First time there, and I did not realize that we should swim between the marked dune flags, as the waters were under surveillance by the lifeguards. A riptide caught us both and pulled us out and down the coast, into an area where the waves collapsed onto sandbars. It was like being in a drum washing machine. The breaking waves kept pushing us under. I knew we were in deep trouble. I tried to get my girlfriend to lie on her back and stop fighting the current. She was rapidly running out of energy. She would not do so. I told her that we would both drown if she didn't listen to me, but nothing I said could make her do as I asked. I tried supporting her, but both of us kept going under, pounded by the waves. The game was up. I could do nothing else for her, and resolved to stay with her until the inevitable happened. I decided that when she went, I would strike for the shore with everything that I had left in me. The word meld came into my mind. I knew we would meld with the ocean. After a while, I lost my fear of dying. A song by Van Morrison, Into the Mystic, played continuously in my mind. Then I saw a flash of a brown body coming from our right, with a small red float trailing behind him. A lifeguard. Against all odds, he had spotted us, and a relay of lifeguards brought my girlfriend to shore. They were not expecting there to be two of us, so I was on my own. I struck for shore and eventually got out of the water. I was just about done. So a sense of acceptance, logic, and resignation. Then euphoria when I realized that we had both cheated death. My then girlfriend is now my wife. We went whitewater rafting in the mountains. There had been unusually large amounts of rain recently, and the Class 3 rapids had been upgraded to Class 4. It was chilly, in the low 40s, and shortly after getting on the river, it began raining furiously. I had thought the faster rapids would be a lot of fun, but actually it became somewhat painful. I kept adjusting my position to be more secure in the raft, but it was a losing battle. We dropped down some falls, and with absolutely no sensation of falling, I was suddenly under the water, spinning as the falls pounded me. I couldn't get out from under the falls, and as I spun, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace and warmth. I thought I would die, and strangely, that didn't bother me. Suddenly, I popped up into the rapids. I managed to get perched on a rock in the center of the raging river and pondered my next move. The raft was long gone, because certainly they were not able to just stop the raft just because I was gone. Eventually, I realized that I had no choice but to go back into the water. Now I was scared. I really wanted to just stay on the rock. However, I imagined my husband and the others might be concerned, so I reluctantly pushed off the rock. I remembered to lay back with my feet in front to hit the rocks rather than my head. I must admit that what followed was incredibly fun. Blasting down the river while in the water was so exciting that I forgot to be frightened. It helped that I had a great life vest and sturdy shoes as well as protective headgear. Eventually I saw the raft, as they had managed to stop in an eddy. I propelled myself towards the raft. My husband grabbed me by the vest and threw me into the raft. I never realized he was that strong. I went whitewater rafting again after that, just to prove to myself that I could. My husband passed on the next trip, as he had not enjoyed the 10 minutes as he had waited for my arrival. I died from a cardiac arrest in 2011. I was down for a long time. My husband was working a midnight shift. It happened really early on a Sunday. He used to have breakfast with the guys on Sundays. That day, he said he didn't feel right and needed to get home. He worked in New Jersey and we lived in New York City. I wasn't feeling great the last week. My body temperature was 91. You lose 2 degrees an hour, I think. I took 3 shocks at home. I was clinically dead, just not pronounced yet. My job made the paramedics take me to St. Luke's Hospital, dead. Somehow, after more CPR, they got a faint pulse. They told my husband that this wasn't great news because I was brain dead. I was in a coma. This nurse's home was Lourdes, go figure. She is my guardian angel and made them start hypothermia. They brought my body temperature down to 33 degrees and heated me back up. Now, because of me, they do it for trauma too. It resets your brain. It won't keep you alive, but prevents a ton of damage. I woke up with my brain scrambled and pretty deaf. I lost a month of memory. It took me 2 years to get back to normal, and I still struggle with technology. Google NYPD Catherine Cole chilling in Harlem. That's me in the red. The news screwed up the article. Oh yeah, when I woke up and they got my intubation out, and I told my husband that God is good. I was always agnostic. Now I believe in an afterlife. The doctors were questioning me about what I had saw. I was too overwhelmed to talk. My husband had to throw them out of my ICU room. I still don't do church, but I do believe in a higher power. Edit. My job gave me the radio rundown of the job a year later. The sheer terror in my husband's voice was so terrifying. He was doing CPR on the phone with Central. I don't know how he did that. I was down so long that my eyes were protruding and the blood had already started pooling in the side of my face. Not my time yet. I was also charged for CPR from the hospital. My insurance company asked why they billed twice. Because I lived. Hey, $750 was cheap for my life. I think I was 4 or 5 years old and living in a war-torn country. When the bombing happens, we hide. When it stops, we go out and do business as usual. On one such day, Mom and I were out, and suddenly there were sirens. And in the moment you said cookie, the streets were cleared. Everyone hid. We were left in the middle of the street, not sure of where to go. So my mom pulled me behind one building, and we lay in a whole field of nettles. Mom covered my head with something. I could hear bombs hitting the roof of the building. Pieces of it were falling all over. I heard them, but I didn't see them. I was not afraid, but more like I made peace that I was going to die. Then I saw a leaf caught in a cobweb, and I asked my mom to fetch it for me. There was a spider there as well, so I was afraid to do it myself. My mom gave me the leaf. Poor spider ended up hanging from it. I watched it climb back up and resting on the leaf. Silly thing, I know. I don't remember how long we were lying there. I don't remember how we got out. I remember that I saw photos of that building later, and on one side of the building, the one behind me and my mom's back had collapsed. I also remember my legs were red and full of blisters from the nettles. I was present at a mass shooting. I was on a first date at a bar in the hip district of my hometown. We were sitting on the patio that faces the busy street, and we were people watching. It was almost 1 a.m. on a Saturday night. The date was going well, so I just went for it and gave the girl a kiss. We were both getting hungry, so I asked her if she'd like to grab some tacos at the cart that was directly across the street from us. She looked me in the eye and said, "Let's get out of here and just go back to your place." In that moment, that's all I needed to hear, so I went inside and paid quickly. My receipt said 1:02 a.m. We left and started walking down the street to my car. Heartbreakingly, at 1:06 a.m., a gunman covered in body armor with a semi-automatic weapon emerged from a nearby alleyway and opened fire on a group of people. The people waiting in line at the taco cart. In under 2 minutes, he killed 8 and injured 26 people. We saw it happen, and I pulled my date into a little alley alcove, which is outdoor seating for another restaurant, and we hid under the table until the police, who regularly walk and patrol that street on the weekends, shot and killed the shooter. We saw people die. Bullets came our way, but luckily didn't hit us. The whole thing was over in about 90 seconds. It's been a few years, but I still get nervous in large crowds. That part of town was such a safe space for me, and it never felt like something like this could happen. But it does. And sadly, it happens a lot. My wife and I went to New York Comic-Con years ago. We were outside to find a street vendor and got some halal kebabs. I ended up choking on a piece of lamb, completely blocked my airways so that I couldn't even make a sound. I did the sign for choking to my wife, but she froze. It was a crowded city street, but let me tell you, I've never felt so isolated in my life. Fortunately, the vendor noticed and did the Heimlich on me, saving my life. I fell off of a ski lift once. It was my dad and I on the lift, and we had just raised the bar as we were approaching the end station to get off. All I did was try to adjust myself to be a bit more forward in the seat so I could get off easier, and the slippery seat sent me flying off. Since it was close to the station, it wasn't a certain death fall instance, but there were also jagged rocks all around the station. Fortunately, I landed just short of them in a deep snowbank and was totally unhurt. If I had decided to adjust just a second later, I probably wouldn't be here. I was a lab tech at an industrial waste disposal company. I was cleaning up the lab, started dumping a sample in the waste bin. Huge chemical reaction / explosion. 19-liter waste container, about 6 inches from my face. Turns out, someone hadn't properly labeled some waste made up of a mix of extremely strong acids. Still unknown. So I couldn't breathe. My face, neck, chest, eyes, and arms are burning. My gloves disintegrated. Fortunately, the other lab worker had clocked out, but hadn't left yet, because I wasn't strong enough to pull the emergency shower switch. To this day, I still struggle with PTSD. I moved to the bush. We were heating with firewood only, and underestimated the amount. So little old me goes out alone to just look if there were any dead trees to cut. I see one not far from the house. It was about negative 34 degrees Celsius, so I was moving as fast as possible. Lots of snow. Well, that snow was frozen like ice. I wasn't breaking through. Suddenly, that changed snow had bridged a very small gully no more than 3 feet long. But the way that I went in brought all the snow down over me. I passed out pretty fast. I came to about 7 feet from there, half my hair torn out and my GSD soaking down my face. I mostly crawled home with her logical boosting me the whole way. Family was suiting up when I reached the house. Sheba had just started freaking out. They opened the door. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for Ashrak's Miss Sheba, 1993 to 1999. I was in a plane that just took off. Wasn't too far up yet. Suddenly tilted sideways and started dropping fast like a rock. Everyone in the whole plane was freaking out, doing Hail Marys and had dilated pupils. We all really thought that we were going to crash and go down. Fortunately, the pilot got the plane back on track again, and we began to climb again. But not a word was said by anyone for the whole half-an-hour flight, and no greeting from the pilot. We have arrived in, and so. Welcome and enjoy your time here, etc. That they usually say at the end. That was freaky. Really thought that we were going to bite it on that one. We must have hit an air pocket or something. Maybe a crosswind. I have no idea. All I know is that it was scary. When I was 19 years old and a student at FIT in New York City, my dorm roommates and I took a small apartment on the Lower East Side. We felt independent and very grown up to be actually living in our own, albeit decrepit and somewhat unsafe apartment. Of course, we had no laundry facilities in the building, so we would gather our laundry weekly and go together to a laundromat 2 blocks away. A weekly shared ritual that we enjoyed. We would have coffee and pastries at a nearby cafe while we waited for wash and dry cycles. We often chatted with strangers here and made quite a few new friends while doing laundry. Normal people with normal lives. Our new neighbors. We'd been in the neighborhood about a month and were together at the laundromat. It was about 11 a.m. somehow. Unusually, we were alone in the laundromat. A white guy with a long, straggly beard and rough clothes came in with a single small bag of laundry. We noticed him because he immediately introduced himself to us and asked if we wanted to smoke pot with him. We found this approach very humorous, as young black girls would. Who is this dirty white boy trying to kick it to us? Do we look like we want to smoke his bushweed with him? So we decline, gracefully. He insists on sharing his rags to Hopeful Rich's story of starting a commune in Oregon for fellow pot smokers and growers. We would be perfect residents because we are young and beautiful. And we should come back to his place just around the corner so he can show us the plans and property he is imagining. He goes on, ranting but civil, about this great utopia commune and how his community will change the world. Okay. Again, we politely decline. At this point, he lights up a joint in the laundromat and offers us a puff. This is 1990. You can't smoke weed legally or publicly. And we look at each other and silently agree to make haste out of the laundromat. We head for the door, and he follows us to the cafe. We aren't even responding anymore. He gets a little visibly agitated and starts yelling that our generation is apathetic and weak. We will never overthrow the government with such weak wills. Okay. We go back to the laundromat to get our clothes. We don't even fold the clothes because now we are nervous and just want to go home and lock the door. He follows us to our apartment, and I tell my friends we should keep walking past our place so he doesn't know where we live. He lingers in our block, so we go into Tompkins Square Park to try to lose him. A big man we have seen around the neighborhood comes over to the bench we are perched on and asks us for change. We tell him we will give him $10 to distract that hairy white guy so we can escape. We point him out. The guy says, "Oh, that's Daniel. Watch out for him. He says he killed his girlfriend." Our savior goes over to him and starts to talk. He manages to distract him until his back is turned to us, and we literally run out of the park, run home, and stay inside for the rest of the day. The very next day there, Daniel is on the front page of all the New York rags. Suspected murderer. Killed his ballerina girlfriend. Chopped her up and boiled her body for soup he allegedly served to the homeless in Tompkins Square Park. The photo is unmistakably him. The accompanying story is eerie and horrific. It turns out to all be true, and he is still in prison to this day. I got rear-ended at an intersection a few years back. I stepped out to see that the street signal was lying on the floor. Looked straight ahead and saw 2 vehicles destroyed at the intersection. Dude who rear-ended us was destroyed too. I was confused. I reasoned that the vehicle that was most damaged had caused this. It was on the opposite side of the street facing us, which was a good distance away. I went over there when someone opened the driver's side door and the guy flops out, dead. Turns out that the dude decided to unalive himself at 150 miles per hour on the surface street. He careened into the vehicle behind us, and the guy's car goes airborne, knocking down the signal light and landing on top of another vehicle that was making a left turn. I stared at the vehicle behind us in total shock, because his back seats were completely gone like a slinky dink. That could have been me. I was sitting in the back. The vehicle behind us saved us. Only fatality was the one deserved. When I was in basic training at the Army at Fort Jackson in 1967, my drill sergeant, who was a very troubled man, had a real problem with me. I've blogged about it. Twice he tried to kill me, I'm pretty sure. We had to go into what was basically a long gas chamber and then shout out our names and service numbers, and after that put on our gas masks and run through the gas chamber out the other side. The problem is, or was, that my gas mask was a wee bit defective. The canisters are there to filter the poison out of the air that we were breathing, as we run through the poison, noxious fumed room, where both filled with water. This was not fun. Of course, the sergeant who was in there was not my drill sergeant, and he thought I was just a punk chickening out when I was gesticulating wildly, trying to be allowed to run out of the place by the door that I had just gone in. I don't even remember how it was resolved, except that I did escape, and I'm still here 51 years later. My drill sergeant's second attempt, and I'm pretty sure it was deliberate. We had to scale a wall while carrying a rifle with bayonet affixed. Now, I had never done this before, and I have to trust my sergeant and his instructions on how to do this. I was at the very end of the line, which is probably not a coincidence either. And as I was running towards the wall, another sergeant, the field first, who has authority over my drill sergeant, started yelling at me to stop, which I did. Even reprimanded my drill sergeant for having me scale the wall in such a fashion that I would have turned myself into a shish kebab. If you want to know more about why, you can internet search. I'm pretty sure Sergeant Greenwald tried to kill me. Gives me chills to remember it even 40 years later. My friends and I were driving from college in Iowa to an American Chemical Society meeting over spring break in New Orleans. We didn't have much money, so we drove straight through. I got the midnight to 4 a.m. shift for driving. At about 2 a.m., I decided to stop at a gas station for coffee to keep me awake. We all went in. I walked up to the counter with my hands in my pockets of my old, bulky army jacket to ask for a cup of coffee. The clerk took out a loaded gun and pointed at me from 12 inches away. He said, and I quote directly as adrenaline enhances memory, "Boy, take your hands out of your pockets real slow." I calmly did just as I was asked, and then inquired if they did or did not wish to sell me a cup of coffee. The nervous and shaking clerk put down his weapon and apologized. Apparently, someone of my height and hair color with an identical jacket had robbed them in the middle of the night the week prior. Even offered me the coffee for free. By that time, I didn't need any. Strangest of all was that everything was in slow motion, and even after the experience, I never felt shaken, just a bit happier to be alive. When I was about 30 minutes old, I was almost murdered by a 4-year-old. It was the day of my birth, and my mother was resting on the bed because childbirth is hard. I think my dad was out of the room or something, and there was this other family member in the room. I was in the room all fresh and new after the doctors cleaned me up, and apparently ready for the taking. The woman of the other family, I don't actually know who she is and my mom never told me, but that woman is the reason that I almost died. The woman let her 4-year-old child hold me when my parents weren't looking for something. I'm not sure. This child, this 4-year-old child, I have left this lifelong grudge on the child. After a few minutes of holding me, he threw me. He threw a newborn baby because he didn't want to hold me anymore. To say that I was furious to hear this would be an understatement. Back to the story. So me, a newborn baby, was thrown by a 4-year-old child. He could have killed me because I was so fragile at the state. But luckily my dad saw him do this and caught me before I could hit the ground. I didn't, and still don't know who the child was. But even though it's been years, I still want to kick him where the sun doesn't shine. So that's the interesting story about my everlasting grudge on a 4-year-older person for throwing me across the room when I was a baby. Thanks for reading. When I was 19, I had an affair with a 30-something-year-old married woman. I didn't even think about her being married. She was hot. She would pay for the dates and hotel rooms. I thought I was living the life. She took my virginity. Her husband invited me over to their house one day. I went because I was an idiot who didn't understand what I was in the middle of. He pulled a gun and pulled the trigger as I sat down on the couch with my back to him. As in, I walked by him, then turned to get to the couch, and he was standing on the rear corner of the couch over and behind me. I heard the click, turned and saw him with the gun and clearly aiming at me, and there was another click. I ran faster than I have ever ran before, knocking him over on my way out the door. I have no clue what happened, but I think about it a lot. I don't know if he was just trying to scare the crap out of me and I wasn't in danger, or if the gun didn't work or what. Another time I was with my friend in my car in front of my house. I don't really know what happened. I must have said something that really hit a nerve and made him angry. It's a talent of mine and this was 20 years ago. He ended up on me with a knife pointing at my neck and trying to kill me. I know he was trying to kill me because he said, "I'm gonna kill you. You better hope that you're stronger than me." Luckily, I was stronger than him and laughed, because that's what they do in the movies. And he got even more angry and tried harder. I was still stronger than him. I don't remember how it ended, other than no one got stabbed or cut. I just vividly remember the knife, his hands, and his voice, even the way his breath smelled. I think about this too much as well. I had a truly crazy partner for a while. I won't say what the incident was, but there was an accident. He thought I had caused it intentionally. As I was starting to clean up from the incident, which did not, by the way, directly affect him, he just didn't like it. He was behind me. My daughter, who has a key to my house, happened in on this scene. Things got finished, and partner eventually left. Just after that, my kid told me something I had not known. While my back was to him and she was just opening the door, he had a baseball bat raised over me. She's a CCWL holder, is armed, and he knew this. She patted her purse with her free hand, and he apparently got the hint and put the bat down. Made me kind of glad that I had taken her to the range with me a year or so before that. It was a late night. The moon was very bright in the sky, with the stars swimming around the galaxies. The day seemed perfect. too perfect for anything to go wrong. But how wrong was I? I was oblivious to what would happen to me in the next few hours. Finally, my father and the driver had loaded all our luggage in the boot of the car. We had also packed some food and water bottles for the long trip to the airport. Like always, I sat near the window of the car, but I had to earn that right. Let's just say me and my sister had a cat fight over who would sit near the window, and I won. So my sister had to sit in the middle, squashed by me and my mother, who both sat opposite her. I'll never forget the dark looks my sister gave me during the ride. Then we were off. The car drew at a slow pace, regularly shuddering as the tires made contact with bumps on the road. I gazed out of the window, lost in my own thoughts, yet mesmerized by the beauty of the sky. God had sculpted the sky by himself, adding every little detail perfectly. I've always liked gazing out of the window. Several trees came into view, as well as some fields with crops growing in them. All of a sudden, the ride came to an abrupt stop, waking me up from my daydreaming. I gritted my teeth together as we had to wait for the gas to pump up in the car. Then the car started moving again, and I mentally said goodbye to the gas station. I had lost counts of how many roads we had made past, all of which were bumpy. I was lost in my own reality, my own world. It happened too quickly. 1 second, me and my sister were giggling together, my mother on her phone, and my father engaging in a conversation with the driver. The next second, we were crying, begging for our lives. Those men, clad in clothing that completely hid them, held us at gunpoint. I was frozen. My whole body was frozen. A million thoughts were running through my brain. I was numb to my sister's cries, numb to the yelling. What would happen now? I had my whole life ahead of me. For God's sake, I was still a 13-year-old girl. I was too young to die. I couldn't die like this. I couldn't die from a single bullet. A single bullet, all because of money. Money is a dangerous thing. It was what they wanted. It was the only way our lives could be spared. They took all the money my father had in his wallet. My life was nearly taken away from me, just because of money. The whole incident haunts me to this day. I always think to myself, what if I hadn't made it? What if I was killed? And those questions will never be answered. I don't know whether or not he intended to murder me, but I saw enough fury to feel convinced that he did, and I was threatened, whilst held tightly by the neck. The first time I was 17 and I felt terrified. It was my stepdad. He had just left prison for manslaughter, and crying was my natural first reaction. No, please. Had the reaction of causing him to be angrier and more threatening. He accused me of pretending to be frightened by faking tears. I was nothing but terrified. When I thought I was faced with the end, I knew ferociously that I wanted to live. I felt a surge of fury. Come on then. And how dare you do this? I think the come on then part of it did the job. It made him recoil and feel his own loss of control in the face of my furious indignation. He was frothing at the mouth. But that somehow made him step back and away from the situation. He'd ripped my bedroom door off its hinges and threw my TV at me across the room. But the real terror was when he grabbed my clothing, when I was squatted and backed into a corner. I did think that I was going to die, because I'd never seen such anger, and he had form for it. It was at the point I truly thought that I wasn't going to get out alive, that I made my own noise and showed my own fury. He walked downstairs like a little naughty kid, and as I flung open the front door so that I could flee, he poked his head from around the door and asked, "Do you want a cup of tea?" The door slammed. I ran. This happened when I was a junior in high school. My first period class was English, and that day we were supposed to workshop our essays, only I hadn't written mine. So as a lazy teenager, I decided I'd avoid the embarrassment by skipping my English class and using that time to work on my paper. I got up and left like I would any other day, but halfway there I pulled into an empty parking lot by the river where people launch their boats. It was 8 in the morning, so obviously nobody was taking their boat out there, but there were a couple of few cars that were on the lot for some reason. I parked away from the few cars, took out my laptop, and started working. After 15 or so minutes, I paused and looked out my window and saw several spots across from me. There was an older man staring right at me. It was hard to tell, but from the distance it looked like he was smiling. Thinking we both just looked over at the same time, I gave him a small smile and went back to work. I sat there and worked for probably another 10 minutes or so, before taking another pause and look over to see that the old man has moved his car just one spot away from mine, and was again staring right at me with that creepy grin. At this point, alarm bells are going off. He's creeped me out enough that I turn on my car and move to the other side of the lot. I keep an eye on him for a couple of minutes, but he never moves his car, so I go back to working. I work for another 20 or so minutes, getting into a good rhythm, so I was completely absorbed and began to forget about the man. It was getting close to the time that my class would get out, so I start to put my stuff away and begrudgingly prepare to work my way back to school. But before I turn my car back on, my heart sinks when I look up to my left to see the man now parked directly beside me. I had been so absorbed that I somehow didn't notice him pull up, but there he was, staring right at me with an even bigger smile. All I could do in that moment was stare back at this guy. I was so creeped out and confused at the same time. Why is this guy following me? Has he been looking at me for the near hour that I had been there? After a few moments of eye contact, I snap out of it, at the same moment that he starts to roll down his window. I was out of there. I put my car in reverse and exited that parking lot as fast as possible. But as I turned left out of the parking lot, I gave one last look at his car, and another chill ran down my spine when I saw him waving at me with that creepy smile. All I could think was, please don't follow me, or I don't know what I'd do. Thankfully, he didn't follow me, and I've never seen him again, but I'll always remember that feeling that I had when I looked up and saw him parked right next to me. I don't know what he wanted, or why he was so obsessed with me, but the whole thing still creeps me out. I don't usually post stuff like this, but I'm freaking out and I need advice. I'm a 14-year-old male. Something really strange has been happening the last few nights. I've been too scared to tell anyone, but I feel like I have to now. It started 2 nights ago. I was lying in bed trying to sleep when I heard this soft tapping noise. At first, I thought it was just the wind or maybe a tree branch, but then it came again. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from my window. I live in a 1-story house, so it's not that high up. But it's weird because there's nothing outside my window except for our backyard and a tall fence. I tried to ignore it, but the tapping didn't stop. I finally worked up the courage to get out of bed and peek through the blinds. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing outside, just staring at my window. He was tall, with a pale face that looked almost empty, like there was nothing behind his eyes. He didn't move. He just kept staring at me. I panicked and ducked down. My heart was racing and I didn't know what to do. After what felt like forever, I finally crawled back into bed and pulled the covers over my head. I didn't sleep at all that night. The next day, I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination, or maybe a dream. But last night it happened again. The same soft tapping. The same man outside my window. This time I didn't even look. I just froze, hoping that he would go away. I told my parents about it this morning, but they didn't believe me. They think I'm just having nightmares or something, and they told me to stop watching scary movies before bed. But I know what I saw. Tonight, I'm scared to go to sleep. What if he comes back? What if he tries to get in? I've checked the window multiple times to make sure it's locked, but I still feel like it's not enough. I don't know what to do. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Should I call the police? I'm scared, and I just need someone to believe me. Please. Yesterday, I was at the mall around closing time. I was browsing for some cosmetic products in the makeup aisle with my friend, until I realized there was this one strange man who had like a mischievous look on his face, who attempted to keep walking past me at the same aisle that I was in. 5 to 6 different times, he was staring at us every single time. I don't think anything of it yet, besides a weird vibe, and me and my friend tried to test something out by going into a whole different section of the store. When we went to where the birthday cards were, I saw him in the corner of my eye, so I told my friend to keep walking. When we reached the other end of the store, the pet supply aisle, he was still there, cornering the main entrance of the aisle. At that point, I whispered to my friend and we immediately speed walked out. When we did, I still saw him following us, so I turned around to speak up. But when I did, he was just staring at me, and I didn't break eye contact because I wanted to say something to this man, but my mind went blank. Once we reach the checkout and I see that he's waiting right behind us, but not quite at the checkout. He was behind and beside the entrance of the checkout. At this point, my friend noticed that I was about to freak out. We stood there for 15 to 20 minutes, waiting to see if he would leave, and he never did. So after that time mark was up, we decided to just hold hands and run up the escalators and make our way to the upper level exit. We both were running for our dear lives, but once I went through the main gate in front of the exit, my friend immediately grabbed me back, and I didn't realize why until seeing the guy had somehow gotten to the door before us, which had to have been impossible, because we ran before he did, and we never saw or heard anyone running. However, we did get escorted out by an older group of men and women who overheard me and my friend freaking out about the situation. They confronted him, but I never got to hear anything that any of them said. He asked the group of people, "Are you sure you guys are with these people?" And after they confirmed, he left. And someone a part of the group said something about him allegedly lying about being some sort of undercover employee. Okay, I don't know if everyone will necessarily find this scary. For me personally, it absolutely made the hair on the back of neck stand up. So, in England, there is a festival every year called Glastonbury. It takes place in Somerset, and is the biggest festival in England. It's a 5 days, and mostly a music festival, but also has dance, theater, circus performances, comedy. This is starting to sound like a sales pitch. Around the late 80s, early 90s, my dad worked security at Glastonbury with a few friends. Mostly his job was to drive around the perimeter of the festivals with one of his friends in a truck to catch anyone trying to sneak in. On the second day, my dad and his mate were driving around and heard some people on the other side of the wall, clearly trying to sneak it. Usually people throw their bags over first, so they parked the truck by the side of the wall and got out. A few seconds later, these bags came thumping down on the roof of the truck, followed by 2 people. They were halfway over the wall when they saw my dad and his friend stood in security uniforms glaring at them and just basically looking very intimidating. They froze, clearly not sure what to do. After a few moments of silence, my dad and his mate broke out into big smiles. They told the people to jump over and they'd drive them down to the main part of the festival. This was not a ploy. My dad and his friend just didn't care that much. If the people didn't look like they were there to cause trouble, they'd let them through. While driving the group down to the main part of the festival, my dad and his friend got a call over the radio. It was from another member of security they knew, asking them to go check out the toilets because there's something going on. They dropped the group off and radioed back to find out what was happening. The guy told them someone had reported being bitten on the butt in the toilet. Obviously confused, my dad's and his mate asked if the guy was joking. He said no, but the person who reported it was clearly high, so it was probably nothing but to check it out just in case. Now, these are festival's toilets. Slightly flimsy temporary setup over what is basically a cesspit. Not too sure what they were looking for. They went down to the toilets, had a look around, and left. They continued their patrol around the border and overheard 3 more calls on the radio saying someone had reported being bitten on the butt. Other members of security closer to the toilets checked it out and found nothing. The assumption was it was some sort of joke or a rumor had started, and people were so high they were imagining it. My dad and his mate were known by the rest of security for being very strong and good fighters. They were usually the ones called if anything got out of hand. A call came through the radio directed at my dad and his mate. A 4th person had reported being bitten on the butt while on the toilet. Only this time, the woman had a large bite mark that had broken the skin. She had showed it to one of medics who said it definitely appeared to be a human bite mark. Everyone's still very confused as to what was actually happening. My dad and his friends race down to the toilets. They go into a cubicle and shine a light down the toilet. Not exactly pleasant. Not really sure what they are looking for, they move the light around a bit. Right before they were about to switch the torch off, they saw something move. Like unusual movement. My dad's friends, not knowing what else to do, calls out, "Is there someone down there?" They see faster movement this time. He calls out again, "We aren't going to hurt you, we just need to know if there's someone down there." Nothing. Then all of a sudden, a head pops up out the toilet. It was a man wearing a snorkel and swimming goggles. Absolutely stunned, my dad asked him how he got down there. He said he'd tunneled in. I can't remember exactly, but I'm pretty sure they took part of the toilet apart so he could get out. Covered head to toe in feces, he was escorted by my dad and his friend to the security bit. No one really knew what to make of it. My dad and his friend watched over him while they called the police, etc. During this time, he spoke to my dad. He said he had gotten there over a week or 2 early and dug a tunnel from the edge of the neighboring field. Bearing in mind these toilets were right on the edge of the festival grounds. He had done this with the full intention of just sitting below the toilets and biting people when they sat down. He also said this was the first time he had been caught, insinuating he had done it before. I don't know if this is true. According to my dad and his friend, the man was incredibly friendly and polite, but, in their words, was completely dead behind the eyes. Like even if he was looking straight at you, it's like you weren't there. On more than one occasion, the man licked his lips, which were covered in feces. The man wouldn't answer questions about his name or anything like that, and would just answer by waffling about the festival. According to my dad's friend at one point, while the man was saying how good the festival was, he swore he heard him say under his breath, "A shame they don't let children in." The police took their time getting there. Can't say I blame them. And I don't know what happened to him after that. I remember feeling sick when my dad first told me story, and safe to say, I was petrified of using portal/outdoor toilets. To clarify, obviously this man was seriously mentally ill. Both my dad and his mate always stressed this. He seemed completely unbothered by what he was doing, and unaware it was wrong. So there's this one time I was playing with my toys in the basement of my parents' house. I was around 6 years old, so it happened in 2011. For context, at this time, the house was not fenced, and it happened a few times that people just walked through my garden to access the field behind my house, so it could seem not unusual. But wait for it. After eating dinner, my parents would let me play with my toys for a little while since it was the Halloween vacations. I can't say for sure what time it was, but it was definitely after 7 p.m. because I remember that it was already dark outside. While I was playing, I heard a noise coming from, I thought at the time, the boiler room that is behind me. It usually makes noises, so I continued playing without even thinking about it. The door of the boiler room was closed like always. It's always closed because otherwise we can smell the fuel in the whole house. Anyway, I continued serving plastic food to my non-existent clients in my non-existent restaurant. Then I heard another noise. That time I turned around to see what made that noise and where it came from, but nothing. The door of the boiler room was closed like it was supposed to. I was confused, but didn't worry more than that, and continued playing. Until I heard a knock coming from the window facing me. There was a man standing there looking at me. The guy had his head between the bars of the window, and still today, I could recognize him even if it happened 15 years ago. He was wearing this 90s Nike jacket and a faded blue cap. He had a beard of 2 days, and he looked like he was very tired. I remember him having these massive dark circles under his eyes. His expression was neutral when I noticed him. After a few seconds, I ran upstairs to my parents, telling them about what I just saw. My dad immediately ran down to the basement. He grabbed a hammer and got out ready to attack the guy if needed, but the guy just disappeared in the darkness. My dad even went to drive around the village I live in to look for him, but we never saw him again. We believe that he probably ran through the field behind my house. These events honestly traumatized me. I was having a lot of nightmares, dreaming of this almost every night for a while. I had night terrors because of this, and still today, I'm terrified when I'm in this basement. It just gives me the chills, and makes me want to run upstairs as quickly as I can. So man through the window, if you read this, hope you had fun watching me play. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am a 15-year-old girl, and I had a terrifying encounter one evening around 10 p.m. I was watching a documentary series on my TV. Nothing unusual so far. You should know that my TV is in the living room, and right in front of me, there is a window next to my armchair that has no curtain and is very low. As I continued watching TV, I started to feel a little hungry. I got up and went to the fridge to grab something to eat. When I turned around to go back to my armchair, I found myself standing directly in front of the window. That's when I saw him. There, outside the window, was a boy. He was wearing white clothes and a hat, his brown hair visible under the brim. He was looking straight at me, holding his phone horizontally. It took me a moment to realize that he was filming me. I jumped back in shock, my heart pounding. I felt paralyzed by fear, unable to move. The boy slowly lowered his phone, his eyes never leaving mine. Then he smiled, a chilling, terrifying smile that made him look like a psychopath. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, probably around 2 minutes, before he suddenly turned and ran off. I was left shaking and in tears. I told my parents what happened, but they couldn't find the person. You should know that I live in a fairly dangerous area, and I'm new here, so I had no idea something like this could happen. After that night, I became paranoid. I was too scared to go outside. Then, on a school day about 2 weeks later, I had to leave the house to catch my bus, like I do every morning. I leave extremely early, so it was still dark outside. I went to my usual bus stop, but there was something strange about that morning. The streets were empty, no cars, no people. I felt like I was being watched. And then, I saw him. The same boy who had filmed me. He was standing on one of the tracks near the train station by my bus stop, staring at me. I felt a wave of fear wash over me. Without a second thought, I turned and ran home as fast as I could, not daring to look back. I was crying by the time I reached my house. I didn't go to school that day. I stayed home, too afraid to leave. I haven't seen the boy since, and I hope I never do. I am a 26-year-old female, and I recently moved into this adorable condo with my puppy after separating from my partner of 8 years. I love the apartment complex. Absolutely adore it. But there's this guy that seems to have no clue as to how to behave socially. Very tall and broad, in his mid-40s. Dog owner, and the condos in our building cost an organ, so he's technically well off. It all started when we got in the elevator together after I moved in. We'd never talked before in our life, and he just started bombarding me with questions like, "Do you groom your dog yourself?" And "What floor do you live on?" Then telling me random things like that. He just bought grooming tools for his dog. I thought he was just a little weird, and maybe had some sort of mental disability, but my dumb self pressed the 7th button on the elevator, so then he knew what floor I live on. I kept my answers short, but didn't think much of it, and went on with my day. But then, that same night, I was in my car, backing out of my parking spot, when I see him running at my car from the corner of my eye. Engine was running, and I was in a rush, so it wasn't really the moment to talk, and he started knocking on my window with the creepiest smile and waving. I just froze and completely pretended not to see him as I drove out of the parking garage. He then followed my car out of the parking garage by foot. That's when I knew something was up with him. I just had a bad gut feeling. Since then, I've done everything to avoid him. Whenever we're in the same place, I leave, and I won't get in the elevator with him or even acknowledge or make eye contact with him. I don't have the energy to deal with him, especially after long shifts at work. And then tonight, I was walking into the building when he saw me from afar. He was with a woman, maybe one of his friends or his wife, no idea. I thought, oh, he's with a girl. Maybe he'll leave me alone, but no. First thing he does is speed walk to me and go straight for my dog and try to pet her without asking. My girl is the sweetest on earth, and she's gentle, but dude, maybe ask. We don't know each other. He goes, "Hey you," as though we're friends and he knows my dog well. I was exhausted and not having it, just kept walking. That's when he got in my way to block the door and looked me in the eyes and said, "How are you?" "Sir, it's 10 o'clock at night. I don't know you. I don't owe you my time or my energy." I didn't answer, blew him off again, and walked around him on the other side. I heard him yell aloud, "For God's sake," as I was walking away, like he felt disrespected and I had no manners. I've shown him repeatedly that I'm not friendly or interested in talking to him, but I've been here 2 months, and I'm already stressed about walking out of my apartment. And he noticed that I want nothing to do with him, but the one time I was nice to him, he followed my car in the garage. So what am I supposed to do? I feel like this man would take basic human decency for me being into him, and then always come up to me and try to talk when he sees me. Now with that being said, I don't think he's dangerous. I've seen him do this to plenty of young attractive women in the building, so I get the feeling he gets a dopamine hit every time he approaches a younger woman. But he's making me feel uncomfortable. I've decided to notify my landlord about it, because I have to take out my dog multiple times a day to do her business, because I work from home. So I'm always moving around, and the odds are I'll keep running into him. I'm waiting to see how they'll respond to me sharing my concerns and feeling uncomfortable. Maybe they won't care, or maybe they'll do something. What would you do if he comes up to me again? I'm thinking the only thing that will work is tell him straight up, "I'm not interested in talking to you," or "I don't know you. I don't want to talk." Because me ignoring him is clearly just angering him even more. I don't think he's crazy. He's just annoying, thinking women owe him their time and attention. What would you do? Any advice is greatly appreciated. This story occurred a few months ago. There are these 3 abandoned houses, as well as 3 barns close to my house, and are going to be getting torn down here in the next couple of months. So me and my siblings thought, why not go check them out? I had already checked them all out with a buddy, but wanted to do it again, but with my siblings this time, because why not? We had only explored one of the houses previously, because there was a small window we could crawl through into the basement, and another hole through that wall we crawled through to enter the house, since all the doors were boarded up pretty much. There are 2 more houses we hasn't explored, one being really small and the other being huge. After research on the internet, it made sense, as it seemed as if the house was leased to multiple people, mostly around the age of college or to younger families, who maybe couldn't afford to rent entire apartments. The time before, when I was with my friend, we brought a screwdriver with all sorts of those attachment things that go on the end, so that way we could unscrew all the different bolts, and then used a hammer for the nails. When we got there, the board was already torn off, luckily, even though it wasn't the week prior when we first tried to go in, when we didn't have the screwdrivers. Also, let's call this house the Red House, since it is a red brick house. To describe this red house, it is like you connect 2 average double-story houses together. It is that big. I mean, we ended up taking an hour to explore it, but that's because we were looking around too. This time, when me and my buddy explored it, it was pretty cool. Not too much graffiti and lots of stuff everywhere on the ground. We found old cheap purses, Pokemon and baseball cards, a bunch of broken keyboards, books, and old school supplies, plus a lot of other completely random things. There was even an old tanning bed that we discovered was from the late 80s. There were the occasional drug beetles and pills, usually in corners of old bedrooms or in the bathrooms. The next time, I just wanted to experience this again with my siblings. This time, it was night when my mother was asleep, so we could actually get away with it. I dropped them off in my car and drove half a mile to a trailhead where I could park, and my car would be hidden. I then rode an electric scooter the half mile to where they were so we could go in. There was this gate that we had to go over since there was barbed wire, and I folded up the electric scooter and hid it in the tall grass. This road behind the gate led to the first house we had already been in, so we were just trying to go to the big one. From here, you have to walk pretty far through this tall grass to get to the red house. As we approached it, we finally turned our flashlights on, and then entered the house. Last time, me and my friend were calling out to make sure nobody was inside, but this time it was night, and I didn't want to risk somebody calling the cops, since they heard yelling near the abandoned houses at 2 a.m. Regardless, it was a stupid decision. We made our way in and checked around. I think it's also important to note that this isn't the front door. It is the back door. One of 2 back doors. The house is on a hill, so from the road it looks like 1 story, but on the other side you can see it is 2 stories. This back door is in the very corner of the house, so you explore from one end to the other. As we walked through, I thought I heard some light footsteps, but this is an older house. I just looked it up, and it was built in 1964, has 7 acres of land, and is 3,800 square feet. So, yay, pretty big. Peas, I should have really included that at the beginning, so sorry. Anyways, it didn't sound any different from when me and my friend first explored it, and it was night, so quiet sounds were extra loud. As we made it through the other end of the bottom of the house where the staircase was, and made our way up, I heard more footsteps, and this time I told my siblings we should go. They didn't hear anything, but they were also under the assumption that we were the only ones there, and they weren't being very cautious, or aware, I guess you could say. When you go up the staircase, on one side it leads to the garage, which is very small for such a large house, again probably because it is older, and on the other side you go past a short hallway, and it leads to the kitchen and family room, with a lounge area, I think you would call it. This whole area is super open, and it feels like a lot of empty space, but it only covers around half the upstairs. On the other side is a straight hallway with around 4 bedrooms and a bathroom. That's when I thought I saw somebody moving from one bedroom across the hallway to the other, from left to right. But my light didn't go very far since I was using my phone light. I start angrily whispering to my siblings who are already kind of close to the hallway, which leads to where I saw the person, as not to yell, but get their attention urgently. And I quickly walk across this open area to try and maybe yank their arm, until we hear something drop. In my opinion, the guy dropped it on purpose to let us know he was there. But after this next part, I don't know. Immediately, my siblings and I jump. It sounded like a bookshelf was knocked over or something, and since it was really loud and heavy as we could feel the ground vibrate as we were upstairs, it was now confirmed that someone was there. We turn around and start running to the staircase, which is pretty much in a straight line. The bottom floor sort of zigzags around until it leads to a hallway that goes straight to the other side of the house. As we make our way around the zigzag rooms and make our way to the corner with the hallway, we start hearing running upstairs towards the staircase. We are already running, so we don't slow down. We turn the final corner and make our way outside, where I run in a straight direction, and then to the left in attempt to hide in the talk grass, which also has a direct line to the other side of the huge grass area to where the gate is. I lay down, and when my siblings run out behind me, I tell them to get down as well. We were maybe 30 or so feet deep into the grass when I see a dark figure run out of the house. A few feet, stop, look around, and run into the small house next to this one, which is only like 50 or so feet away. I thought that house was all boarded up still, but it looked like he ran to the side of the house, where I guess his entryway was. There was a large shed thing in the way, so I couldn't see exactly where he went, but I knew there was a barbed fence over there, so he would have to run behind to where we were to follow us, as there is maybe a 20-foot wide gap where there is no barbed fence, so I guess that way vehicles could enter. I heard his footsteps running around, but I couldn't see where he was. We started to army crawl across the grass, but really slowly as to not make much rustling noise. We start crawling faster, but then I heard his footsteps stop, so either he ran away or was stopped maybe looking at us. I kept crawling on all fours since the grass was now tall enough to still cover me, and I was looking behind to see if I could see his outline in the dark, which thankfully I couldn't see him. We started to hear a cracking sound, and it sounded like he was cracking the plywood boards, but I don't know why he would, so I don't know what it was. It then sounded like he was frustrated as we could hear loud grunts. We just kept crawling though. We were maybe crawling for a good 5 minutes to get to the other side, even if we were far enough for him to not see us. It honestly felt like a lot more, and every minute felt like 10. We eventually get to the road which lead to the gate, and at this point we stop outside the gate and wait for the few cars to pass before we crawl through. I have my siblings crawl under first, and I swear I heard running through the tall grass behind me, but as I made it under and through and started running, it didn't ever look like he was following us. Also, yes, I did get my scooter, which my brother had already unfolded, and was riding away with me and my sister running behind. We did not stop until we got to the trailhead off to the side of the main road, where we threw the scooter in the back, jumped inside and locked the doors and pulled out. We drove off peacefully knowing this person was definitely homeless and could not get in a car to drive off after us. He was also probably not on anything as he was moving too quick, which I don't know if it would be better or worse for us if he was, and we ended up having to fight back. We made it home safe and sound, and we didn't speak about it all near our parents. My siblings kind of laughed about it more after the first week, but it still scared me, knowing how serious it was. I don't think they realized how dangerous it actually was. We survived though, and that's all that matters. I also never plan on going back. I, a 25-year-old female, had an experience about 4 days ago that I haven't been able to shake. I was dog house sitting for my boyfriend, a 26-year-old male, while he was away on a backpacking trip. My boyfriend's home is in a semi-remote area at the bottom of a hill at the back of a few arches of property. He's right next to the highway, which has opposite to us a small rural neighborhood. It's both very sketchy and very safe, meaning that the community is close, but people frequently keep to themselves, and there are lots of abandoned/dilapidated homes right next to very well-kept homes. A pretty typical countryside neighborhood. So I really didn't feel unsafe to agree to watch my boyfriend's property and his dog, Hennessy. Hennessy is a 115-pound jet black American Bulldog / English Labrador mix. He's basically all muscle, and ever since my boyfriend and I began dating, he's become very protective of me and my own dog Lottie. Lottie is a 57-pound poodle mix. I'm a dog groomer, so she's usually done up in pretty silly haircuts with bows and everything. All of this is to say that one of my dogs is very intimidating, and the other is not. Because of his strength, however, I cannot walk Hennessy and Lottie at the same time on my own, and so I usually walk Lottie alone, then go back and get Hennessy to walk him alone. We do about 30 minutes of walking each, and I like to take Hennessy after Lottie at night, because I feel safer with him as it gets later. This is important because this was the case about 4 nights ago. I was about 3/4 of the way through my walk with Lottie when I got this really weird feeling that I was being watched. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I looked around to see that about 30 feet or so back, there was a tall man in a hoodie standing next to an older, run-down home. I instantly thought the hoodie was weird. I live in Northern California, and it's early August. It doesn't get colder than 87 degrees in the evening, especially when the sun was still setting like it was at the time. I forced myself to brush it off, as I tend to be fairly paranoid due to my years of reading Let's Not Meet stories. As I kept walking, the sun kept setting and the streets began to slowly get darker. I would glance back from time to time and notice that the man was keeping pace with me, not breaking that 30-odd foot distance. If I turned a corner, so did he. If I sped up, so did he. Finally, we reached the highway, and I crossed right before a car came speeding past, hoping that if the guy was following me, this would put some distance between him and myself, which it did. But that didn't stop him from continuing to follow me. I walked as fast as I could to the house, not wanting to turn around, but now being able to hear his footsteps on the gravel. At this point, Lottie had noticed him too, and started to bark and growl. I forced her to keep moving, and thankfully made it back inside the house, slamming and locking the door, hoping that that was the end of it. It was not. Moments after I'd shut and locked the door, I felt someone trying to open it. The dogs heard this too, and started barking because they always do when someone is at the door. There's no peephole on my door, but I can talk to whoever is on the other side. It's a pretty thin door. So I yelled out and asked who was there. Through the barking, I could hear a man's voice. "I love your dog, can I meet her?" For some reason, the way he said it was so creepy. It was like there was nothing behind it, kind of like he'd rehearsed the line or decided to say it beforehand. I yelled back no, and asked him to, "Please go away." He paused for another second and then again said, "I love your dog, can I meet her?" He starts trying the door handle again, this time pushing up against the door. By this point, Hennessy can tell something is wrong, and so can Lottie. The hair on the back of Hennessy's neck is standing up, and he's mashing his teeth while growling. At that moment, I don't know what possessed me, but I threw Lottie into the bathroom behind me and grabbed Hennessy by the collar, keeping him close to the door with me. He's still barking and going crazy. I hear the man repeat that he wants to meet my dog, and I yelled out, "Leave." He paused and then slammed into my door. I say the door move, and at that moment I unlocked the door and opened it just wide enough that Hennessy could get about halfway out. He's going bonkers at this point. My hand is starting to hurt from holding him back. I can hear his teeth clacking as he ferociously chomps toward the man. Well, this dude was not expecting Hennessy. He stumbled back, almost falling over, and cursed as he scrambled to stay off the ground. He didn't even look at me, and instead booked it up the hill as fast as he could and out of sight. I managed to pull Hennessy back in and called the cops to tell them what had happened. I never got a good look at the guy, and they basically told me there wasn't anything I could really do, but they did take my statement and told me they'd contact me if anything ever came of it. I am so thankful for Hennessy. After all of that, I snuggled up with him and Lottie that night and cried because it had all hit me how terrifying that was. I literally went out the next day and bought him the biggest bone I could find from a pet store nearly an hour away because he'd earned it. I don't know why this creep didn't get the hint when I had 2 dogs barking inside, but my assumption is that he didn't really realize he was hearing two barks, or assumed that if I had two dogs, they were both like my puffy poodle. That is to say, he wasn't afraid. I'm so thankful the guy didn't have a firearm, and looking back now, I probably should have just called the cops and kept my door closed. But I hope that maybe because he saw Hennessy, he'll know not to come back and mess with us, because if he does, I'll let my big sweet boy rip his arm off. My girlfriend, 2 kids, and myself were tent camping in eastern Washington one summer at a campground. It was a nice campground, but not many guests at all since it was before peak season. We had a site with no other campers visible to us. One night at approximately 1 a.m., my now ex-girlfriend and I were sitting by the fire while our kids were sleeping in the big tent that we were all sharing. A beat-up old Ford Explorer slowly drove by our campground and proceeded to keep driving around the campground out of sight. I thought it was odd, but maybe just someone looking for friends or a campsite. We went to bed, and I woke up early the next morning, maybe at 5 a.m. to go to the bathroom, and there was the same beat-up Ford Explorer at the campsite adjacent to ours, maybe 60 feet away. And mind you, there were dozens of other open campsites around, so my alarms were certainly raised by this. After going to the bathroom and returning to our tent, where my kids and girlfriend were still asleep, I saw a man standing behind the Ford Explorer, with only his head visible, trying to hide himself, looking directly at my tent. I stood there and stared right back at him for about 45 seconds and raised my hands up in the air like, "What the heck are you looking at?" I didn't want to cause a commotion and wake the kids up, and he just continued to stare. I sat in one of my camp chairs and kept eyes on him and watched him get into his car, which was facing us, but I couldn't see what he was doing in there. About an hour later, he started his car up and slowly drove right by our site and stared directly at me, maintaining eye contact the entire pass, about 25 feet away. I know for a fact that this guy had ill intentions just by his demeanor and the looks of him. Likely he would have done something had I not been there. This happened about 5 years ago. I was 14 at the time, and I went over to my best friend's house to party because her parents went on vacation. Let's call her Kay. We were the same age and had been best friends since we were 11. Kay's older sister was 17, and she decided that she was going to stay at a friend's house, since she didn't like staying home alone, and left us there. She told us not to tell Kay's parents since she was left in charge. Kay and I decided to invite over our other friend, we'll call her Emmy, to the house. At 14, we were all pretty stupid and wanted to get drunk and high, so we called Kay's neighbor Hayden over. He brought some alcohol and weed over to the house, and we started to drink. Once we decided to smoke, we got everything set up and realized we didn't have a lighter. We searched all over the house, up and down for 30 minutes and never found one. We also looked for matches and couldn't find those either. Hayden says, "We'll just walk to my house. My mom works the night shift and isn't there." Now, Hayden's house was about a 15-minute walk, and it was 3 a.m., but there were 4 of us, so we thought we were good. I remember Kay, Emmy, and I were all dressed in booty shorts and crop tops, so we all felt a little uncomfortable walking outside like that, but we were drunk, so we didn't pay it much mind. I left my phone behind since my mom tracked my location. We ended up walking for a good 3 minutes when an old Honda Civic drives by us. We stop and watch it drive past us, and then it stops. All 4 of us went silent and looked like deer in headlights. We saw the Honda's reverse lights turn on and immediately started to run. We hid in a neighbor's huge bushes and watched the car drive past us slowly with some guy hanging out the window scanning houses. They eventually sped off, and we were a bit freaked out but laughed it off because of our adrenaline. We keep walking for another 2 minutes and hear brakes squeal. We look behind us, and there it is again. The same car. It looked like it had made a loop around the neighbor. We see their headlights turn onto the street we were on, and immediately start to run again. Kay and I ran to the left, and Hayden and Emmy ran to the right. I couldn't stop laughing from my adrenaline, but Kay was having a panic attack. We stood there in the bushes of this house and watched the car go by, even slower. I had to hold Kay's mouth shut because she wouldn't stop panting and freaking out. The car speeds off again, and now Kay and I are alone, in the dark, with no Emmy or Hayden in sight. I tell her, "Do you want to run back home or just run to Hayden's?" She's so freaked out she can't make a decision for herself, so I grab her arm and tell her to just follow me. I'm running for my life to Hayden's house with Kay trailing behind me about to cry. Hayden's house was near the entrance/exit of the neighborhood, and the neighborhood is placed alongside a very busy road. As we're approaching Hayden's house, the same car behind us, leaving the neighborhood maybe 0.2 miles behind us. I see the headlights hit my body, and I look at the car and immediately dive into Hayden's yard. I tell Kay to run to the door. The car still hasn't reached the house yet, so I get up and run for my life to the door. Hayden and Emmy were already there waiting for us, but we couldn't get the code for the lock to work, so we just pressed our bodies along the wall as the car slowly went by one more time. This time with a dude hanging out of it screaming something at us, and Hayden finally opened the door. We calmed down, talked about the situation, and said that we're never doing that again. We searched the house for a lighter, couldn't find one, and used matches to smoke instead. We got stoned, went to sleep, and Kay, Emmy, and I walked home very sleepily, but cautious around 9 a.m. before Hayden's mom came home. Scariest moment of my life, but it definitely was a thrill. This just happened to my friend, who is a 32-year-old female. She was leaving a get-together and needed to pick up some groceries on the way home. It was already late at night at this point. She definitely didn't think a quick and simple task was going to take a turn like this. As soon as she walks into the store, she notices a tall guy behind her. As she's making her way through the aisles, he's trailing her, very clearly not browsing for groceries. Her sixth sense kicks in, and she picks up her pace. When she thought she lost him, he appeared out of nowhere with a hello, and quickly follows up with, "I think you're cute." Taken aback, my friend stumbles with how to respond and starts to back away. He then has the audacity to say, "Oh, you're running away." My friend is completely freaked out at this point, and manages to say, "Yeah, I am." Never has she seen this guy before, and she noticed that she wasn't even wearing anything to draw attention to herself. Just a pair of jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt. Luckily, she made it out without seeing him again. Unfortunately, this is not the first time that she's experienced this type of thing in her area. This is the third time. First in a Sprouts, and another time in a Macy's, where a sales clerk thankfully informed her of a man following her. Getting followed in the grocery store by a rando pickup artist was definitely not on her agenda tonight. It's outrageous. This was around the winter of 2006. I was 8 years old at the time. I was living in Thunder Bay, Ontario with my family, and we lived by the auditorium in the Canada Games complex. There was a big hill at the east end of the parking lot that myself and the neighborhood kids would go sledding at. Usually our parents would come, but since we were right across the streets, if it was daylight, they'd sometimes let us go on our own, since it was only about 400 meters from the front door. One day, a few of us went to the sledding hill. There was 4 of us, myself and 3 kids from a big family from down the street. There was the older sister and 2 of the younger brothers. Everything went as usual until we noticed an old blue Ford F-150. I still remember the rust on the wheel well and the hood. the driver. He just sat there, watching us. He was older, mid-40s to 50, dark gray, shoulder-length hair, and a salt and pepper beard. He just sat there, smoking and watching. We all immediately felt creeped out and didn't take our eyes off of him. I would often watch a lot of crime shows with my mom, and I could feel the hairs standing on my neck as I knew something just felt sinister. The older sister of the family said we'll slide down the hill and just walk home, as he just kept watching us. But he got out of his truck and started walking towards us, and we immediately took off running across the parking lot, and he just stood there on the top of the hill, smoking and watching us run in a panic. They told their parents and were told not to go back, but I, for some reason, was afraid to tell my parents. A few months later, we were driving up the street we lived on, Beverly Street, and as I was looking out the window, I got that heavy, dreadful feeling in my body. I saw his truck in the parking lot of the apartments right next to the clinic my mom would take me to, and the convenience store that I would bike to with some of my older kids in my neighborhood. I never biked up there again, and when I would see the truck driving on the main drag, I'd hide in bushes or behind hedges. Only once did I see him drive through the neighborhood, and it was right before I moved. I was playing in the yard of the kids I was sliding with that following summer, and we all just stood there and watched as he slowed down and glanced out the window, cigarette in his mouth. Only a few of us had seen him, and the dread we felt as we looked at each other was indescribable. I moved a few weeks later, but I've never forgot about that day. I recently in my adult life moved from Manitoba to southern Ontario and decided to drive by my old house on the way. But when I drove by those apartments, though I didn't see the truck, I still felt something odd in me. Many years ago, I was vacationing in Daytona Beach, Florida, but took flights to Orlando because my favorite airline is there, and the flights were cheaper. I would get a rental car for the week. I was in my 20s and I'm a female. When my vacation ended and I was heading back to Orlando, I always stop at the last gas station before the exit to the airport to top it off, so I return it with a full tank. It was broad daylight, late in the morning, and the station was pretty busy. As I was just finishing filling the tank, I had that feeling of eyes on the back of my head. I quickly put the pump away and whipped around fast to be face to face with this creep who had been edging towards me and was now 5 feet away. He was average build, had dark sunglasses and a baseball cap on, and had a goatee. My sudden turn startled him, and he stopped dead in his tracks. I let out a nasty sounding growl at him, and I had prepaid for the gas, so I was able to be hurried around the front of the car, jump in, lock up, and peel out of there. As I was driving off, I kept him in my line of sight via the rearview mirror. It felt even creepier to me that after the incident I saw him stop, turn back around, and get into the passenger side of a pickup truck that had been the only truck setting off to a side away from everyone else. So there was 2 men involved, as I noticed another guy in the driver's side. Luckily, I was able to get away quick enough to not be followed. The fact that this guy didn't even keep walking forward to head into the store, nor was he there getting gas, creeped me out a bit too. Maybe he just thought I was cute and intended to ask for my phone number. Still creepy, but more benign. Or he may have had sinister intentions. Surprising, terrible things do happen in broad daylight all the time, including in busy parking lots. I, sure as heck, was not going to stick around and find out. I used to stay out quite late at night when I was a teen, like 3 a.m., and I would walk home. I lived in a smallish town, and this was 20 years ago, so I generally felt safe. I was young and stupid as well, oblivious to certain risks that a young girl could face. This was pre-cell phones as well. I was walking home alone one night and was taking a shortcut down a path that leads to a bridge over top of a park. Fairly secluded area. I'm headed towards the bridge and I see this middle-aged man walking towards me, just coming off the bridge. He appears to be talking to himself and is making weird head movements and twitches. At this point, I could either turn back and have him follow me. For me to do what? Hide in the bushes? No good options here. Or I could keep going and pass him. I chose to light a cigarette to use as a weapon if needed. As if that would do anything. And I was going to pass him. As I'm passing him, he looks me dead in the eye and stops twitching and yells out, "So give me a parachute and give me a push," and cackles manically. I turn around and walk backwards so I could keep an eye on him, and he just kept laughing at me like a crazy person as we continued to go our separate ways. It scared the crap out of me though, and it's safe to say that I hightailed it home. Even 20-ish years later, one of my weirdest encounters. I started taking taxis home after that, if it was late at night. This was some years ago when I was living in a different city. I hadn't really been on my own all that long, and my housing situation fell apart at the last minute, so I had to scramble to figure it out. Meaning, you guessed it, random roommates. Now, the year before, I'd had a random roommate that was the most amazing person and ended up becoming a great friend. So I figured this would be the same. It was not. But that's not actually the focus of this story. Enter the roommates. Ben, who I did actually know a bit from the previous year and was becoming friends with. Tom and Mike. Now, this was the very first couple of days after the move-in, and we'd all hung out to get to know each other better. But Tom and Mike hadn't fully moved in yet. It was a big old house separated by a floor, and the top level locked at the stairs. This is important to note. Ben and I lived upstairs with Tom and Mike downstairs. I've always been paranoid, and definitely have good reason. So when I'm home, all the doors are locked. When I leave, all the doors are locked. I sleep with my bedroom locked. I was home alone with Ben at work, and Tom and Mike sort of in and out moving stuff. I'll note here that both had a lot of expensive stuff, like in the 5-figure range. Well, I was watching something on my laptop in my room. Bedroom locked and both entrances to my part of the house locked. I started hearing a lot of noise coming from downstairs, sounding like doors and cupboards opening, furniture moving, etc. And I figured it was just Tom or Mike, until I hear footsteps coming upstairs. I was technically supposed to be somewhere at the time, which they knew, but it had been canceled last minute, so no one would have known that I was home, and they had no reason to come upstairs when they knew both of us were supposed to be gone. That was when I got panicky, hearing them come closer and closer to the top of the stairs. I've never sat so still. Then the knob began to jiggle. I could hear it clearly as my room was closest to the entryway. At this point, I'm on with 911, whispering that someone is in my house without giving away that I'm there to whoever it was. The house was super close to downtown, and cops arrived in mere minutes, but they were the longest of my life at that moment. The downstairs was completely ransacked, like something out of a movie. It was so surreal to see. They'd taken over $20,000 in electronics. Honestly, I don't remember the exact amount, just about that I think. Broken furniture and plates and stuff, even ripped through the mattresses. Turned out, Tom and Mike had left a door unlocked when moving. This would not be the last time before I fled this house. They were gone before the cops showed, so I'd spent the next several months afraid that they'd come back, though it would turn out to be the least of my future worries. So glad that I always locked the doors. Considering the way downstairs looked, I don't know what they would have done to me. To whoever was on the other side of that, thankfully locked door, let's not meet. So earlier this summer, I, a 16-year-old male, got my driving's license for a 50cc moped, common and popular thing here in Europe, and I was so hyped to finally get to ride with my friends and explore places that I couldn't have explored before without my moped. And everything went great for the first couple of days, until one day, me and my friends were just out cruising and having fun, and it was a warm and sunny summer evening, so we decided to go ride on some smaller gravel roads on the countryside. So we did that, and we were riding there for maybe an hour, until everyone had to get home but me. It was probably like 1 to 2 a.m. at that point, but I still decided to stay there and just ride around and listen to some music in my headphones. So I started riding towards this one small village surrounded by fields, and there was a lot of farms there, so I rode a bit slower than usual so there wouldn't be any accidents with all the tractors and farm vehicles. But after I got through the village and closer to a bigger road, the sun was almost gone and it was getting seriously dark outside. It had been a nice ride, and I decided to start heading home on this almost empty highway, even though the speed limit was 100 kilometers per hour, and it's not allowed to ride a 50cc moped on the highways, but I did it anyway. Home was almost 30 kilometers away from where I was at that point, so I was just riding full speed in case to get home before my parents found out that I'd been outside until 3 a.m. But when I had been riding for like 15 minutes, I saw a car stopped on the side of the road with the lights on, and it got me a bit creeped out, to be honest. But I just pushed it out of my mind and kept going since I was almost halfway home. But after a few minutes, I noticed the car from earlier speeding up after me, and since I have a moped that goes only like 80 to 90 kilometers per hour, the car caught up to me pretty quickly, and then the car started to pass me. And when it got beside me, I looked in there and I saw a man covered in blood, and he was looking straight at me with the craziest eyes I've ever seen, if you get what I'm saying. And he was smiling at me. So I got very scared, and he rode along with me for probably a minute, but it felt like hours with him just staring at me and looking at the road every once in a while. Then the man raised his other hand and waved me goodbye, before putting his fingers on his lips and doing the shush thing. And after that, he sped off and got off the highway onto a ramp to a smaller road. And when he did that, I saw that the car didn't even have a license plate. That was a super creepy experience. And I don't know why the man was covered in blood, and why he had been parked on the side of an empty road at 3 a.m. But what I know for sure is that he was somebody that I never want to meet again. This is so bizarre. This isn't even a memory I forgot, just one that I basically turned into my own fun anecdote to make it less scary. 11 years later, it's really scary, and I know how lucky I was. For context, I was a fresh 21-year-old and had recently rediscovered a love of dance and started enjoying concerts and festivals. I had attended my first festival at 20 and had the most amazing time volunteering and meeting people. It was a last-minute and unexpected situation that first year, but after the amazing experience I had, I was hooked. It's prudent to add that I was extremely naive and obviously new to that kind of scene. So the next year, I had cut off the friends I'd gone to festivals with before, but still had friends of friends that went that I got along with really well and had good memories with. So even though I was going to my second year at the same festival, I was going solo and just camping with friends of friends, which I suppose was the beginning of the problem. I got going kind of late, so when I got to the festival, the lines were getting extremely long. I'd packed diligently, but the service wasn't great, and I was having a hard time contacting the semi-friends that I was camping with. By the time I found them and had to set up, it was dark. It was a newer but pretty large festival, and I have a really bad sense of direction. In future years, I'd learned to bring battery/solar lights and obnoxious decorations because of this night. It was also in a different location that year, so unfamiliar with where I'm camped, with my surroundings. Second part, I messed it up. My ex-roommate Tom and his girlfriend Gina were the ones I was closest to, and Tom was bringing some special acid for me, as kind of an apology for not sticking up for me in a roommate situation. It's for a different sub, so I haven't posted about it. We all went to the first show together, but all got really high so fast. I took too much and knew it pretty quickly, so I knew the night was going to go sideways. But by the time that I'd realized, Tom and Gina had wandered off, leaving me completely alone. I tried to find my way to my tent, thinking I'd lay down for a bit and be okay, but I couldn't remember how to get to it or where it was. It was dark and I was starting to panic, being that I was high and didn't know where anyone I knew was, didn't know how to find my campsite or anything. I was in a crop top and jean shorts in high desert at nighttime, so it was starting to get cold. I wandered over to the disco area because it was the first thing I found. Had a legit disco ball and all. I'm wandering around and see this woman in the most unusual clothing. Think almost pioneer. So I went to talk to her. I genuinely to this day don't know if this person was real. That's how messed up I was. We end up wandering around. Again, not sure if this was a real person or a hallucination, trying to find my campsite when we reached the RV and car camp area. This man, maybe in his early 30s with glow sticks, asks if we want any, and we say yeah. She goes first, and as soon as it's on her wrist, goes skipping away. I call out to her to wait, but she doesn't stop. The man looks at me and says, "Are you okay? Do you think you can find your friend?" I stupidly say, "Oh, I don't know her really. I can't find my campsite and she was helping, but oh well." He responds with, "You remind me a lot of my little sister. I wouldn't want her running around lost like this. Look, my buddy and I are going to go watch XYZ shows, and I wouldn't feel right leaving you. So you could stay in his RV for a few hours to sleep it off." Obviously, I was too high, too young, too naive to see where this would go, and I stupidly complied and followed him. It was fine at first. It was a toy hauler, I think that's what it's called. So the back end was like a U-Haul that stayed open. The first guy put on an album I'd previously loved as a teenager, but now can barely still listen to. Tucked me in and left. I didn't see his buddy at that point. Fast forward God knows how many hours. I've been tripping out to this music and actually been getting to the point of being okay when they get back. For the record, I didn't request this particular band. It was on a loop. First thing was, the guy that told me that I looked like his sister climbed on top of me while I was half conscious, kissing my neck and touching me. Then I felt the second one and his hands. I was still so high and out of it, but immediately told them to stop, that I wasn't in a place for that. They got angry, and the one who'd gotten me there was the most frightening. I saw his eyes change in that moment, and I knew that I was messed up if I couldn't get away. It didn't matter how high I was, I needed to get away from them. I don't even recall formulating a plan. I remember the main man saying, "We helped you, now you owe us," and slamming my knee into his groin. I may have forgotten that he was on top of me at that point. All I remember is running for my life into the very prickly bushes, not knowing where I was going, but desperately running away. The second man seemed a bit nervous about the whole thing and didn't do much except for touch me, while the other man held me down with the weight of his body. I met a couple of kind souls that calmed me down when I was completely freaking out, crying, covered in dirt and thorns, and they gave me a safer space. I didn't sleep well that night, as I could no longer trust the kind stranger, but I also couldn't find my camp. It was 10 yards away as I discovered the next day. To the two men who tricked me, trapped me, and would have done something inevitably bad to me, let's not meet again. Edit. I forgot to add this because it's a pretty intense memory for me, but I'm pretty sure that the only reason I got away was because they were on something. I hadn't even met guy number 2 before, so I don't know about him. But the one I did seemed crazed and very amped and high and out of it. And yes, I know the whole thing was stupid of me. I was not even a month into 21. with very little life experience. Several years ago, I had a very quick trip to Denver planned, 23 hours total, to visit a friend before they moved away. I was young, broke, and working a crappy entry-level job, so it was the best I could do with my one day off. I went straight from work to the airport and got into DIA around 11 p.m. I was bunking on the couch of an old college friend, and they lived 30 to 40 minutes from the airport. Fortunately, the light rail had recently been extended out to the airport, and my friend lived near the light rail line. I had taken the light rail often when living in Denver myself, but was not familiar with the newer additions. I barely made it to the train before it set off, grateful to not have to wait around for another half hour at that time of night. It was nearing midnight as the train pulled into a brightly lit Union Station. I looked around for my connection, but it was nowhere to be found, not realizing that the connecting line was not there. Fortunately, I was able to flag down security, and they pointed me in the right direction. A few blocks away, there was another brightly lit station, separated by roughly 200 yards. Unlike the stations, there were hardly any lights, just some light spilling in from either side, where the train platform stood. I was only traveling with a backpack, so I was able to move quickly, moving out of Union Station and towards the other platform, hoping I was going to make my next train. As I got further away from the station and my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noted a large figure standing in the middle of the sidewalk ahead of me. I quickly gauged my surroundings and realized there were no other paths unless I walked in the road. I decided to keep on the path and do my best to come across with a "I see you and I am not scared" attitude. As I drew closer, I could make out a tall, muscular man, probably in his 20s or 30s. As I got closer, I made eye contact to let him know that I recognized his presence, and he was already staring right at me, mumbling to himself. As I passed by him, I could hear what he was mumbling. He was not speaking to me, but instead he was speaking about me. And as I walked past him, he began to follow me. I began to walk fast, and he began to walk faster. All the while, he was saying things like, "Ooh, look at that body. She's so fine, I want to feel that body," along with other sexual and crude comments about me, all being muttered to himself. The second station was still another 100 yards or so away, and there was nowhere I could go in between. I pulled out my cell phone and rang my dad, desperate for him to answer. The call went to voicemail, but I pretended he had picked up. As soon as I began talking, the man spoke to me for the first time and said, "Ooh, girl, I didn't mean you no harm," and the footsteps faded back. I kept up the fake conversation for a moment longer before looking back, and he was nowhere to be found. Like I mentioned previously, I had looked around for places I could escape and could not find any. I am confident with his size, if he had done anything, I would not have stood a chance. I burst into the light of the station, barely made my train, and ultimately missed my stop because I was so shaken up and had to ride the train back around. I finally rested my head on a pillow at my friend's around 2 a.m., never to travel alone at night, and whoever the disappearing man in the street was, let's never meet again. I am a teenager who helps his dad out on the allotment. If you don't know, an allotment is like a mini farm. You can plant veggies, have animals like chickens or rabbits to care for, etc. This happened recently, and this still creeps me out. In the evening, my dad says we need to go to the allotment to feed our chickens, as he forgot to feed them earlier that day. It was around 8 p.m. when I agreed and went in the car and started driving. When we got to our allotment, which is like a 15-minute drive, it was already dark outside. Not a lot, but dark. I opened the gates to the allotment, let my dad drive in, and then closed them. As I was about to, though, I saw a black car outside. The car belonged to a guy that used to be chill with my dad, but they both kind of fell off from talking to each other. My dad said he was becoming more mentally ill as the guy had a divorce and got his kids taken by the mother. The guy lives on the allotment now, even sleeping there. Remember, there's other people too on this allotment area, around 20 other ones, but there was no one else except me, Dad, and the guy. After my dad parked the car, we got out and started getting the food for the chickens out of the trunk. While my dad was doing that, I looked at his ex-friend's allotment only to see him staring at us. It was dark, so I can only see a shadow of him, but I knew he was staring at us. I had a gut feeling, but I decided to ignore it. We went to the allotment, fed the chickens, and were about to go home until my dad almost forgot about something. He went to the shed at the end of the allotment to fetch something, and I was going to enter, but had a feeling to wait out instead. As I told my dad how much longer till he finds what he needed, I turned back to face our gate being opened. I didn't see it at first, but saw the guy trying to enter our allotment quietly. He stared at me and slowly closed the gate before just disappearing. I didn't react or say anything. I just stood there. I thought of telling my dad but didn't want to scare him or something. In the end, this isn't a horror movie where I should scream like a girl. When my dad left the shed, now we could go. As we were leaving, we heard a sound like an axe hitting wood nonstop. We knew something was wrong. We quickly walked to our car, started it, and went to the gate. I left the car, creeped out of the guy being around in the allotment. I quickly opened the gate and let my dad drive through. As I was closing the gate, I saw something that terrified me on the spot. The guy was just standing there, 20 m away from me, looking at me. I couldn't see any details but just darkness on him. He was holding something in his hand, but then he just moved and went into some bushes. My dad got out of the car to lock the gate. He looked at the bushes through the closed gate and rushed to his car. When we left and started driving, I told my dad if he saw what I saw. He said he saw him hiding in the bushes, squatting, looking at us. Dad said he saw him holding something too, like an axe or knife. We left terrified, but we tried to laugh it off, knowing we were probably close to being attacked, or worse, dead. We came back to the allotment at the same time around 8 p.m., a few days after what happened. We saw the guy's car in the allotment, and we knew we needed to be quick with feeding the chickens. As we did so, everything was going fine until, as we were about to leave, my dad stopped me and we hid over a blue shed. My dad told me he's there, he's in the bushes. My heart dropped. I told my dad where he was, and he said 5-second walk and we were done. We quickly ran to the car, closed it, and drove off. For a second I saw him. He had an axe. He wanted to sneak up on us, harm us. He wanted to kill us. So, this is something I've kept completely to myself, except for a confused call to my best friend the morning after to try and figure out if what I thought happened actually happened. Truthfully, the event that incited this incident was my fault, and also so stupid, so I think I've been too embarrassed or mad at myself to share the story. I had only been living in New Orleans for about 2 weeks the night this occurred, and while I'd never been to New Orleans once in my life prior to moving there, a decision resulting from my desperation to get a job out of college, I am from a similarly large metro area in the American South. So, I'm familiar with the dynamic of a city like this. One minute you'll see kids playing catch in the streets, and young couples walking arm in arm down tropically adorned sidewalks. And the next, dilapidated houses, still not made whole since Katrina and further degraded from Ida. Gang violence, young boys posted up on street corners, and unimaginable poverty tied to rampant drug abuse. In the end, it's just all about knowing where to go and which areas to avoid entirely. Anyway, I was driving home from running some obscure errand at night around 9:30 p.m. that caused me to drive through St. Claude. For y'all that don't know, This is certainly one of those neighborhoods that should be avoided, if possible. As I came upon a stop sign, right next to a small community center food bank place, I suddenly slammed on the brakes due to driver's instinct, before really even understanding why I did it. Standing there just feet away from my front bumper was a teeny tiny cat, its wide eyes staring back at me in terror, and it became briefly blinded by my headlights. That stupid cat. This is where my stupidity comes into play. I didn't really know where I was and how dangerous of an area it was, and without even thinking for a single moment, I stepped outside of the car to assess the situation, maybe see if I could help the little guy. I didn't even remove my keys from the ignition, as I figured I'd only be there for a tiny bit. Didn't even grab my phone from the charger. I figured I'd either be able to beckon over the little cat and help it, or watch it dart away before slipping back into my car and continuing on home. What I didn't realize when I knelt down on the pavement was that my clumsy butt was too close to the barely open car door, and when I stood up, of course, I bumped it and it immediately swung shut. No big deal, I thought, convincing myself that that door would be unlocked, only to feel my whole heart sink like a stone into my stomach when the door didn't budge. I didn't panic immediately. After trying all 4 doors and cursing myself for a solid minute for being such an idiot, I spotted a man sitting on the steps of the community center eating, and he spotted me. Noticing my situation and to my dismay, he slowly stood and came to the back of my car with his bag of Raising Cane's chicken, plopped it down on the hood, and proceeded to enjoy his dinner on the back of my Subaru. I'd already been there for a good 10 minutes by this point, so honestly the company of another person was relieving. I didn't look as helpless to passerbys with him there. After I explained my situation, he explained he could try to jimmy-rig the door open, and desperate to get back in, I agreed. It was useless, unfortunately, and I could tell he was just fiddling around. I trotted over to a small church across the intersection, where I spotted a few people closing up for the night. Sanctuary, I thought. Nice churchgoers have to help a woman lost and alone, right? Wrong. The man locking up looked straight through me, back at the man now clearly trying to open a locked car, shook his head and shot me a glance that said, "Do you think I'm stupid?" and stepped right into his unlocked vehicle. It was at this point that I felt the tears welling up, but quickly told myself to suck it up and walked dejectedly back over to my car. By the grace of God, the random stranger let me use his phone to call a locksmith, tastefully called Papa Lock, who told me he'd be there anywhere between 45 minutes and 4 hours. Great. After about 25 minutes of chit-chatting, the man informed me that his shift was about to start, and just as quickly as he appeared, he was gone. This is when the gravity of my situation really began to sink in, and I became acutely aware of my surroundings. Acutely aware of the men who had been circling the block on their bicycles during our conversation. I don't know about y'all, but I don't know many grown men who ride around leisurely on bikes after 10 p.m. just for the fun of it, especially not in the same big circles in the same neighborhood. I heard the distant squeak of the wheels, and before I could duck for cover, they lapped the block again, now aware that I was, in fact, utterly alone. They continued down the block, and I realized quickly that I needed to find somewhere to be by the time they returned. I swiftly walked towards the community center, where I'd planned on sitting on the stairs, but quickly realized it was entirely too illuminated, and I'd be making myself a beacon amid the darkness of the neighborhood. Plus, as I rounded the corner, I saw a tall man standing in total darkness along the side of the building, just staring straight forward facing the steps not 10 feet away from them. Getting desperate, I jogged over to the church, and hearing the wheels nearing again, I squatted down behind the big sign in front of the building. As I sat there in the dirt, I couldn't help it anymore and cried just a little bit. The combination of fear and frustration really put it over the edge. After a while, I didn't hear any more movement, and because my butt hurt from sitting on the ground and the bugs were starting to come out beneath me, I decided to move spots like some stupid game of hide and seek. I had spotted a fenced-off area that appeared to be a restaurant earlier, and after finding the door to be unlocked, I darted inside and latched it behind me, sighing with relief.
At that point, I situated myself at a table where I could peer through the fence at my car to see if the locksmith pulled up and waited. After what felt like days but was probably more like 2 hours, the horrifying realization dawned on me that I had only made one singular call to the Papa-Lock people and gave a vague description of the intersection where I was at. What if they couldn't find me? What if they had already driven past long ago and, not seeing me there, were long gone by now? I didn't know if I should keep waiting or venture back out in hopes of catching them if they were circling the block looking for my car. After about 30 minutes, I decided I would just have to go out there. The men were gone, and although it was a bad neighborhood, it'd just get progressively worse come the early hours of the morning, and I didn't want to find out. It is so painfully obvious in retrospect. But of course, the moment I left the safety of my little restaurant hideaway, those dang wheels began to round the corner. I literally could not have looked more out of place and vulnerable. I felt so exposed, but there was no time to go back across the intersection to the fenced-off area, and to get to the church, I'd have to run through the bike path of the two men. As I sprinted toward my car, a black truck rolled by, and to my horror, stopped just moments after passing me, put it in reverse, and began to roll slowly back in my direction. I almost resigned myself to my seemingly inevitable capture, assault, and God knows what as I watched it roll toward me. I pretended to walk away, as if I were not utterly aimless, trying to give off the impression that I wasn't locked out of my still-running car without any and all resources. The men on the bikes were so close now. Then, as if in an episode of CSI, the Papa-Lock truck rounded the corner. I instantly began waving my arms to flag them down, and as the truck drove off, my savior parked his van. Apparently, he had been looping around the area for 20 minutes, trying to find me, and was about to give up to go help another stranded woman. If I had stayed behind the fence, he likely would have, and I would have been left without any means of communication to call anyone else for help. The moment I got inside my beloved Subaru, I began sobbing at the click of the locks behind me. God, it was pure relief to be secured within a locked space. Even as I'm writing this now, I feel dramatic, like I was freaking out over nothing. But, in my recollection, working through the details does help to validate my experience. So to those men on their dinky little bikes, let's never meet again.
Hello everyone. Here I am, explaining what is happening to me, and I'll try to be as precise as possible. I've lived in the same neighborhood for many years. This is also the case for many people, which means that even if everyone does not speak to each other, we often know people, at least by sight. A year ago, I passed a guy on a street near my house whom I had never seen before, and I noticed him because he had a rather unusual physique. About 50 years old, tall, thin, emaciated face, dressed in a suit and tie. From the look of his face, he does not seem to be in good health. In short, nothing special so far. But what I have noticed for the past year is that there are times of varying length when he is everywhere I am. To give an example, last Wednesday I went to the pharmacy. He was behind me and he also went to the pharmacy. Thursday, I go to a neighboring town to do some shopping. I meet him in the street. Friday, I leave my house to go to the gym. He's in front of my house and walks part of the way with me before taking another street. This kind of thing can last several days, every day, then it stops, before I see him constantly for several days. He is constantly in a suit and tie, as if he was going to work, but I see him at any time, on weekdays, weekends, in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. I don't know where he lives exactly, but I know that he is not in my immediate vicinity. I never see him talking to anyone on the street. So yes, I know coincidence, most certainly. But I admit that in the end, I ask myself questions. It gives me a feeling of being followed, even if I may be exaggerating. Has this kind of thing or strange feeling towards someone ever happened to you? This story occurred a couple of years ago when I was working in my hometown. I got hired for a retail job in October of 2020, and it was my first ever job. I was one of those first-time workers who was heavily devoted to pleasing the boss for more hours. So as I had become better at my job, I would be assigned the sales section, which at the time was closest to our only entrance at the time, and faced all the people walking by the store. I had been assigned to this section for about 2 weeks. It was around Christmas time, so a few months into me being there, and I had already encountered one weird man who was either a dad or an uncle. Assumed because he asked me about buying children's clothes for Christmas, where I tried telling him that we didn't have what he was looking for. He followed up by asking me if I lived around the area, what else I did other than work, etc. I shot him down when I told him a blatant lie about me not having a phone number to give him, or any social media to give him either, because I'm not into that. I already felt on edge with this man, but what came a few days after had scared me. While I was working in the sales section, I noticed the men who wouldn't go with their wives into the store next door because of what the store sold, predominantly for women. I would notice a lot of men would wait for their wives outside the store, or maybe glance at me fixing clothes. However, there was this one guy who I didn't see have a wife or a girlfriend go into the store, but he was not simply giving me some glances. He was not hiding the fact that he was looking at me. I tried ignoring him because I felt incredibly weird when I made eye contact with a man, especially while working. However, I noticed this man was holding up his phone in a way where he was clearly taking a photo or photos of me just working. He held his phone with one hand clearly pressing a button near the bottom, and his other hand was cupping the front of the phone. Imagine how your parent would be taking a picture of you. He held his phone there for more than a few seconds and just smiled afterward. I told my boss later about it, and she asked why I didn't tell her about the man earlier. I explained that I was new to being approached in a work setting and tried justifying what the guy was doing. I truly don't know why he took a photo of me, since I was covered up because of how cold it was, and he was wearing a mask due to COVID-19. To this random man who was taking photos of me, I hope you deleted them, and I hope for my sake that we never meet again. Honestly, this is going to sound like the plot to a terrible movie. Listen, I was naive. Despite my abusive childhood, I was still too trusting. Looking back now, I'm like, of course. In the end, I'm just so grateful that I wasn't hurt physically. I'm a 37-year-old female, but at the time I was 19 and living on my own studio apartment on the first floor of a very shady apartment complex. I have at least 4 creepy let's not meet stories from just being a resident there for only 6 months. They all would 100% qualify for this subreddit. This story isn't one of those 4 stories. However, the fact that I was an 18-year-old female living on the first floor is important to know. Let me start at the end. I was at a downtown street party with my sister. As we waded through the crowd, I saw Peter, not his real name obviously, amongst the other partygoers. I hadn't seen or spoken to him for a few years. The second I saw him, that night, the creepy calls and the voice came flooding back to me. That's when I realized that creep that called me that night was him. Peter was 21 at the time and I was 18, and I were co-workers at a restaurant that we would have the same shift a couple of times a week. We were just starting to get to know each other. One night we were talking on the phone. It was storming. I joked that weird stuff always happens on night like this. I didn't think too much of it. We hung up around 10 p.m. Not 10 minutes later, I get a call from a private number. I answer it. The caller said in a raspy male voice, "I'm watching you." I hung up immediately. They called again. I didn't answer, but they kept on calling. I finally answered to tell them to leave me alone. They then said, "I'm watching you through your window." I yelled at them to leave me alone and hung up. I turned off my lights, checked the door lock, and huddled into a corner out of sight by the window. They kept calling, then stopped. I called Peter, scared out of my mind, but he didn't pick up. I figured he'd still be up, that's why I called him. I called a few more times. He finally called back some 30 minutes later. He fed me this story of how his mom went to the emergency room for a heart condition. I frantically told him about the creepy caller. He was adamant about coming to my apartment to stay the night, even though his mom was in the hospital. He did spend the night on the couch. The next morning, he drove me to school. No discussion about what happened the night before. Nothing. As time passed, I realized I didn't have romantic feelings for him at all. He did. Needless to say, we had a falling out, then went our separate ways. That night haunted me for years. Among other things, mostly I was paranoid about having open curtains. I was relieved when I moved from that apartment complex to a second-floor apartment, but that night poisoned my mind. When I saw Peter at that party, after my matured brain finally made the connection, I wanted to confront him. But all I could do was leave and never see his awful face or hear his voice again. I really hope that he didn't prey on other women the way that he did with me. I'd like to mention that I don't recall, but I could have told him about the weird maintenance guy for the complex and how I suspected that he entered my apartment when I was gone. Or I may have told him about a male stalker when I was 16, whom I never have found out their identity. So, he could have used this as a fuel to try to frighten me into his arms. Well, Peter, thank God your plan didn't work. And let's never meet again.
In 2018, I moved into a small 2-story property in England with my then boyfriend. It was in a quiet cul-de-sac with houses crammed together, all facing each other. I am very introverted and don't typically make a habit of socializing much with neighbors. Still, we naturally ran into a few and exchanged pleasantries. As you would, right? One of our new neighbors, Greg, was incredibly welcoming right off the bat. He was an older gentleman, the kind who'd stop you for a chat that would drag on until you made up an excuse for why you really had to get going. He shared local stories, asked about and took note of our birthdays, and even invited us around for a garden party where any and all were welcome. His house was directly across the street from where I lived, with his windows in clear view of mine. A couple of years passed by, and during this time my boyfriend and I split up. Although I never expressly shared this news with my neighbors, word must have gotten around with his car missing from the driveway. He moved out and left the country, but we stayed in touch regularly as friends. Having the house to myself felt lonely, so I got a cat to keep me company. He quickly became, and still is, my world. Greg would often flag me down to talk when he caught me leaving or returning to my house. Annoying, but I could live with it. I'd update my ex about weird little interactions with Greg, which we both found amusing to gossip about. One such incident was when Greg came to my door to hand over 2 of my parcels, one of which was a large table that he had yet to retrieve from his house. I had been raiding an Elder Scrolls Online at the time, doing a deathless speed run for an achievement. Given the time constraint in my game, I told him I'd leave the door unlocked so that he could simply put it by my door. I sat back down at my desk, put my headset on, and my group charged in at the final boss. I heard my front door opening, followed by the sound of my large parcel being placed down. Then footsteps approached me from behind. I peered behind me to see Greg standing there, eyes fixed on me. For fear of disappointing my raid group, I continued playing until we killed the boss, and then took off my headset. Greg's face lit up, and he went on to tell me how amazing it was to watch me play. I got the impression he'd never seen someone use a keyboard, let alone play games. He begged me to teach him and rambled on. He was clearly intoxicated, so I laughed it off and gave a non-committal response. Despite repeated attempts to politely make him leave, he could not be persuaded. He seemed disappointed when I walked over to my door and opened it to clearly signal it was time to go, but he left without further incident. In the UK, houses often have individual outdoor bins for trash, which have to be rolled out to the street the night before collections take place. You're expected to bring the bins back to your property after collection. I noticed someone kept bringing my bins back in for me. Was I blocking someone's car by being too slow to do it? Around the same time, I also noticed someone had been using my bins. I brought it up to Greg one time. He pulled me over to talk, and he said the same thing had been happening to him. Maybe it was petty of me, but I decided to tape an old phone with a surveillance app to my window, overlooking the bins to figure out who it was. Lo and behold, it was Greg. I chalked it up to him having run out of bin space after the local council moved from weekly to bi-weekly collections due to staffing issues. Although it bothered me, my desire to avoid confrontation won in the end. Christmas rolled around, and the COVID-19 pandemic was in full swing. One late evening, I heard a knock at my door and walked over to see who it was. I had no peephole, so I opened the door not knowing what to expect. Greg stood at my doorstep, which was not particularly unusual. I'd gotten all too used to his antics. I immediately caught a strong waft of alcohol, but he spoke before I had time to process. He told me he had a Christmas present for me and handed over a red gift bag with colored tissue paper covering the contents. I really want to give you a kiss on the cheek, but I can't. Not with this pandemic going around, he said. That gave me the heebie-jeebies, so I did all I could to politely end this interaction and retreat back inside. He held me up by rambling on about God knows what. I firmly told him that I was busy and needed to go. That's when he laid a hand on my shoulder, leaned in, kissed my cheek, and then walked off in the direction of his house. I closed the door and simply stood there for a few moments in shock. The present was odd. Underneath the tissue paper were 2 bottles of Belgian beer, a can of half-eaten Pringles, sour cream and onion, and a small plastic bag containing little chocolates. I recognized the latter item. A next-door neighbor with young children had come around to put these plastic bags with chocolate and a handwritten note, signed with their address, through everyone's mail slots a few weeks prior. It was a sweet gesture and probably something they came up with to keep the stir-crazy kids busy. Upon inspecting the re-gifted chocolates, I noticed he'd even forgotten to remove the note from the neighbor. This kiss and gift gave me bad vibes, and I regretted accepting it. I decided I was done being mispolite and resolved to be firm in my future rejections. On the second day of the new year, I was feeling lazy and ordered food delivery. A mere 5 minutes after receiving my order, there was a knock at my door. Knowing the delivery driver hadn't forgotten anything, I concluded this had to be Greg. And then it clicked for me. He'd often turn up immediately after anything was delivered to my door. He was constantly watching my house. Was he dumping trash in my bins as an excuse to hang around my house? He called out for me through the door. I felt too uncomfortable to answer and retreated upstairs out of view of the windows. Later that night, he came back and kept knocking, but once again I ignored it in hopes of him going away. The following day, I contacted the police to file a harassment report. I felt sheepish doing so. Was it really that bad? He was just a lonely old man, and I hadn't been firm enough. Upon being asked whether I wanted the police to speak with him, I told them I'd do it myself. I just wanted the report on file, in case anything else happened. I would later become grateful for filing the report. Greg turned up at my door a few days later, telling me how worried he was about me. I told him verbatim, "I think it's best if we don't have any contact going forward." His response was eerie. "I just wanted to be your friend." I held my ground, cut the conversation short, and closed the door. Finally, it's over, I thought. A year went by without incident. Everything seemed fine, with no knocks on the door or unwanted conversations while I was outside. One night in winter, I was leaving my house to get groceries. It was completely dark outside, save for a lamp post casting some sparse light onto the street. My driveway was at the side of my house, where the bins were stored. This driveway was blocked in by a tall panel fence to add some privacy, seeing as the kitchen window was directly next to it. You could see right into my kitchen and living room through this window. As I was outside locking the door, I saw a figure in the dark, slinking out of my driveway and behind the fence. I immediately unlocked the door and went back inside. It was dark. I could have imagined it, but my gut told me otherwise. Was there someone waiting for me behind the fence? Ultimately, I trusted my instincts and decided to forego the groceries for the night. I bought and mounted a motion sensor light to illuminate my driveway. The memory of the shadowy figure quickly faded in my mind, and the new light gave me some comfort that I'd at least be alerted if someone was lurking outside my window. A couple of months after the incident, I was in my kitchen getting some food for my beloved cat. The window was directly to my left, around 3 feet away from where I stood. As I dumped the cat food into a bowl, I suddenly became aware of my motion sensor light being on. I scanned the outside, not seeing anything, until my eye landed on something in the bottom corner of the window. I squinted, trying to make out what I was looking at. It somehow wasn't properly illuminated. I kept staring for what must have been 30 seconds. The light outside remained on. Suddenly, Greg pops up into view, directly outside. He'd been crouched down, peering in from the corner of the window. I'm normally someone who's cool as a cucumber. I never raise my voice or yell, but I truly lost it at that moment, screaming, "What are you doing?" repeatedly. He just stood there, then nonchalantly asked, "Are you all right?" I kept screaming, but now it was, "Why are you there?" He walked off into the dark. I immediately called the police. Typically, the police in England leave something to be desired, but I have to give them credit for how they handled the situation. They took my statement over the phone and gave me a reference number. I received a couple of phone calls with updates and was told they'd bring him to the station. I was also informed that he was known to the police for having previously followed young women. Sometime later, he was arrested at his property, in front of a wife I didn't even know existed. They did this to scare him, according to the officer I spoke to make a point. Sadly, he received nothing more than a police caution, which forbade him from being on my side of the cul-de-sac or contacting me. Still, it seemed to work. The window incident was the last real interaction I ever had with Greg. I did see him staring at me in the shower from his window one time when I forgot to close the blinds, but nothing else. I have since moved far away. So, Greg, you're gross, and now everyone in the neighborhood knows you're a creep. Let's not meet again, ever.
I had the closing shift, so I was alone. I was trying to get rid of a line. We closed in 5 minutes, and people kept coming in, so I announced only copies and prints. Shipments, which take 5 to 10 minutes each, were closed. I even turned someone else wanting a shipment away prior to this customer. This customer came in literally a minute to close with a big box. I saw her last in line, but didn't see the box as I was taking care of 3 customers at once. I looked at the clock, saw that it was closing time, and rushed to lock the door. I saw her box. I asked if it was a drop-off. All I'd have to do then was scan the label and give her a receipt. She said no, she wanted to ship it out. I said, "Sorry, we're not doing shipments now, we're closed." She didn't like that. She asked why she couldn't ship it out. I point to the door that showed the hours. "We're closed." She said, "No, you're not." Ah, one of those customers. I go back to the counter to finish with everyone else. She started getting loud, said that I'm a racist jerk. That's why I won't take her. I repeat, no, it's that we're closed, and told her to leave if she's going to be disrespectful. She countered that she will not leave. I said okay and tried to ignore her. She started cursing me out, cursing my mom out, cursing my non-existent kids out. I told her to leave several times. At this point, I will not take her regardless of what service she wanted. She got in my face several times, called me a punk, said she's gonna hit me, spit on me, knocked stuff over, called me a racist Puerto Rican jerk. If it matters, I'm not Puerto Rican. She even made an advance and laughed when I shielded myself. She did all of this in front of the other customers. Eventually, everyone else left and I was alone with her. It was well past closing time. Again, I told her to leave. Again, she said she's not going anywhere and kept calling me a racist. She said she'll wait until I leave so that she can follow me out, that she wants to know where I live. She kept getting close to the counter, getting in my space and following me around everywhere whenever I tried to move away from her. I called some coworkers from another store nearby to come over quick. I didn't want to be alone with her. She also taunted me to call the police, which I did because no duh. I stayed on the line with the dispatcher as I waited for the police to show up. She was still yelling and cursing me out the whole time I was on the phone, calling me all kinds of slurs and a racist. Then she took out her phone and started recording me. That set me off. I knocked the phone out of my face, told her to stop recording me. She screamed, smacked me in the face, broke my glasses and threw them in the trash. I told the dispatcher everything that was happening, and she said that she could hear, that it was a recorded line. The lady kept recording with her phone too, and made sure to shove it into my face several times, assuring me that I'm going on the internet, so everyone will know that I'm a racist. Police finally showed up. One took her outside and the other stayed with me to get our stories. My coworker then showed up and told the cops how he was watching the cameras from the other store and saw this lady acting deranged. Unfortunately, they weren't very helpful since the lady had footage that I knocked her phone. Therefore, I took action first and she could claim self-defense. We gave our statements. They left. I finally closed my register with my coworker's help and waited for my parents to drive the 40-minute commute to bring me my spare glasses, since I'm too blind to drive without them. In the end, I left the store an hour and a half after close. Thankfully, she wasn't waiting for me outside, and I didn't see her anywhere as I went to my car. Wherever you are, lady, I hope you feel better. Clearly, you're going through something and needed to get it out of your system through violence. But please, let's not ever meet again. Bigfoot is in the Shenandoah National Park. I grew up next to a drug lord / real estate mogul that owned large acreage adjoining Shenandoah National Park. One day I woke up and a bison was in my front yard. Hunters in the area started seeing large cats in the woods. Lions, tigers, and a caged polar bear was visible from the street that I lived on in 1995. The drug lord was importing exotic animals for a private zoo. Think Tiger King, but more meth. And many had in fact escaped into the Shenandoah National Park. Around July of 2007, I was chased by a Sasquatch, throwing rocks at me while hiking a private stream adjacent to the property and park. Around 2009, I received confirmation that the meth lord neighbor had in fact imported African great apes from the 1990s. 2017, War for Planet of the Apes debuted, depicting African great apes living in an American woodland park. A light bulb goes off in my head. Western Virginia and West Virginia are now a hotbed for quote-unquote Bigfoot sightings. I once met a lady who worked for a search and rescue outfit that covered Grand Teton National Park. She said there were essentially guys who had chosen to go live in the woods, including a medical doctor who was up there for 30 years, who would help out SAR sometimes by stitching up injured lost hikers, and telling SAR and Park Service if he'd seen people. Apparently, the Park Service looked the other way. Squatters in parks is a no-no, because this guy was useful, and he was definitely not the only one up there. As someone who works in a national park, there are definitely plenty of people off the grid that try to illegally set up in it. We find their camps often and tell them that they need a backwoods permit or to get out. One time, one of our officers found a camp well cared for that had to have been set up at least a month and a half ago. He spoke to the man at the site and explained that he needs a permit to set up anywhere. The guy explained that he had lost his housing and had to set up in the woods, and didn't realize he was in the park boundary. I think a majority of cases are just displaced homeless people living off the grid, but in no way would I dehumanize them and call them feral. I used to live in western Washington state in the United States. It is very woodsy. There's this one stretch of road deep in the Olympic National Forest. It goes around a bend and then you see up two mountainsides packed with trees. On one side we got out and parked and took a driving break. We walked a bit into the woods. So I have a strong sixth sense. Had it since I was a kid. I also have an irrational fear of inbred mountain men, a la the original Wrong Turn, The Hills Have Highs, etc. So we found a clearing maybe 100 yards on the tree line. It's a roundish clearing. We played for a bit and then it was going to sneak around the back of a tree in the clearing. On the opposite side of the tree was a symbol. Not one I recognized. Thought it was a kid possibly, years ago. But I started looking at the other trees and they all had marks as well. I started to feel a deep fear and a sense that we needed to leave. I'm lucky that my family and friends trust my judgment, but we had a lot of pushback from my younger brother. He dragged his feet and I was ushering us all back to the car. He's halfway between the clearing and the car. I was not watching him. I hear running and he's booking it to the car, screaming, "Go, go." He jumps in and we take off. I look out the rear view to see two scrawny men coming out of the woods. They looked dirty and their faces were crooked. I've driven by that spot 2 more times in later years, and never had the inclination to stop again. This is my only experience, but we stayed at a campground in Glacier National Park. It was our second night at the campground, and our friends decided that they'd stay that night at the site next to us. Owned by natives, and they shared a bunch of cool information with us about their family history and how centuries of their family have been buried on this land. It was fascinating. One night, I woke up to my boyfriend telling me, "It's okay, it's just the wind." And when I came to, all I heard was insane wind and our whole tent shaking. Our tent was on top of a Jeep as well. Literally felt like we were going to fly away. Montana weather is wild. Anyway, I ask him how long he's been awake, and he tells me quite a bit because something spooked him. He told me that about an hour prior to the windstorm starting, he heard footsteps outside of the tent. Little footsteps to be exact, like a child. Mind you, the hosts told us that their kids were all over 17 and 18 years old. My boyfriend said they ran back and forth a couple of times, and he kind of knocked it up to be a wild animal or something like that and tried to rest, until it came back, and he felt something mount the ladder. We have a tent that attaches to our truck for use at home as well. You can always feel when someone is on the ladder. As soon as he felt that, he said, "Hello," in a very stern voice, and whatever it was dismounted and ran. I tried to reason and say, maybe it was an animal. No, it wasn't. To bring him peace of mind. But we were both spooked at that point, and we were pretty restless. The following morning, we woke up and exited our tent. When we approached our friends, we asked how they slept, and most of them said good. Pretty normal stuff. We had not seen them nor talked to them since dinner time the night before. One of our friends said yeah, except his girlfriend psyched herself out and probably had a nightmare. And I asked what happened, and she said to me, "I swear to God, I heard footsteps going back and forth from the tent. They stopped for a bit and then came back, and the zipper started to move, and I shouted, 'Who's there?' She was definitely spooked, and my boyfriend and I looked at each other, and they all said, 'What?' Then we explained what happened. Long story short, we didn't stay a second night, and I honestly wish we did so I could talk with the hosts. Knowing they're native, the dead mean a lot to them. I wish I was able to ask, and maybe they knew or had an experience like this before. In my heart, I know it wasn't their kids, because if there really was that old, I'm sure they aren't that interested in scaring off business for their family. But also, little footsteps was prominent here, and no guests would let their child run around either. It was spooky, but I love spooky things, and I just wonder what it really was. I know this is going to sound creepy, but 2 days ago we went to Lake Tahoe to celebrate my birthday with my sister. We arrived there at 7 p.m., had checked in our hotel. My sister still wanted to go to the beach, so we did. We arrived the pass in going to Chimney Beach at 8:30. It was sunset. We had to walk for 15 minutes to go to the beach. There's only 2 of us in the water, but we can hear teenagers hanging out. Half a mile away from us, and 3 men preparing to leave a few miles from us. I felt uneasy at that moment while my sister was busy taking pictures. I felt like someone was staring at us or in the water. I don't know if I have the gift to hear and feel the presence of the existence of spirits, since I had a lot of experience ever since I was a child. But whenever I see the photos taken during that moment, it creeps me out. And I remember the feelings I've had when we were setting in the water during that time. This isn't the craziest thing I've seen on these types of posts, but it's still something that I can't explain. This past year, I hiked the Pacific Crest Trail. There was about 600 miles of the trail that I hiked and camped alone. One of these sections I was alone was in Northern California, slightly north of Shasta. I got to a beautiful spot and knew it was the best spot to set up camp. It was gorgeous, 360-degree views of woods in the valley below and mountains everywhere. I could see it raining on Mount Shasta, probably my favorite campsite in Northern California. I still remember the exact mile and have some footage of the site during daylight. I set up my tent, and after admiring the sunset, I went to bed. I could see outside below the vestibule when I was lying down in the tent. As I was trying to go to sleep, I saw a white light in the valley, maybe about a quarter to a half mile away. Not right near my tent or anything. I wasn't close to any towns. In the Sierra Mountains, south of this area, I would see an occasional remote cabin in the woods, so I just figured it was something like that. But there were no access points or dirt roads, no forest clearings, just thick woods surrounded by mountains. I looked at the light for a bit and tried to think of what it could have been, but this was pretty remote, so I didn't know. I was tired from hiking all day, so I didn't think too much of it. A little later, I looked out again and noticed another light. It was an orange light slowly circling the white light. It was slowly morphing in shape as it circled. I watched it for a long time trying to understand what I was looking at. It had a very calm motion, and it was almost mesmerizing. It wasn't like a lot of people's orb/UFO experiences where it darts around and then vanishes. I eventually fell asleep. It started raining around midnight, and I looked out of my tent and still saw both lights. One white stationary light and one orange morphing light. I woke up again around 4 a.m. and walked outside of my tent and it was still there. Same motion. I tried to get a video, but due to the distance and darkness, it looked like another crappy video that didn't show anything. I woke up around sunrise and looked for it, but both lights were gone. I didn't see these lights around sunset or sunrise, only in darkness. I know these would have been visible during sunrise and sunset too. I'm sure there's an explanation, but I genuinely have no clue what I was looking at, and I'm still trying to figure it out. Unrelated, but near that area I was walking to the right of the trail was some thick brush, maybe 5 to 6 feet tall. This was near Shasta Trinity Forest, maybe 1 to 2 days after the lights in the woods. I was hiking alone, and I noticed about 100 feet away from the brush was being flattened by something, and it was moving very quickly. It was approaching the trail, and was going to end up right next to me if I had continued my pace. I couldn't see what was flattening this brush, but it had to be strong. It reminded me of something you'd see in Jurassic Park. I assumed it was a bear. I still think it was. But I didn't want to surprise the bear and have a close encounter. I yelled stop and then it stopped. Completely. I remained still and waited to see what was going on, but it was completely still. And it was really quiet everywhere. Total silence. I got pretty unsettled and started talking to whatever it was while I walked by. I just kept things like, I'm going to walk by and be on my way, my friend. I hope you're having a good day. I kept walking and kept looking back, but nothing moved on from that point onward. Like I said, it was probably a bear. Black bears are generally like big raccoons and don't want to interact with humans. But I encountered a few bears, and they always ran away when I told them to get lost. After speaking with other hikers, I noticed I met a few people who said how Northern California was a little unsettling. The SoCal desert is very windy, and the Sierra Mountains have tons of flowing streams. Northern California doesn't have as many streams, or as much wind, so there's just a silence that pervades which can feel ominous, especially in the dark. That's my explanation for the feeling at least. But after going through the SoCal desert, Sierra Mountains, Northern California, Oregon, and Washington, Northern California was the only section that was a little unnerving to me. And I did portions of each of those sections alone also. My friend was on a solo backpack trip through Yosemite. He started talking to a guy he met about his trip. The guy said that he used to do solo trips often, but would never solo again after experiencing something horrific on his last trip. The guy said he was 2 days into a 6-day hike in the middle of the desolate wilderness when he came upon a dead man in a suit with a bullet hole in his head, and the body was very fresh. He never heard any gunshots, and he could not see signs of anyone else around. He was filled with dread and felt like he was being watched. He took off running back down the trail in the direction he came from. He hiked 2 days and 2 nights without rest back to the trailhead. He said the nighttime was the absolute worst. Every noise he heard and shadows he saw felt like something was stalking him in the dark. He told the authorities upon his return and never heard back from them. He wondered if maybe the man was shot and thrown from a helicopter. My friend said that he had to stay with a group for a couple of nights after hearing that story, and even cut his trip a bit short, feeling spooked. Somebody suggested that I post this here. This happened to me last weekend, and I'd really like to get some opinions and figure out what happened to me while camping in my van in Mount Rainier National Park. My memory of the night is very hazy, and piecing it all together has been difficult. I went to a van life meetup in Enumclaw, Washington over the weekend. This city is close to Mount Rainier National Park, and because I had already made the trip, I figured I might as well camp overnight nearby the park, in a dispersed camping spot in the forest. I brought some ingredients to make some asada tacos, downloaded some movies, and was ready for a nice cozy evening in my van, something which I do on most weekends in various campsites around the state. I hiked around the campsite, which was very nice for the large amounts of trash which was littered and actually made me really sad. The trail led to 2 fire pits not too far from where I had parked, and it ended at a quiet riverbank. It seemed like it was a spot that local teens might go to drink and smoke weed. There was even a log bench with the words 420 painted colorfully on its seat. I wasn't sure how recently people had been there, and there were open, half-drunk cans around the fire pits what seemed cold. I wasn't quite sure if this meant anything in the moment, but it was a bit on the warmer side outside at around 70 degrees. I decided that it likely wasn't an active camp and stayed. The spot wasn't terribly isolated. Every 30 minutes or so, someone would drive by to claim their campsites down the lonely fire road, some trucks, and even an RV. People like me, looking to spend time out in nature and who don't want to shell out the extra cash for a campsite. After exploring the area, I went back to my van and started to make dinner. I used a satellite communicator to check in with my friends and family, as I didn't have any service this deep into the forest. The sun was setting as I sat down to eat my tacos. I left my doors open to let air flow, and the cool breeze felt amazing. But after eating, and when it was quiet, I started noticing a sound in the distance. They sounded like gunshots, really almost like cannon shots. Deep, rhythmic booms echoing into the valley every few seconds. What accompanied those sounds was a still distant yet closer noise of a chainsaw in the distance. Now, neither of these noises are very uncommon to hear when camping on fire roads, to be honest. People in Washington love their guns, and it wouldn't be unheard of for someone to use a chainsaw to cut down larger chunks into firewood. Summer fire ban be danged. I also saw some campers start to leave, including an RV, which was particularly unusual. Finding a campsite for an RV can be hard, but it is especially hard to find one at night. The rule is to always find camp before the sun sets, and the sun had only just disappeared from the sky. Something spooked them, and I wondered if it would be wise to follow their lead. However, I had unwashed dishes on the counter, and I was in no mood to move. And so, I didn't. I did, however, triple check that all my doors and windows were locked before drifting off to sleep. That night can only be described as hazy and disorienting. I have very little memory of anything that happened, but the evidence that something had most definitely happened was very evident. I remember being awake in the pitch black of night, struggling to breathe. Not choking. My lungs were filling with air, but I remember the feeling of drowning. I remember the pleading desperation for air. I remember trying to see with my sight being wholly consumed by the darkness in front of me. I have a memory of trying to punch out a window to no avail. I remember making my way to the side doors of my van to open the door to breathe. And then I woke up in bed, and the sun was in the sky. I would have chalked this up to be a really bad dream, but the damage around me was evident. There was definitely a struggle. Some of my window blinds were sliced and ruined. One of my windows had scratch marks from the inside. Even the air vent on my ceiling was obliterated from the inside. My curtain rack was pulled down from the ceiling, which was screwed into a beam. I didn't think I was even capable of this. The van was well ventilated, so I'm unsure as to why I would have trouble breathing in the first place. My carbon monoxide detector was silent, and the van was well ventilated after cooking. I have no idea what possibly could have caused me to do this and ruin my lovely van. I saw no indication of any kind of forced entry, and all the damage was done from the inside, by me trying to get out, I guess. My knuckles were very sore. as were my feet, as I probably hit them hard on the various cabinets in the van on my way out. A pole that I used to prop up my canopy was strangely out of place in the middle of the floor and broken at the ends. I have never had any form of night terrors or sleepwalking before this, except for one incident, also nearby Mount Rainier National Park. A few months ago, my friends and I were driving through Enumclaw, trying to find a camping spot we might be able to post up at. It was nighttime already, and as I said before, finding camp at night can be pretty difficult. We were driving down the same road I had taken for my recent trip, and we had gotten a tip from a local about a mountain which had some pretty good dispersed camping. We were tired and hungry and just wanted to start setting up camp. We passed a few spots, mostly mud and rock, none too level and none too appealing. We decided to pick the least muddy spot we could find, and I helped them set up their tents. It was one of my first trips in my van, and I was excited to test it out. As we were setting up camp, we heard the wind blowing ominously through the trees, causing them to creak loudly, threatening us with a fall. And this particular area of the mountain was very unleveled in the most unsettling way, so we thus referred to this campsite as the ominous slant. When we slept that night, a few things of note happened. My friend Melissa claims to have heard squeaking noises, as if someone were wearing a latex bodysuit. She refers to the sound as the happy gimper. Kurt, her boyfriend, swears that he heard a bear that night. However, the worst of it was in the middle of the night. They both heard me yell bloody murder from my van. Kurt rushed out of the tent, tripping a few times in his haste, and rushed over to swing open the doors. But I was asleep. He asked what was wrong, and he thought that someone was attacking me. I had no idea what he was talking about. I have no memory at all of any nightmares preceding it or anything. I have no idea what any of this means. I've been on many trips in the van since with different people, and nothing like this has happened anywhere else. It has only happened when I've been in Mount Rainier National Park. To be honest, thinking about the feeling of drowning in darkness makes me very much not want to revisit the subject anytime soon. So I don't believe I'll be visiting the park anytime in the near future, or camping either. Mammoth Cave National Park is really special to me. I've hiked, backpacked, and simply drove all over the park. I've never been scared per se at the park, and while I have some crazy experiences elsewhere, it was always mudded at Mammoth Cave National Park. But I do have a couple of neat and brief anecdotes. One night I was walking a trail with no flashlight, just moonlight, and no shoes, and I hear the deepest, strangest growl in the darkest corner of Earth I'd ever seen. I hightailed it on my way back to the car. Also, my kids and I always see butterflies there. When my boys were little, they were telling me on the way to the park that we always see butterflies there because they know it's a safe place for them. We saw a butterfly that day. Fast forward a year later, I took the rare trip to the park with friends, no kids tagging along. When we left, a butterfly flew in and never flew back out of the car until we were inside the park limits. The butterfly caught a ride for a full hour to the safe place that my kids talked about. I visited Yellowstone National Park last week and decided to take our boat out on the Yellowstone Lake yesterday. This was our last day and wanted to end our trip on a high note. While we were loading our boat down into the launch pad, there were fishermen from Wisconsin catching trout, cutting them up and then throwing them back into the lake. This is a government job, an angler incentive program to manage the fisheries. One could tell how experienced these men were and knowledgeable about the lakes just by talking to them and watching them work in rhythm, as they probably had for several years. Basically, these guys knew their stuff. So, a couple of the older, bigger guys were kind enough to help us get our boat in. We're new to using this boat. The guys tell us to be careful. The water has big swells and it's getting windy. In a side conversation, an angler tells my dad about the bodies still lost on the lake and never recovered, including a couple of park rangers. The angler explains the water is too cold, and within 20 minutes hypothermia has set in. So again, he cautions us and we head out anyway. We didn't make it far. 3 to 5 foot swells pushed us back in. It was almost as if the angler was expecting our short return, and he helped us guide the boat back into the dock onto the boat trailer. He just smiled and said, "I'm glad you're back. It's bad weather out there." I felt I had to give you the background so you could see why I'm so curious about these missing people. Bodies in the lake, and park ranger bodies all believed to be at the bottom of Yellowstone Lake. However, I cannot find any information on these missing people and missing rangers. I asked other park employees and researched national park websites. Nothing. What are your thoughts? Does anyone know about missing people and missing park rangers at Yellowstone Lake? My girlfriend and I went camping with our dog out in the Olympic National Park near the HOH rainforest. We were out there for 3 days, and it was rain nearly the entire time. On the third night, however, it got suddenly clear, and you could see the stars with such clarity that it was astounding. My girlfriend wandered away into a dark clearing about 50 feet from the campfire, and after a few minutes tells me I need to go down there and look up at the stars in the clearing. So I leave her and the dog at the campsite and wander down a hill through some trees to a small clearing, and it is pitch black out there. I've got my headlamp in my one hand, and I'm really nervous to turn out the light, but I go for it anyways. As soon as the light's out, I look up at the sky, and not a second later I hear loud running coming right towards me, like some heavy jumping through bushes. I fumble for my headlamp and turn on the light in time to see 2 sets of eyes staring right at me just beyond the tree line, but I can't make out what's looking at me. I stand there frozen solid for what felt like 10 seconds before 2 elk bound through the bushes and run right past me through the clearing into the night. I was so shaken up from the adrenaline, I walked right back to my camp almost mechanically and had a beer. It was cool to see some elk. But man, was I scared. I had a really weird experience in Congaree National Park outside of Columbia last winter that brought me to these kinds of subs. It's a beautiful boardwalk that goes through the swamps and the cypress forest in them. I lived in Columbia, South Carolina, and frequented Congaree National Park, so I'm familiar with the area. I often would jump the fence and walk the boardwalk at night, as it's super peaceful to walk the swamp and hear all the wildlife. They never have a ranger or guard there after hours, so I was always alone. The last time I did this, in October of 21, I was taking my usual stroll with flashlight in hand. I should mention, between the insects and the frogs, the sound is loud, but then it completely stopped when I was about a mile in. I heard what I thought was my wife calling me from the trailhead, but she wasn't there. I was alone and she was out of town. I then heard water sloshing to my right and saw nothing with my flashlight. I chalked it up as being tired and kept moving. The wildlife started up shortly after and everything was fine. Maybe 15 minutes later, I noticed it got eerily quiet again and heard swamp water sloshing on my left, but this time it was more deliberate, like somebody walking. I was in a thick portion of the cypress and couldn't see more than 20 feet in front of me. And then I heard my wife's voice again. Again, she wasn't with me and was out of town, certainly not moving through a swamp at 1 a.m. I saw what looked like a human silhouette move between the trees for a split second, but it was off. Very skinny, pale, and taller than me at 6 foot. I noped out of there and ran the almost 2 miles back to my truck, and didn't slow down until I heard the wildlife again. Like I said, this is a boardwalk that's in a swamp in the boonies. Nobody is walking around in the water at night without a light, or ever. And I don't know of any animal that big that walks in bipedal pattern. And I've spent my entire life outdoors. I feel like I should add that I wasn't high or sleep deprived. I just like the woods at night. I was so freaked out by this that I came to Reddit and dove into some of the stories on this subreddit as well as others. I'm convinced that I encountered a crawler or a wendigo or something else that can mimic voices. There's no way some meth head was stumbling through the swamp miles from civilization that sounds like my wife. But then again, it is also South Carolina. My partner and I are avid hikers. Last July, we went on a trip and decided to camp at this spot that we love just west of Shenandoah. It's quiet, off the beaten path, and offers absolutely spectacular views of both Shenandoah and portions of George Washington National Forest to the west. The first day and evening of the trip itself were nice and uneventful, though we didn't sleep super well because of the humidity. The next morning, we decided to go for a hike in a portion of Jefferson Forest that we'd never been to before. It's comprised of ATV trails and about a dozen campsites, but has a trail that leads to an old fire tower we'd always wanted to check out. It was about a 45-minute drive from our campsite, mostly on back roads. When we got there, the first thing that stuck out to us was how empty the campsites were. We actually didn't camp there the night before, because we'd heard that the site is usually packed, and we knew we wouldn't arrive early enough in the weekend to get a spot. There were only 2 spots taken. In one was a desiccated tent and a bunch of garbage. It looked like someone had been there for a while, but it was deserted when we arrived. In the other, there was a young woman, I'm guessing in her late teens, setting up a small backpacking tent. There was a truck and one other smaller car in the parking area. We parked and started getting our gear together, and the woman approached us to ask if we knew where the trailhead was. I told her that we'd read that it branched off about 100 yards into one of the ATV tracks, but we weren't 100% sure which. Since I was getting such weird vibes from the place, I kinda hoped that she'd stick around and go with us to find it, but she just thanked us and took off in the general direction of the trail. We set off and walked up and down a few of the ATV trails until we found the walking path. We saw 2 ATVs shoot by us at one point, but otherwise didn't encounter anyone else, including the woman from earlier. It took us about an hour to get to the top of the mountain where the fire tower was. It's an old metal structure, and you have to climb a narrow set of stairs to get to the top of it. We got up, looked around, took some pictures, and started heading down. Honestly, the view was kind of a letdown. About halfway down, very suddenly everything stopped. The birds, the bugs, it was dead silent. And I don't know quite how to put this into words, but it felt like the ancientness of the forest was contorting and crushing us. I felt trapped and cornered in spite of the expanse around us. My partner and I looked at each other and wordlessly started to book it out of there. We started running back to the car, but the feeling only followed us. As we were rounding one of the switchbacks, we heard this unearthly shriek, like a cross between metal on metal and a choir screaming off key. And we saw something. I just got a glimpse of it before we blacked out. I don't know how to describe it, other than it looked huge, despite clearly not taking up much physical space, and moved in writhes and flashes. It didn't have a collar. It just felt like evil and emptiness. I probably only perceived it for half a second before my memory just completely gave away. When we came to, we were sitting in the car, and 2 hours had passed, double the length of time that it took us to get up there. I don't know if we lost consciousness or just somehow blocked those hours out. I learned later the exact same thing happened with my partner. Both of my cars were next to us in the parking lot, and there were still just the 2 tents at the campsite. The woman wasn't in hers, and it looked exactly the same as she'd left it. I think about her all the time, and have spent a ton of time trying to figure out if someone went missing around that time of our trip. It took a few months for my partner and I to talk about that day. Some of the stories I've seen posted here have made me feel so much less alone. We still love to hike, but honestly, I haven't been able to in the Appalachian forest since this happened. I'm curious if others have had other experiences like this. My buddy and I served together, and we liked to plan camping and hunting trips ever since we got out of the Army. We decided to check out Buffalo River National Park a few years back, when I first exited the service. This place is amazing, by the way. There are old abandoned mining towns and mining shafts, along with 1,000-year-old ancient cave shelters used by Native Americans. Definitely check this place out if you haven't been already. We decided to do a wintertime camping trip off a tributary that feeds into the Buffalo River. Maybe a mile hike in, but many of the areas of this park are remote. We built a campsite on these stone cliff terraces overlooking the tributary, and had a pretty ordinary experience, besides how cold it was, until our 4th night. It was snowing on and off, so we had a tarp over our fire. In hindsight, this was not such a great idea, because we were definitely getting smoked out. But because of this, my friend decided to go to bed early. I decided to stay up and keep the fire going as long as possible for coals in the morning. After about an hour of me tending the fire, out of nowhere we heard a shrill woman's scream in the night, followed by a man's voice yelling, "Hey, hey, hey." We were positive we were the only ones out there. There weren't any trails nearby as we dead reckoned to this camping spot, and since it was winter, the tributary was very low, so that negated the possibility of people recreating on the water. This was also around 12 a.m. at night. My buddy asked if I had heard that, and I said absolutely. We always camp with protection. Both of us carry pistols, so we weren't that worried. But during and after what we heard, we didn't hear sounds of movement. No brush crashing, just the shrill woman-like scream, and the man's voice yelling "hey" 3 times. We rationalized that maybe it was a mountain lion. We read that they can sound like a woman screaming. We also checked on Google and at a ranger station to see if anyone had reported a mountain lion incident in the area. Nothing was recorded. Heck, I'm not even sure there are mountain lions in Arkansas, but I wouldn't be that surprised if there were. Anyway, we ended up staying one more night after this without any further incidents. Just thought I'd share. This was a truly wild experience for both of us, and I still can't really explain it to this day. We spend a ton of time outdoors, and this is the only time we've ever experienced anything like this. About 3 months ago, I posted my experience backpacking in the Allegheny National Forest and hearing drumming, which I'm chalking up to actual people banging on drums now. This weekend, we returned to the same trail system, Minister Creek. We set up camp at a different site, about 3 miles north of where we stayed the last time. The evening was uneventful, and we went to bed in individual tents at around 9:30. At about 2:30 a.m., we were woken up by a huge boom. It wasn't a gunshot. Sounded more like a black powder cannon going off. Echoed throughout the valley. We came out of our tents and discussed what we all heard. A little on edge since it was so close to us, but eventually tried going back to sleep. The boom really has nothing to do with what happened later, but it was just a weird night. As I'm laying in my tent, unable to sleep, staring at the ceiling, I kept seeing shadows on the tent walls. I would swear I'd see a silhouette of a person walking towards the tent. but as I'd look at it, would disappear as quickly as I noticed it. I decided that I'm just seeing things and closed my eyes, eventually falling asleep. Next thing I know, I'm being woken up by a young-sounding female voice saying, "Dad, Dad, Dad." I jolt awake, unsure of what I actually just heard. So I'm laying there. Check my watch, which says 5:13 a.m. Wide awake at this time. And about 30 seconds later, right next to my tent, I hear very urgently, "Dad? Dad?" There was something off about the voice too. It was just creepy. I got major chills, like nothing I've ever experienced. Now A, my daughter didn't come with us, and B, there were no females in our small group. It's pitch black out. I see no flashlights, no more light from the fire. I'm trying to rationalize what I'm hearing and set up in my tent, thinking maybe a camper from another site wandered into our site thinking that she was at her dad's tent. I unzip my tent, shine my flashlight out, and catch a glimpse of a black bear walking off into the woods. I uncontrollably at this point let out a huge "oh crap," waking up the rest of my group. Bear didn't care and just walked off into the darkness. So of course we're searching around with our flashlights and find nobody else around us. The whole experience was just crazy. What did I hear? Do black bears make noises that sound like a girl calling for her dad? Was it a ghost warning me that there was a bear in our campsite? A guardian angel? Or did I have some sleep disorder-induced auditory hallucination that just so happened to perfectly coincide with a black bear roaming through our camp? Either way, both of my experiences overnight backpacking in the Allegheny National Forest have been pretty weird. Now, I'll start with saying this story isn't very climactic. So if that's what you want to read, I'm sorry. This doesn't have that dramatic of an ending, or much of anything, just seeing if anyone has had some similar experiences near abandoned buildings or, better yet, an Ohiopile. So about a year and a half ago, my girlfriend went down to Ohiopile State Park. We frequented there as we live an hour away, and it's one of the best parks within a day's trip reach for us to hike and swim and mushroom hunt and explore in general. So the one day we got bored of the normal hiking areas and places we've been, so we decided to drive around the back roads deeper into the woods of the park. No map, just deciding which way to turn when we got to intersections and going from there. We pass a random old cemetery that I remember, and it couldn't have been a mile or more down the road when we noticed a more dirt/dilapidated road with a chain in front of it, so cars couldn't go into it. So we decided to park the car and go explore the trail in that area in general. There were no signs for no trespassing reports or anything like that, so we continued on. I'll never forget the eerie feeling that I had as soon as we made it onto the trail/road. Just a general sense of you shouldn't be here. But I don't listen. My girlfriend seems intrigued. There's no one around at all, and it seems like a beautiful, secluded area. So we head back some more, and we noticed up a cut-off, an abandoned visitor center. So obviously we had to go check it out. I have a picture of it, which I can post in the comments once I find it. So this is where things start to get really creepy. About 100 feet away from walking up to the building, that alarm in my head that's going, "you shouldn't be here," has intensified immensely. But I was curious about the building still. My girlfriend at this time is freaking out internally. She wants to leave as she feels uneasy and unwelcome to where we are as well. I want to explore the building because I love abandoned places. In that time of walking up, I realized that the woods went silent. I don't hear bugs anymore buzzing around. No chirps of the birds. Not even branches swaying in the wind. We get up to the building, and my girlfriend is pleading that we go back. And I said, "Let's just take a step in and we can go." I'm approaching the stairs to the door from the left side, and no joke, straight out of a cheesy horror movie, a bird out of nowhere flies into the window of the building, and not 5 seconds later, I heard what sounded like either a log or very large branch cracking on the other side of the building. And I'd like to clarify, there was no way it was a small branch or twig. It sounded almost like a tree breaking directly on the other side of the building. I pulled my pistol out and walked quickly backwards, facing the building, and told my girlfriend to walk as quickly and quietly as she can back to the car, and we hopped in and left as quick as the car would go into drive. So for my question for this whole mini-story, here's some facts about the area and stuff in general. Natives did used to live in this area way back when. Black bears do reportedly live in the area, but you don't see them too often, and I've never seen one there. But like I said, it's a possibility. Second possibility that came to mind was another human. But the thing that broke the branch did not sound like a human walking over a branch and breaking it. So, what made me think of this time was I've recently gotten into Appalachia folklore and stories and reading about Wendigo, SW, crawlers and such. So, for my question, has anyone had any similar experiences in PA or in general? And if so, what else happened? Or what do you think it could have been? Thanks for reading. It's been in my mind the past week after reading about those creatures, and the only real correlation I can make is the woods going still, and that feeling of dread. When I was younger and more ambitious in my early teens, I loved to explore the mountains of my home village in the gates of the Arctic National Park. I knew about how dangerous the caves could be in the mountains, and never liked to go near them, but I loved waterfalls big or small that fell from great heights in the summer. One year, I had just received a Honda Foreman 500 as a gift from my mom. I rarely receive physical items as I'm not much of a materialistic person, but I do enjoy getting vehicles that I can use for hunting as presents every now and then. Usually they're older models, so they aren't as expensive as the newer models, but I love them just as much, and I take care of them as best as I can. Anyway, I was driving my new Honda through an old trail that I only knew of as a snow machine / snowmobile trail in the winter. I had recently learned about the summer trail, and I decided I would go and explore the valley it led to. While driving, I began to have the eerie feeling of being watched. The hair on my body stood on end. On the side I felt like I was being watched from, so I knew where to glance at as I drove. I did my best to keep the old rocky trail, and I began to glance over to my left as frequently as possible. I think that as a hunter, I have developed a better sense of when I am being watched, and it seems to pay off quite a bit in the wilderness up here. As soon as I looked over, I would scan the willow thickets. As I did, I noticed a dark figure keeping up with me. It stood tall, what I presumed to be about 8.5 feet tall, and was keeping up with me as I was going 25 miles per hour on a fairly smooth but rocky trail. I kicked the Honda into a higher gear and sped up. I only stopped feeling like it was just right there after I left the willow thickets. When I was able to, I looked back and watched the willows again. Keep in mind, these are diamond willows that stand about 10 feet tall, and I started to see the figure again. It was nearly as tall as the willows, and it brushed right through them with ease, as if it was phasing through them or something. I haven't returned to that trail in quite some time, but I would like to return with my cousins to see if we can get some videos and pictures of whatever it was. I grew up in Orange County, California. There were some real wild areas around us, believe it or not. In high school, we went out to this place called Black Star Canyon in the Cleveland National Forest. Big, densely wooded area of oak that stretches from OC to San Diego, almost to the border. Even contains Marine Corps Base Camp Pendleton. Anyways, we had been told that it was haunted growing up. Turns out, true story, there was a tribe set up there that was slaughtered in the 1800s by hired fur trappers because they kept stealing the Mexican ranchers' horses for meat. Enough said for a bunch of dumb high schoolers. So we planned a night hike to this place. My friends and I did stuff like this all the time, but I consider myself pretty skeptical, and luckily most of us were pretty level-headed. This area is pretty well known for mountain lions too, so we were all on guard and in agreement to turn around at any sign, even if one of us just wanted to. So the way the trail works, you park at a forestry gate and start to walk along an old asphalt narrow road that's mostly dirt from when there were sparse houses in the 50s and 60s before the floods washed them out and the land was committed to the National Forest Service. Eventually, turning to full hiking trail. Along this road is a line of barbed wire, as well with all kinds of signs warning you not to cross. So here we are, typical idiots walking a road on a hardly slivered moon pitch black night, and midnight, and not using our flashlights to add to the flare. Well, as we go and venture deeper and deeper down this road, which we'd never been on, mind you, I keep seeing what appears to be a cowboy leaning on a wooden fence post, holding the barbed wire, just kind of leaning on it, but distinctly looking at us. I'm talking full-blown cowboy-brimmed hat, just leaning, but it's just a silhouette out of the side of my eye, and every time I look straight on, there's nothing. I'm telling myself that I'm logical and push it off as a trick of the eyes to keep my cool, but I keep seeing this guy every 10 or so posts, but I don't say a thing to the guys. We get to the point where we've been walking for over an hour, and debate on heading back just because of the time. Just then, my friend goes, "Yeah," and I keep thinking I'm seeing a cowboy along the fence line. I no crap felt my stomach drop out of me. I couldn't believe it. These were plain wooden fence posts, maybe a typical 4 foot or so tall, with mostly fields behind them. No way that looks like a person. So I open up about it also, and we all agree to turn around. Just then, my other buddy starts flipping out, ripping his shirt off, screaming about getting stung. We're all kind of confused looking at him like he's crazy, but he insists that a bee or something just stung him. So we turn our lights on his back to look and watch as 3 distinct scratches form, stretching from one shoulder diagonal to the opposite hip, even drawing blood. We were done, needless to say, after that, but made it back to the car without further incident. You can probably argue the shadow was coincidence in the dark, and shapes playing tricks, sure, I'll give you that. But throw in the scratch in a way that we watched happen right as we're discussing this jerkhead ghost boy, and in a way that he couldn't do to himself, and none of us standing in a circle did it to him? Okay, there's something going on. This area ended up being used by Jack Osborne's show, Haunted Highway, in his pilot episode. It's pretty cool, and I've been back since, but only in the day. California has more to it than you'd imagine. This is just one story of many that I've experienced out there. So hey guys, this is a long story kind of. I've lived at my current house in North Carolina for about 3 years. When I first moved in, I had all kinds of weird encounters at night. I would be outside burning off tree limbs and things like that. I always felt like something was watching me. After the first few nights, I heard what sounded like someone calling for help, very muffled from the woods that surrounded my house. I shrugged it off. After a few times of that, I was walking the tree line and looking for more wood to throw on the fire. Keep in mind, this was at about 1 to 2 a.m., and I had a 30-30 shell thrown at me. I don't own a 30-30, so I thought it was very weird. Anyway, this goes on for a few months until my ex came in and we brought our kids in the house to live. My ex had chickens and a pig that got out of their enclosure and were killed. She threw the carcasses into the woods. I know, I don't know why she did that either. But after that, all the spooky stuff stopped. No more eerie feelings, no noises, nothing. Now, fast forward to last month. I've since gotten a new girlfriend, and she takes our dogs out in the early morning hours before she leaves for work. I leave the house at 4:15 a.m., so it's probably about 5:30 a.m. or so when she's out with them. Twice in the last 2 months, she's seen what she described as something large and pale in the wood line. The first time was last month. It saw her and hurried off. This morning, as she was walking the dogs, our large dog was barking like crazy, and she knew it was this white creature again. She said it moved like it was scuttling, larger than a deer and on all fours, but almost like what a human looks like running on all fours. As soon as the dogs got a good look at it, they began trying to run back into the house. She and the dogs flew back inside, and she got ready to leave for work. She didn't see anything else so far, but I'm just wondering what's up. What could we do? What does it sound like? All the other encounters I've had never saw a physical form, only noises and eerie feelings. According to her, this thing has moved closer to the house up the wood line. I'm just kind of lost. I doubt shooting at it would be any help. Any advice or theories would be welcome. Around 2 years ago, one of my friends was moving from Appalachia region to Florida in a few days, and we decided to go catfishing before he left. We didn't catch anything that night on the river, and we left at around 2 to 3 a.m. On the drive back, we hit a fog. I remember the window was cracked because I was smoking a stogie. My friend was half asleep in the passenger seat but still conscious. I had just looked up from changing the song on my phone, and right in front of the car was what I can only describe as a shadow being. It was tall and stood on 2 legs. It had no color or details, just a black void in the shape of an upright silhouette. It was right in front of my headlight too, and it still didn't show any detail. The thing about this whole experience that terrified me the most was right after it passed us. It smacked the weeds and tall grass on the side of the road, and it made such a loud sound because of how fast it was moving. Hearing that noise after what I had just saw sent a chill down my spine. My friend and I didn't say much, except to confirm to ourselves that we had indeed saw what we had saw. An Appalachian shadow man. I've never seen something like that before nor since. Please comment if someone has seen something like this. It would be interesting to get more insight on what I saw that night. A group of 4 men were staying in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, and they were going fishing and camping at night. They were avid outdoorsmen, big and buff men matching the lumberjack aesthetic. They live outdoors in the boonies and always have. Their families stay behind at camp that night, while the men took their John boat out to catch the next day's meals. They get pretty far from their families when they decide to pull off a shoreline. It's pitch dark outside while they're setting up their chairs and lights. As they're setting up, they start hearing something pacing the tree line behind them. They shine their lights and catch red eye shine watching them. They're a little weary of this but continue setting up. They've seen just about every predator there is out there. They're alert, but they aren't scared. They continue getting their gear ready when they start to hear growling from the other side of the tree line. They shine their lights, and there's a second pair of red eyes. Now they're unsettled and begin to pack their stuff up. One of them stays up as a watch and keeps their lights between the 2 animals in the woods. By this point, both the animals are growling and making huffing noises. They're almost done packing the gear. They have, when a massive black rock flies over their heads and into the water. Now they're really put off and start throwing things in the boat. They have about half of the stuff in the boat when one screams and points to the tree line. They describe the creature as being inhumanly tall, covered in hair, very muscular or just broad and big, and having a face more like a wolf. The creature is now screaming at them as it's slowly advancing towards them. The men are horrified and ditch their remaining gear. When they manage to get the boat out into the water, they all shine their lights back to the shore and can see the rough shape of now two creatures both the same in shape and height. The men who are telling this story are literally sobbing and struggling to get their words out. They get back to their families at camp and immediately order everyone to start packing up. They don't tell their families why, but they can obviously tell that something is seriously wrong. This is obviously a Michigan Dogman story. These men were so scared of something out there, they went as far as to move to the suburbs and cities. They were so scared their own homes didn't feel safe anymore, and they never went camping again. The fact that these families were raised outdoors and these men spent 99% of their lives out there living off fish they caught or animals they hunted made this very believable to me. They were crying and shaking while telling this story. I'm not saying at all that men can't cry, but big macho lumberjack looking men all crying in front of each other and barely being able to get out the whole story was enough for me to believe them. I don't know what they saw, but I believe that they definitely encountered something. I was casually road hunting in Texas, mainly with my buddy listening to the radio with him driving. As we slowed for a fork in the remote dirt road, I saw something running at my car from the side, right where the light and dark met. I was too shocked to say anything or shoot. The definition of deer in headlights. He glanced over and saw it, gunned the engine, and it missed its intercept with us. I guess it was the size of a wolf. Short hair, shaped kind of like a hyena, fast like a cheetah, real fast, and had the run mechanics like a jackrabbit. No idea what it was. I joked that it was my chupacabra sighting. As I think what it could reasonably be, I think kangaroo or greyhound. Most likely a trick of the imagination, but my friend saw it too. I've seen other wacky stuff, but they were explainable. More than anything, I just wish I had an explanation for it. By the way, it was 30 years ago, about 1 a.m. near Zephyr, Texas in the summertime. Regardless, it gave us a good spook. I was on my way to go camping and had just crossed the Mackinac Bridge to get to Michigan's Upper Peninsula. It was storming and just started pouring buckets of rain. It was the kind of rain that forces you to put the windshield wipers on full speed, and you still have to slow way down and strain your eyes to see. While driving up a hill, my daughter and I saw a man standing in the middle of the road. There was not great visibility with the sheets of rain, but we both pointed out the man standing in the middle of the road, and we were worried he would get hit by a car. He turned and bent, and then it was not a man. It was a huge black dog. We both thought it was a man at first, and then it was a dog, and I can't explain it. It could have just been the combination of looking up from the bottom of the hill in the rain. I think it's odd that my daughter and I both thought that we saw a man standing up at first, and then it was a dog. I stopped on one side of the road to help it, and so did a man on the other side in a truck. I'm a dog groomer, and always have slip leads in the truck. I love dogs, and always stop to help when I see one in the road. But I hoped that someone else would be able to help it because my truck was stuffed with camping stuff, and the only place it could go in my truck would have been the front seat with my daughter and me. It was still in the middle of the road looking back and forth between the man and I. I was a bit surprised to see how big it was up close. I felt uneasy and intimidated by this animal. It looked almost like a black German shepherd, but much bigger, and also wolfish. I've been around a lot of big dogs in my profession, and if I had to guess what breed it was, I would say a wolf hybrid. The guy yelled over asking if it was my dog, and I yelled back no. The dog was still in the middle of the road looking back and forth between the man and me. In my head, I was repeating, "Don't pick me, don't pick me," over and over, because A, I had no room in my truck and didn't want a giant strange dog that I thought was a person at first next to my kiddo, and B, it gave me the creeps. The man then yelled, "Here boy," and patted his leg, and the dog ran off to him. Seeing the dog was being taken care of, I got back in my truck and got back on the road towards our camping destination. My daughter was telling me how it looked like a person standing in the road, and then when it turned, it was a dog. We were both very confused. If it had just been me, I would think I was driving in the rain and my imagination, but my daughter saw it as well. It may not be paranormal, but it was definitely an interesting experience. I was trying to sleep in a camper van with my boyfriend in the woods of Tennessee back in the 80s. We pulled way back into the woods on an old logging road. We parked and were putting our sleeping bags down on the back when we heard a weird noise. We turned off our lights and just sat there listening. At first, I thought it sounded like tropical birds, but really, really loud. Like, really loud. And then it sounded more like monkeys. And we could tell that it was more than one or two, and they were moving towards us and spreading out like they would surround us. My boyfriend said something like "F this" and jumped into the driver's seat. The Volkswagen camper was a 1972 camper, and it was his baby, but we flew over the huge ruts in the dirt road. It didn't make any sense to me what happened that night, until I started listening to Bigfoot podcasts about 20 years ago. I've checked, and there are sightings on BFRO right in that area. I think we interrupted a hunt, and they were hooting and barking and trying to scare us off. It worked. It's funny because this boyfriend was a big daredevil. It used to scare me how he'd get on his bike and draft off vehicles on the highway, or he'd stay in a place with a hurricane coming. I saw that he was just GTFO, and it made an impression on me. Occam's razor. There weren't exotic birds that turn into apes in the Blue Ridge Mountains. I didn't see them, but they sounded like some of the recordings on the Sierra Sounds. They are really the best explanation for what we heard. Pranksters could never have been so loud and fast, running through the woods in the dark. I was deployed on the Eisenhower back in 2020, and we were out for around 8 months. It was the start of the pandemic and we couldn't go into any ports, so it was all sea time. We were coming back in June, crossing the Mediterranean between Greece and Italy. I was out having a smoke in the pit. It was just me and another sailor who I didn't know, but I knew where he worked because he was a green shirt from air. I was facing the outside of the pit towards the walkway and door, which was a closed water / airtight sealed door. He was on the other side by the capstan. Well, when I was halfway through a cigarette, I heard a voice singing, harmonizing out towards the water. I knew it couldn't have been the other guy because he was built huge with a deeper voice, and I doubt that he messed like that because he said that he heard it too. We both seemed to have a strange want to look over by the water, but couldn't see anything. But we did hear splashing like someone swimming out in the water. It was pretty late too, around midnight. I believe that I may have encountered a siren out in those waters, and it's one of my favorite stories to tell when asked about my time in service. A few years ago in South Alabama, I lived across the street from some pretty dense woods. I would often walk around them in the day. It was such a beautiful place, but I always felt a certain level of uneasiness when I was out there. I was used to being in the woods, but in that area the feeling was just off. It took me a bit to notice, but even though there was a decent population of birds where I lived, there were never any in those woods. After about a month of going into the woods on a nearly daily basis, I had developed a routine where I would just walk fairly deep in the woods until I reached this flat area with 4 trees overlooking a drop-off, and I would just chill there for a bit before walking back. Well, one day I made my way to that spot, and there was what I assumed to be an old metal sign or something on each of the 4 trees. They were rusted and weathered to the point where you couldn't read what was on them. But why only on those trees that I always stopped at? Why not any of the others? And who could see me stop there? That freaked me out enough to not go back. But what sealed the deal was just a few nights later I was in the kitchen with my at-the-time girlfriend around midnight, and we suddenly hear screaming coming from outside. It was so loud that we thought it was right outside. We flipped the porch light on and saw nobody was there, so we walked out, and when we did, we realized that the screams were coming from the woods. And it wasn't like one person screaming. It was multiple, all at the same time. These haunting, moaning, blood-curdling screams that sounded like people, but at the same time sounded so inhuman. I thought maybe it could be a bunch of foxes or bobcats, but I'm familiar with the sounds that they make, and those were not this. To this day, I'm unsure of what it really was out there, but one thing is for sure. I'm done with the woods. This was back in the late 90s, when myself and 2 of my friends were staying at their vacation home down on one of the local rivers. The house, think 3 small bedrooms, a setting room and kitchen, and a small external bathroom, is on a privately owned island, not theirs, which is used for cattle grazing, and is about 3 to 4 square miles in the area. It is accessible by only one dirt road, which takes all of about 30 minutes to travel down, as it bends and winds through dense cypress swamps full of alligators and marsh plains. Along the road there is one other house. Just as you get onto the island, which has long been abandoned, this old 2-story plantation-style home was supposedly abandoned when the owners, a married couple, child, suffered a fatal accident, and they couldn't stand being there anymore. Aside from my friend's house, the cattle farmer's home, and one other vacation home, the abandoned property is the only other structure. Well, my friends and I were out on the dock doing some night fishing, trying to land a shark or something to throw on the grill, but we hadn't had much luck. The river was as smooth as glass, which was really unusual because of where the dock is. The current there is usually very strong, even during the tide shift. We sat and chatted, waited for a bite up until about 11 p.m. Then off to our right towards the coast, we heard a loud tone or wail, which sounded like a mix between a ship's horn and maybe a wolf howl or something similar. An important note: the island is by car nearly an hour from deep water access, and probably more from actual ocean, so the likelihood that the sound was a large ship is very low. So anyway, we were startled by the sound, and even my friend, who had been spending his summers there since he was in diapers, had never heard the noise before, and he was bothered by it. So we decided to pack it in, since we weren't catching anything anyway, and had nearly gotten all of our equipment back to the house when my second friend heard it. Coming from down the road back towards the island access was what sounded like either a cat meowing or a child crying. We all stood in silence listening, and trying to figure out what it was and where it was coming from. After listening for about 5 minutes, we decided to hop in the truck and drive down the road a ways, with the windows down, so we can try and find what was making the sound. What started out sounding like a cat was made clear as we got further up the road. That was not the case. We could clearly hear a child, and it sounded like it was saying, "Help me." We drove very slowly, calling out, and we'd wait a few minutes and hear "Help me" again, but always further up the road, towards the swamps and the old abandoned house. We were seriously freaked out, because if there was a kid out there, why would they be going away from our calls and light into the swamp? We nearly made it all the way to the abandoned house when the sound just stopped. We waited for nearly an hour and never heard it again. We marked it up as nerves and headed back to the river house, assuming that it had been an animal after all, and that we were probably just imagining it saying words. Well, after we had gotten back inside, we settled in for the night and started hearing it again, but as time passed, it came closer to us. We went out and called again, and the sound would come closer. This went on for hours. Well, we decided we would try one more time to see if there was a kid lost or something. Again, important to note, we are miles from the next nearest people, and the noise sounded like a child. Think a 4-year-old. But once we got out to the truck again, the noise stopped. It's now nearly 3 in the morning, and we had been out in the sun fishing and swimming all day, so we were all tired, and after driving around a bit, calling out again, with no luck, we decided to give up. We get back inside again and get into our beds. Then we hear it clear as a bell, "Help me," right outside the house. But it sounded so strange, like it was an echo, if that makes sense. Like it was close, but far away too. And like crap if any of us were brave enough to go commando and leave the house. But we went out onto the porch, which was screened in for bugs, and listened. As soon as we went out, it would stop. Get back into the beds, it would call out again, but in a different location outside the house. It circled the house, calling all night. We all slept in the living room, but to be honest, there wasn't a lot of sleeping happening. In the morning, we went out and looked for tracks around the house, as the foundation is basically sand. There wasn't a mark, no prints, animal or otherwise. And to the best of my knowledge, this never happened again to my friend or any other visitors. To this day, we don't know what we heard, but it's probably the most supernatural occurrence I've ever experienced. I'm normally pretty logical about seeing weird things. I work nights and go long periods of time without sleeping, so my mind playing tricks isn't super unusual. But this happened in broad daylight with other people around, and it has left me completely confused as to what happened. I was repairing a condenser in a very standard-looking suburban neighborhood. Directly across the street was a mother playing in her driveway with her toddler, pushing him around in one of those plastic cars. I was walking back to my work van around the side of the house when I hear a shriek, like a noise that you hear and know someone is being hurt. I took a very quick few steps to clear the corner of the house and see what was happening. The mother across the street didn't seem to notice or hear or care. That's when I heard it again, but being in from the house, I could pinpoint it a little better. My head snapped to the house directly to the right of the one that the mother was out in front of, and I saw a small child staring directly at me with its mouth wide open and eyes that seemed to be completely black all the way around its eye socket. I looked at the mother, sure that she had to notice or at least hear the commotion. She didn't. The thing waved, not like in a come here motion, but more so acknowledging its awareness of me. I walked slowly back to the condenser and hid for maybe 5 minutes. When I came back around, it was gone, and the mother was carrying on like nothing had happened. I had no explanation for what happened and still don't. When I went home and began to tell my girlfriend what had happened, she told me about black-eyed children. I don't know what I saw that day, but there was something so deeply unsettling about the entire situation. I'm happy calling it a cryptid, if it means that I'll never see them again. When I was 14 or so in 2003, I saw what looked like an orangutan or lemur hybrid watching me from the trees. When it realized that I was looking at it, it took off into the trees and disappeared. This was in western North Carolina. Nothing like that should have been around here. For a few years, I looked for articles about someone's escaped exotic pet, but never found anything. Eventually, I just wrote it off. Years later, I heard a lore episode about the Pukwudgie, and I immediately got chills because the description matched what I saw. I'm still not sure what happened. A few months ago, I was dumb enough to wander into the same patch of woods. I got nailed by a rock, and when I looked up, I saw a small outline ducking around like it was watching my reaction. Again, when it recognized that I was looking at it, it took off. I don't know what happened, but I also don't really plan on going back. Marcella Bennett's encounter with the Mothman. Bennett was the focus of the often repeated Mothman incident of November 16, 1966. This is frequently called the second sighting of Mothman, with the Scarberry and Mallet sighting the night before being called the first, even though today we know there were earlier encounters. On November 16, 1966, rumors circulated that several armed local residents combed the area around the TNT plant for signs of Mothman. Then at about 9 p.m. on November 16, 1966, Raymond Wamsley, 19, his wife, Kathy Wamsley, 18, and Marcella Bennett, 21, carrying her infant daughter Tina, sometimes written as Tina by the media, along with other family members, were finished visiting the Ralph Thomas family and returning to their car. Mr. and Mrs. Ralph Thomas lived in a bungalow among the igloos, concrete dome-shaped like dynamite storage structures erected during World War II, near the TNT plant. The igloos were now empty, some owned by the county, others by companies intending to use them for storage. It was when the Wamsleys and Bennetts were leaving that they disturbed something on the Thomas property along White Church Road. The figure appeared behind her parked vehicle, and reportedly, in some accounts, then went on the Thomas's porch and roof. It rose up slowly from the ground, a big gray thing, bigger than a man with terrible glowing red eyes, reported Marcella Bennett, who screamed and panic-strickenly dropped her baby and fell to the ground in shock. The incident is famous for the fact that when Bennett saw it, she was so startled she fell on her baby. Bennett's remark about Mothman's terrible glowing red eyes is a frequently quoted description. As the thing unfurled its huge wings, Raymond Wamsley snatched up the child and herded the witnesses back to the safety of the house, where they were let in by Ricky Thomas, who was 15, and sisters Connie and Vicky. While Wamsley went to the phone to the police, the creature seemed to have shuffled along behind the group, coming onto the porch and peering in at them through the window. The unknown bird-like animal vanished by the time the police arrived. Marcella Bennett was so traumatized that she eventually sought medical attention. They honestly shared their encounter to local authorities and news people, as they wished to warn others. This was about 5 years ago. Me, my mom, and my dad were camping at Mary Jane Thurston State Park, just outside of Grand Rapids, Ohio. It was around the end of August or the beginning of September. Our campsite was in front of the campgrounds. Leading up to the two separate incidences, we occasionally heard what we thought could have been a bird of some kind screaming or screeching up in the trees. Or at least it sounded like it was coming from the top of the trees. We'd hear it almost every night, but in a different location. We'd hear it in the trees behind us one night. Then the next night it would come from the other end of the campgrounds. Then, the night after, we'd hear it from across the road. I've listened to the sounds of different animals, including owls, to see if it was the noise we heard, but nothing is even close. Occasionally we'd hear what sounded like branches being snapped, but thought nothing of it. I had my own tent, and that detail is somewhat important as it factors into the second incident. The first incident. My dad woke up in the middle of the night to what sounded like someone rummaging through the ice chest, which was setting between our tents. He said he then heard whoever or whatever it was shut the cooler and walk away. He told me and my mom about it the next day. The odd thing was that nothing was missing from the cooler. The second incident happened the night after the first one. I had a small little TV and my game console in my tent. I was watching a movie when I hear something approach our campsite. Whatever it was went through the cooler again. I could hear the ice moving around as it was rummaging through the cooler. I was as still and as quiet as possible, but whoever, or I should say whatever it was, knew I was awake because it decided to put its massive hand on the side of my tent and push it in. I was frozen with fear and didn't know what to do. It felt like forever, but was only about 20 seconds before it took its hand away from my tent and walked away. I didn't even think about looking for tracks the next day. We don't have bears in this part of Ohio, so I definitely know that it wasn't a bear. The thing didn't take anything from the ice chest despite going through it twice. I know when it put its hand on my tent and pushed it in a little, I was frozen with fear. We know it wasn't some homeless person or anyone else, because there were about 5 campsites that had anyone there, and they were in the back part of the campground. Now I can't say for sure, but I think it was possibly a Sasquatch that I had an encounter with while camping. Hello. To start this story, I want to say I have not seen anything like this in my life. At the time, I was 15 years old pet sitting a friend of mine's dogs while they were out of town, and in Benson, Arizona is where this took place. This property had a lot of acres, and it took about 15 minutes to get to their little house, right in the middle of probably about 75 acres. At the time, it was about, I want to say 10 p.m. My friend had 8 dogs, and they usually stayed outside for the most part, because they were big watchdogs, who seemed to have been able to defend themselves in the past. Before everything happened, I was inside their tiny home making food, and when I heard her biggest dog start squealing kind of quietly, very scared and in pain but loud enough for me to hear, I knew the sounds were unusual this dog was making. I shot up and ran outside to see what was going on. I thought maybe the dog might have hurt himself or something similar, but this was not the case, and I ended up seeing a 5 or 6 foot tall, pale, very skinny creature hunched over this dog sucking on his head. I was very stunned, almost too stunned to speak, but I managed to shake that feeling off. I start yelling at this thing because the dog started yelping loud, and I'm telling the creature to get out of here and trying to scare it. And I run over to her dog as fast as I could because I've heard of these things before. Perhaps a chupacabra, and I know they would likely eat the dog if I didn't do something. But I stop about 10 feet in front of it to see this creature jump up and run as fast as it can away. I couldn't help but keep looking over my shoulder the rest of the time I was there. I also didn't let those dogs out at night, and I didn't care to go out there either. So when my friends came back, I told everyone what happened and what I saw. It felt like everyone was just as frightened as I was, and made me even more unsettled. I ended up leaving that desert and did not come back. Still don't know what to make about it to this day, except I know that it was something. About a year ago, I moved my family and I to a home way out in the woods in Tennessee. I wanted to be brief here, but I need to get this off my chest. and after looking into this matter a little more, I have a lot more details that I think will paint a clear picture in the end, so please bear with me. The nights here can be extremely loud. Between the crickets, the tree frogs, and the cicadas, it can almost be deafening. One night, not too long after we moved in, I had forgotten something in my car and headed outside to get it. The first thing that struck me as odd was that my dog wouldn't go outside with me. My dog goes everywhere with me, as I am her whole world. But not this night. As I held the door open, she looked out, then looked up at me like nope. So, I walked out and shut the door behind me. The second thing that caught me off guard was that there was not a peep, it was dead silent. Still shrugged this off and walked down my front steps and headed down to my car. When I had gotten about 10 feet from my car, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I felt as though something was watching me. I looked around but saw nothing. After I reached in my car for what I had forgotten to grab earlier, I had this feeling like something was moving towards me. I took a step back and checked around me. All of a sudden, I heard one of my hedges next to me that lined the walkway to our front door rattle. At first, I thought it was a rabbit that I had spooked, as I had seen one just earlier in the day, right where this was. A few seconds later, I heard the sound of a large rock, about the size of a cantaloupe, landing a few feet away from me. It hit the walkway and bounced into a shrub. I drew my gun and called out and said whoever that this was is about to be shot. After a few seconds of nothing, I began to think that maybe this was some local teenagers messing with the new people. I holstered my sidearm, turned, and started walking back to my front door. Almost as soon as I turned towards my house, I heard this deep panting sound. It sounded like a huge dog, but what made me nope back to my front door was that it sounded like it was right behind me. I leaped up onto my porch, turned, and drew my gun again, expecting something right there. But again, there was nothing. A couple weeks later, I was on my porch at night, sitting on a bench with my wife. She got up and walked inside to get something, and as soon as she shut the door, I heard that panting sound again. I couldn't see anything, yet this sounded like it was right on top of me. The sound was coming from everywhere and it was very loud. Again, I couldn't see anything, so I noped it back inside my house. Now at this point, I was questioning moving here, but after nothing else really happening, I let it go. A month or so later, it was a really rainy and stormy night. This is around 9 p.m., and my wife and I enjoy listening to the rain and talking about how relaxing the rain is. Me growing up in Oregon loved the rain, and for the past 10 years we lived in Vegas, where it would dump the entire year of rain in a day, then be bone dry for the rest of the year. For my wife, who grew up in Nevada, rain was such a rare thing, she loved going outside and watching the rain. So for us, this is an enjoyable experience. Except, this night in particular, things took a weird turn. As we were sitting there talking about the rain and relaxing, my wife stops me and said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No, what did you hear?" She said, "I swear it sounded like a small child calling for help out in the woods beside our house." I said, "No, I didn't hear anything." After a few moments of us listening intently, she said, "There it is again." I said, "I didn't hear a thing, sweetie. Are you sure you're not just hearing things?" She looked at me offended that I didn't hear anything and said, "No, I am positive. How could you not hear that? It was our son. I think he's out there and got lost." I said, "No, he's in the house sleeping on the couch." We then both looked through the blinds that were open right behind us, and we could see all of our children laying there. She said, "That's so weird. I swear it sounds like our son." I said, "Well, it isn't him, he's right there. Besides, I don't hear anything." She then stands up and says, "Wow, he's really crying out for help. I need to go look for him." Now at this point, if you knew my wife, you would know she is absolutely creeped out by the woods and wouldn't be caught dead walking into them during daylight, much less at night during a storm. I grabbed her hand and said, "I have been listening intently and there is absolutely nobody calling out for help. You need to stay here." At this point, I am getting worried about her. She was acting completely out of character. Not to mention that at this time, she is 8 months pregnant with our baby daughter. She then says,
What if there is some child out there lost in the woods? I said, well, first off, I would be able to hear them too. Secondly, there are no other kids around here for miles, and the odds of them being lost 100 feet from our house that's lit up like a Christmas tree is nil. She then says, I know, but what if it's a kid? Before I could say anything else, she stands up and starts walking toward the stairs. I jumped up and grabbed her hand again and said, no, you're not. Get in the house. I don't know what's going on, but you need to go inside. She then complies, and we both go inside. I didn't know what this was, but it freaked me out. A few months after this, just as it was getting dark outside, I heard the front door to our house open, and I got up to investigate. We have autistic 6-year-old twins, and we have the door set up so that they can't open it without us there. So to hear this sound, it could only be my wife. What was weird was the fact that she usually doesn't go outside without saying something to me. I walked out front and saw my wife walking down our private road towards the drive on the side of our house. I asked her what she is doing, and she says she was sitting on the back patio and kept hearing a baby crying out in the woods. I said, seriously, and you just decided to walk off into the woods to investigate? She then looks out into the woods and says, see, there it is again. Again, I can't hear anything, but what I did notice is that it was completely silent out again. I told her just like before the chances of a baby being out in the woods outside our house is slim, and that she needed to get back in the house. She said, what if someone left a baby out there? I said, well, if that were true, I would hear it too. Now at this point, I was really starting to worry about my wife's mental health. I actually asked her to see a psychiatrist, and she did. Now looking back, I feel really bad about this knowing what I know. A key to this moment was that my wife had just given birth to a baby girl a month before. A few days after this, we are out front on the porch. It's early evening, and I had just mowed the lawn this day, and our 3-year-old son was riding around on his little car in front of the house. Now he knows that he is not allowed outside of a certain area that we mapped off. He loves playing outside, but with the road behind 50 feet from our front porch, we have to be careful as a lot of boaters will fly through after drinking all day on their boats. As we are talking, we are both keeping an eye on him. A neighbor drives by and stops to say hi for a second. This interaction took approximately 8 seconds as all they said was, how are things? We said good, and he told us he would stop by later as his wife got something for the kids, who happens to be one of their teachers in school. And we said, okay, great, and he drove off. I looked over where our son was and he was gone. I called out his name and ran over to the side of the house and could hear his car on our side drive. I scolded him for leaving the area, and he said something in his 3-year-old gibberish and pointed to the woods behind our house. I said he had 5 seconds to get back up to the front of the house, or else. And he adamantly pointed back in the direction of the woods and kept trying to tell me something. I looked off in the direction of the woods and just assumed he saw a deer or squirrel or something and wanted to see it up close. I walked him back up to the front of the house, and he cried the whole way there. He got really upset that I wouldn't let him go into the woods, but I just wrote this off as him being curious, and most 3-year-old boys are. Now this instance isn't isolated as our twins have done similar things, but nothing quite as extreme as this. There have been nights where we had just laid down for the night and heard a loud bang on the side of our house, on the wall behind our bed. It was so loud that I jumped up and looked out the window. Our floodlight had come on, but I could see nothing. Now the weird part about this is that our bedroom sits about 12 feet from the ground level, as we have a full-sized basement that's cinder block. I put on my slippers and grabbed one of my 12-gauge shotguns and walked outside to investigate. It was dead silent again. The floodlight that's on the side of the house had clicked off at this point, so I walked over to the end of the deck and shined my light around the yard. There was nothing. I walked around the house and shined the light around intently. As I approached the back side of my house, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It felt like someone was watching me. I shined the light up in the trees, but again, nothing. I rounded the corner, and the first thing I noticed was that my 3 dogs that were in their area weren't making a peep. Now our dogs have no filter and will bark at anyone and everyone. This includes me. So to see them all hiding with their tails between their legs not making a peep really had me worried. As I kept walking, all of a sudden, the crickets and frogs started making sounds again. It was as if someone had clicked a switch. I walked back into the house and told my wife that I hadn't seen anything. She shrugged and said okay as long as our dogs were okay. Due to the circumstances that night, I decided to let the dogs in and sleep with us. This very same thing has happened on all 4 exterior walls of our house. It's random and annoying, but just like this instance, every time there is nothing going on outside, there have also been times where we were sitting in the house, and as I was watching a movie, my wife walked over to me and said, "Did you call me?" I said no, and she said she swears she heard me call her name in her ear. She said that it was definitely my voice, but she didn't understand because it sounded so close, and I was a good 20 feet away from her in my recliner. The important part to this was that she was sitting at the table doing something, and the slider to the backyard was open behind her. Now our back patio sits about 20 feet off the ground, and is like a balcony, as it has no stair access outside. I think the previous owner built it for a barbecuing. There have been several instances where she would say she heard someone whisper in her ear, but she couldn't make out the sound. Again, I kept thinking she was going crazy, but as you will see, I think all of this is tied into this final moment where things are revealed. The last thing I want to mention before we get into what just happened is that I have a shooting range built behind my workshop on opposite side of our property, next to the main road. It is kind of on a down slope, but it works perfectly for what I need it for. The range itself is cut straight into the woods, going down about 100 yards or so. When you're at the down range, you have woods surrounding you on all sides, except back up to my shop. I have to say it has always felt creepy when I am dealing with my targets or mowing. When you are down there, it feels like you're miles from anyone. One day around 5 in the evening, I was sighting in a new rifle scope. The sun was still up, but was going to start to fade soon, so I knew this was going to be the final test. Up until this point, nothing really happened while I was making my multiple trips down range, other than this feeling of uneasiness. As I got down range, I kept getting this feeling like someone or something was watching me. I looked around but didn't see anything. As I was placing stickers over my previous shots, I heard something big off to the side of me. It sounded like a large branch had snapped off a tree. Now, if you have been in Tennessee woods, you will know that a lot of branches fall off of trees randomly out of nowhere, so this is nothing new. Except this time, it was very loud and sounded like fresh, strong wood, if that makes any sense. I turned and looked, but again couldn't see anything. I started walking back up to my rifle, and I swear I heard someone right behind me. I turned around, but again saw nothing. As I started to walk again, I heard this deep growl. It was really deep and loud, and what's worse is that it was all around me. I turned around facing the range and started walking backwards. The thought of some rabid dog charging out of the bushes had me freaked out, so running wasn't a good idea. I slowly walked backwards up the hill to my rifle, but nothing happened. I grabbed my rifle and sprayed the target with rapid fire, hoping to scare off whatever was stalking me. I left 10 rounds in the mag and grabbed my rifle bag and quickly walked back up to the house. I never told my wife about this, as I didn't want her to freak out. Fast forward about a year later from when we moved in, and my niece is staying with us as a live-in nanny to earn money over summer break from college. We were on our way back from the store, and about a mile from our house, and I saw 2 eyes reflecting in the headlights coming from a wide tree on the side of the road just ahead. It had caught my attention because they were higher than a deer, but a different color and size. Just as I had said, "What is that?" and squinted, they vanished. I had made a comment that it was almost as if it had known I could see its eyes and moved. The color was kind of a golden green, but they resembled the mannerism of a large cat as they felt ominous. It's hard to explain, but I shrugged it off as we were passing the tree and saw nothing. A few moments later, we arrived at the house. As we were getting bags out of the car, my 3-year-old son came bolting out of the house, excited to see me. As I was waiting to help her carry in her bags, I heard my dog growl. I looked in the direction she was looking at my neighbor's property across the street. Now what I saw has kept me up all night. Up until this point, I have always been skeptical, as I had never seen anything with my own 2 eyes. Even with what had happened to me the year prior, I still had my doubts that it was just my mind playing tricks on me. Now my street is kind of a spread out neighborhood. Each house sits on several acres, and at the end of our road is Kentucky Lake. My neighbor's house sits adjacent to my house on about an acre lot. Directly in front of my house is a wall of woods, and directly behind my house is several thousand acres of untouched forest. As I was looking across the street to my neighbor's property, I saw a large, dark figure between the trees at first. The movement caught me off guard, as it looked like something big moving quickly on all fours. Then, when it came out into clear view, it stood up and walked like a man. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. It was very tall, but what was strange about it was the distance it was covering, and the fact that when it was in front of his shed, I swear I could see through it. It was clearly walking quickly, but moving faster than any person could at a sprint. More importantly, there was no sound. It was like it was phasing in and out of reality as it moved. I said, "What the heck is that?" and realized that it was looking directly at us. It had moved at an angle away from us to minimize its time out in the open, and moving quickly as it could while still being silent. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I realized that whatever it was stalking us. I told my niece to get in the house now, and I grabbed my son and booked it inside. I grabbed my AR-15 with a short scope and came back outside to see my niece still grabbing stuff out of her car. Knowing I told her firmly and clearly to get in the house, her disregard to my command annoyed me, but still I watched over her without saying a word. As she was slowly walking, she turned towards the woods across the street from my house and suddenly bolted for the house. She ran up the steps in a panicked state. I asked her what she saw, and her face was pale as a ghost. She said, "I heard something big in the woods walking loudly on the leaves, and when I turned toward it, I heard a deep guttural growl." I asked her why she didn't come when I told her, and she said she thought that I was talking to my son. I told her what I had seen, and she wanted to get a closer look to see if she could see something. I told her that it was not a good idea, and she went anyway. As she was walking down the walkway, I heard the sound of dry leaves crunching in the woods across the street. I told her to stop and come take the flashlight. Now, at this point, she is about 6 feet away from my wife's SUV. As she turned and started walking back to me, I caught a glimpse of something gray and hairy bolt from behind the SUV back across the street into the woods. My porch is a raised porch, and our SUV is about 6.5 feet tall, and whatever this was, it cleared about 45 feet in what looked like a single jump. It moved like lightning. Whatever it was, it wanted my niece. It jumped behind the car out of my line of sight and was waiting for her. She still doubted my warnings and grabbed the flashlight and walked back toward the car. As she entered my driveway, she stopped dead in her tracks, leaned forward as if she could see something. I asked her what she saw. She turned and ran back up on the porch with a terrified look on her face, saying, "Nope, nope, nope," over and over again. She said it was a figure hiding inside of a tree and that she saw its eyes. I asked her what they looked like, and all she could say was that they looked dull red at first, but as she got closer, they looked dead. I said, "What do you mean dead?" And she said that where the pupils were looked gray like the way eyes look when they go blind. She said it was really dark gray, and she swears she could see through it almost like a dark cloud. She wanted to go out again and took a step down the stairs, and as she did, it revealed itself from the tree. I said, "Get inside," and I went in and locked the door. It looked like a tall, human-shaped being. The next morning, we did a height comparison to the tree limb she saw it stand over, and it put its height to around 9 feet tall, and its eyes were about 6 inches apart. At this point, I don't know what this thing was. After doing some research, I think this thing was a Glimmerman crawler. I looked to see if there had been any other sightings in Benton County, but nothing. More importantly, I swear it would phase in and out almost like a shadow person, but bigger and more obvious. Now, I originally posted this on our Bigfoot, but after doing a bunch of research, I believe this belongs here. One of the things that makes this fit is that it can communicate telepathically. This explains why everyone was hearing something that nobody else could hear. Secondly, it has a playback, like communication. So when I heard a dog panting, it was probably one of my dogs it had heard. My wife was actually hearing our son crying for help, as he had recently fell and cried for help. The baby crying would be our newborn baby, who she had given birth to recently, and it must have heard me call my wife's name, and kept telepathically calling my wife's name with my voice. Another thing that my niece had said that night was that she felt compelled to go back outside to it. She said she felt like this thing was communicating with her somehow, and it wanted her to go back outside. The more I read about this thing, the more everything that's been happening over this past year makes sense. One thing that I find extra convincing is that down the road towards the lake, there is a property that is barbed wired off and is a wall of forest with no driveway. A lot of the property down our road is undeveloped owned land, and on one of the trees there is this large old sign that says "Screamer lives here," with an arrow pointing back into the woods. Now I have to admit, when I first saw this sign, I laughed thinking maybe the owner screamed at trespassers who entered his property, and teenagers put up the sign to mess with him. But when I did a satellite search of our neighborhood, that entire section of road has no houses or trails or anything, and is just pure forest for as far as the eye can see. One of the things that this thing is said to do is make a loud scream when threatened. Now that you understand my story, I doubt this is the ending. The next question is, what can we do? I don't want my wife or kids to disappear one day, and if there is more than one of these things out there.
This really makes the missing 411 make a whole lot of sense. I feel perplexed and scared as to what I can do. Any advice? I'll try and keep this post alive with any new experiences. This happened about 6 years ago. I was single and on Bumble. I met Zach, and after talking for a bit, agreed to meet. We went for dinner and got on well. He had brought flowers and arranged with the waitress to put them on the table, which I thought was unexpected but nice. He had been to a good school, had a good job, and was polite and funny. He basically checked every box on paper. He told stories about his friends and family. All seemed totally normal. We went for drinks after dinner and went home. The next morning, I got a text from him. I had a great time. Let's do it again. Although there was nothing wrong with him, I just didn't feel a spark. So I said, thanks so much for a great night, and explained it wasn't really what I was looking for, but had a nice time meeting him. I expected that to be it, or for him to say no worries, but I got another text. What was wrong, haha? Least you can do is give it another chance. He offered drinks nearby. I didn't answer, and that's where things took a turn. Zach started sending me extremely long messages. How dare you do this? We had something really special. I've talked to all of my friends and they said that it sounded like something special too. He would get angry. You're selfish and heartless. How could you hurt me like this? The least you could do is answer me. And would then apologize. I'm so sorry. I'm a good guy. I just feel so strongly about this because I've never felt this way before, and I know that this is true love. I need you to know why you don't see it too. Please just tell me what went wrong. Let me give you the chance to see what I see. It went on and on. Essay-length messages about how he felt about me and what we could be together. This continued all day, every day for around a week. 20 plus long messages a day. He would also continuously call me. By the weekend, I was getting calls almost every 10 minutes. My doorbell had also started to ring continuously. When I checked the door camera, whoever it was crouching down so I couldn't see them. That day, I blocked his number. I didn't get any more surprise visits and moved shortly thereafter. In the following years, I met someone, and we had a son together. Life went on. In the last week, I checked my LinkedIn and Instagram. I had 2 new requests, both from Zach. So, although you seemingly still want to, Zach, let's not meet again. A little while back, I decided I needed to get back out there and start trying to meet people. Not necessarily actively looking for a relationship, but meeting people at the bars just wasn't working for me. So, as most single college girls, I downloaded a dating app. I met a lot of people and talked to them online, and it gave me the confidence to try to actually go out on a date every now and then. I didn't meet up with many of these guys in person, but there were a few. Most didn't lead to a second date, but there was one that was worse than the rest. I met this guy named Alex, and we made plans to go out to dinner. He said he wanted to take me to this nice restaurant in the town between us, but when the day came, he never answered his phone. The next day, he contacts me with a story about getting stuck at work and forgetting his phone at home. Whatever, excuses. I wasn't really buying it, but then he asked to reschedule. Stupidly enough, I said yes. So the day comes and he tells me to meet him at his house, and he will drive us to the restaurant that he made reservations at. He said to come hungry like 3 times and kept reminding me to not eat beforehand. I guess this place has big plates. Now, I really don't like meeting people for the first time at their home or getting into their car, but we had been talking for over a week, so I figured what the heck. But when I got close and he calls and tells me to park in the parking lot down the road, weird but okay, small driveway I guess. Trouble is, I never told him what kind of car I drove, but he pulled into the parking lot right next to me and texted saying that he parked 2 spots down. Red flag number 1. So I get into his car, against my better judgment, and we start heading for the restaurant. Now, I didn't know where we were exactly. I'm not really familiar with the town, but I know the restaurant we were heading to, and it shouldn't have been more than like 10 minutes away, on a major highway. But almost 25 minutes later, we're driving down some dark back road, so I looked at him and said, "Hey, where the heck are we going anyway?" He proceeded to tell me that he hadn't told me the full story. Apparently, when he called to make reservations, it took 3 times of calling before they actually answered. And when someone finally did answer, they told him that they had moved locations and given him a description of where they were now located, like the intersection. My stomach dropped when I realized that we had passed that intersection probably 5 minutes before this point, and I realized that he didn't have an address punched into his GPS, even though the GPS was running. Red flag number 2. So I pulled up my GPS, punched in the name of the restaurant, and it said that the business was closed for the day. Red flag number 3. At this point, yes, I know I was being stupid, but I stayed and we hung out and talked, got to know each other. Still, the way that he went about things was kind of creepy. When he couldn't find the restaurant, he just kind of said, "Don't worry, I know a place we can go," and drove farther into the darkness, eventually pulling over to a trail in the woods, and told me we had to walk the rest of the way. He said we were going stargazing. The spot was beautiful and all, but the whole way through the woods to the clearing, he just kept cracking jokes about how he swore he wasn't a serial killer or something, and telling me to promise that I wasn't going to steal his keys and take the car and leave him there. Red flag number 4. I'm not sure how to explain this, but through half the night he just kept lying to me. He would tell me these big, elaborate, detailed stories, and then suddenly end with "just kidding, that never happened." It was funny the first time, when he tried to convince me that he got so drunk one night in college that he got himself pierced. But after 2 hours of this, I realized he had just been kidding about almost everything that he had said. I realized I didn't even really know any true thing about this guy. Red flag number 5. Yes, I know I'm an idiot. We were talking about going to watch a movie at his house. He was all for it and then apparently changed his mind and pulled the car over in front of a park, suddenly on the way back. He said he'd rather stay there. He kept trying to dare me to run naked through the park, and asking me weirdly personal questions, like specific experiences, not even general thoughts or preferences. Suddenly, he demanded to know if I was going to kiss him or not before the night was over, and said that he wanted to put on chapstick first. This guy literally made me dig through my purse looking for chapstick while he sat in the driver's seat, making a big show of licking his lips and trying to subtly rub his you-know-what through his pants. But I saw. I told him I didn't have any chapstick, so he said that was fine. Why don't you crawl on over here and show me what you got? Q patting his lap. I told him I didn't think that I was comfortable with that, and he then proceeded to reach around me to try to drag me into his lap, using me as leverage. I told him again that I had no intention of sleeping with him or anyone on a first date, and he again said that was fine, but how about a little 2-minute preview? Q dragging my hand into his lap. Final red flag. Sirens are finally going off in my head. I got mad at this point. This was after he had spent days telling me how much he hates men who try to force themselves upon women, and how he doesn't understand how anyone could do that, let alone get pleasure from it. This after he said that he didn't want to sit too close to me while we were stargazing so he didn't make me uncomfortable. It was like a switch had flipped. I told him that trying to force me wasn't going to make me any more likely to agree, and that I thought that he was supposed to be a gentleman, like he'd been telling me all night that he was. He told me that he thought I was just scared, and that there were other options, again trying to grab my hand. I told him again that that wasn't going to happen, and he pouted about it. I was racking my brain trying to think of an excuse to get him to drive me back to my car, when he pulled out his phone, opened a text message thread. He wasn't hiding it. I could see that the last 3 messages were ones sent by him. And he looks at me and says that he got a text from his uncle that he lived with, saying that something had happened at the house and he needed to get home ASAP. I'm done at this point regardless, but I hate being lied to. If you weren't having a good time, you could have just asked to call it a night. Why lie? Why make up false intentions and then deliberately act the exact opposite way of what you said? Just why? To make things worse, he dropped me off at my car in a dark parking lot at midnight, and then just drove off before I had even walked to my car. Obviously, there wasn't going to be a second date. But the kicker? I drove by the old location of the restaurant a few days ago. It never moved. It's still open and right on the highway, and his house is about 2 minutes down the road. Where the heck was he taking me? So, creepy Alex from Bumble, let's not meet again. Also, I realized I forgot to include a large part of the date when I originally typed this. To anyone that read this far, I have one request. Don't be a jerk in the comments. Think about this from my perspective for a second. I don't need the "he just wanted to get laid" comments. If that was the case, why not take the opportunity when we were out stargazing? Why drive me around in circles 3 separate times and then try something in the parking lot of a playground with cops out patrolling? Why lie constantly? I'm saying that yes, he was probably just a creep, but the progression of events doesn't feel right to me. It was too erratic and felt like he was trying to get me lost and turned around. Pair that with the creepy things that he was saying and premeditation of lying about the restaurant. Something just felt very wrong. This happened in 2011. I'd just gotten out of a rough relationship a few months prior to this happening. My friends encouraged me to try dating again, so I caved and made a profile on the website Plenty of Fish. I was surprised with how many messages I'd received within the first few hours. Most were just people saying hi or asking to hook up. I wasn't looking for a hookup, so I ignored those messages. After about a week, a guy roughly an hour away from me messaged me. He was cute, so I messaged him back. The conversation was pretty casual at first. He asked if I'd like to go for a coffee sometime. Not thinking anything of it, I said sure. This is where it started to get weird. He started to get pushy and asked when we could grab a coffee. I told him I didn't have my own car, so I'd have to borrow my mom's car to meet up with him. He offered to come pick me up, but I wasn't comfortable with the idea. The next message made my blood run cold. It said, "I'm sure your hometown isn't that big. If I knocked on a few doors, someone would be able to tell me where you live." "Are you crazy?" I replied. "I'm sorry, but that's kind of creepy." This just made him angry. He messaged me multiple times after this. He said, "You know I have a gun. I could shoot you and make you disappear. No one would look for you. You're nothing but a dirty jerk. I could kill you. I'll throw you down a well and no one will ever find you." I was really scared at this point, so I asked him to please leave me alone. He replied with the following: "I know where your hometown is. It's not a big town. I can find you." At this point, I'd had enough and blocked him. I reported his account to Plenty of Fish and deleted my account. I was really on edge for the next few weeks after the fact. I was afraid he was actually going to come look for me. So, to the creepy guy who threatened to kill me on Plenty of Fish, let's not meet. Ever.
I just came out of a relationship and felt like a bit of casual dating will be fun, so I went onto Tinder. I made it clear to the few people I actually matched with and spoke to that I didn't want anything serious, just a dinner date or a pub night here and there. I matched with a really cute guy, let's call him Pete. He had just moved to my city and also wasn't looking for anything serious. He just wanted to meet some people and see some local spots. The first night we met up at a well-known tapas bar. I chose this place because I had a few friends that were waitresses and bar staff there, so I felt safe meeting a stranger here. He was on time, we had nice chats, really cool guy on first impression. We spoke about work, to which he responded that he's a software developer, but he's just started his freelancing career. We spoke about where he stays now that he's moved up here, and he said that he's sharing a place with some friends. Rent is quite pricey in this city, so it made sense to me. He asked where I live, and I told him that I'm lucky to have my own one-bedroom apartment in quite a nice and popular part of town, mostly thanks to my parents that helped me save and gave me a portion of the deposit money for my 21st birthday, which I invested and grew until I had enough to put down a decent deposit. He then offered to drop me off at home, but I said no. I'd prefer to Uber home by myself. He asked if this was because I'm going to go meet someone else after him, and I laughed because I genuinely thought this was a joke. The next time I saw Pete was about 3 days later. He said he knew it was fast, but he actually couldn't stop thinking about me and he wanted to see me again. This time we met at a different restaurant, also one I chose because I went to school with the owner and knew all the staff pretty well. The place is a little bit more pricey, and he got super annoyed with me for ordering as much as I did. I couldn't understand why, since I insisted on paying for my own stuff both times we met. That night, same story. "Let me drop you off at home, please." Again, I said no. While we're in the middle of this conversation, he gets a call. He stepped away, but I could still hear a fair amount. "No, I think I'm going to stay with you again." "Yeah, I'm with her. Don't worry about it." "Okay, I'll be home soon." So now I think he's chatting to his roommate, or maybe his mom, but I don't ask. He comes back to our table. "Please, I insist. Bad things happen to women that Uber home this late by themselves. I'd feel better if I dropped you off." Not having the energy to argue, I tell him fine, and I put my address into his GPS. As soon as he got home, he messages me and tells me he'll be picking me up in the morning to go for a picnic. I reply that I actually have cleaning to do, but again, he insists that he'll see me at 10. Come 10 a.m. that next morning, best believe he's right outside of my apartment. I get into his car, and as he leans over to kiss my cheek, I notice that his breath stinks. Obviously, I'm a little grossed out. We have our picnic, and it's quite nice. He tried to kiss me a few times, but I avoided it with everything in me. By about 4 p.m., I tell him that I really want to go home, and the park we went to is about an hour and a half drive from my apartment, so I couldn't really Uber back home because it would cost a fortune. He agrees it's time to go, So we get in his car and we're off. I fell asleep in the car on the drive back, and when I woke up, he asked if we should finish the rest of the bubbly we got for mimosas up at my apartment. I said to him, I don't want to, and he just snaps. He raised his voice and said something along the lines of, "What are you hiding from me? Just be honest. Why are you so desperate to keep me out of your apartment?" I was so confused I actually just kept quiet. He dropped me off, but I could see his car across from my apartment for about half an hour before he actually left. About 5 minutes after he left, he let me know that he's home safe and he thinks he's starting to fall for me. So naturally I'm freaked out, because I made it clear that I didn't want anything serious, and he said he felt the same. I said to him, if that's the case, I think we should take a break from hanging out with each other. About 5 days later, he messages and asks if we can go for dinner again. He found an Indian cuisine place he knows I'll love. I tell him it's cool, he should just send me the address. He tells me that he'll pick me up. So 7 p.m. comes, he tells me he's downstairs, and as I go down to meet him, I see he's standing at my gate. I pressed the remote control to open the gate, and he walked inside to meet me. "Show me which one is yours. I'd love to see how you live." Not hi, not how are you. That's his opening line. So now I'm naturally unsettled. I say to him that I'm starving. Could we go for dinner and I'll show him my place at a later stage? At dinner, he gets a call again. This time he didn't step away. "Pete." "Yeah, I don't know. I can let you know by about 10. He then turns to me. "Am I sleeping by you tonight?" Me. No, I don't know. I have work tomorrow." Pete to me. "Yes, me too." Then back to the caller. "I'll let you know, okay?" Caller. "No, you're not. Can you just get your things, please?" Pete. "And do what with them?" Caller. "Take them to that girl you're seeing. I'm done asking you." Now I'm sitting here in absolute shock and terror. What in the heck is going on here? Our food arrives and we barely speak. I say to him, "Why did you ask me if you can sleep over by me? We're not spending time together like that. You know this." He then spins this story about how he just wants to hang out and again see how I live. I then say to him, very frankly, that I don't like having strangers in my apartment. He gets very touched and the bill arrives. As per usual, I pay for myself, he pays for himself. I say to him, "I'll get an Uber home," and he says, "What's the use? I already know where you live. Let me drop you off." By now I've already decided that this will be the last time I see him. I get into his car, and I reach for my jumper that I threw in the back when he fetched me. I notice a bag in the back of the car, full of clothes and toiletries, as well as a pillow. I don't think much of it. I don't personally drive or own a car, but I know my sister always has the most random stuff on the back seat of her car. On the way home, he's dead quiet, when suddenly he says, "Do you know how selfish you are? I've had no issue driving you around, but you don't want me to sleep over by you." I say to him that I've never had an issue with Ubering, and if he's so touched, I also have no issue with paying him what the Ubers would have cost me. I'm over this, and I'm not even playing nice anymore. His phone rings again. Caller. "Your stuff is at the security boom at the gate, Pete. Stay with your girlfriend or stay with your mom. You're messed up for taking advantage of everyone like this." Pete. "I don't speak to my mom. You know this, you jerk." And then hangs up. Now I think this is maybe an ex-girlfriend that he needs to collect things from. Before I've even had a chance to process what happened, he turns to me and starts yelling at me. "I have nowhere to go. Are you happy? You spoiled brat? Living off mommy and daddy's money, getting driven around by me like I work for you." My whole body got stiff with fear. I don't know if I'm going to cry or throw up. In my head, I'm just planning how I'm going to grab my bag the second he stops and run straight to the cafe under my apartment. If you run through the cafe, you can get to a gate that takes you to the back part of my apartment, and it works with fingerprint access. There wasn't time to still find my keys in my bag, and I didn't want the main gate I normally use to open wide enough for him to get in when I go in. He stops at my apartment, and as planned, I jump out, run into the cafe, run out the back, through the little gate, up to the second floor. My apartment was on the 4th floor, and I hammered on a neighbor's door. I went inside and told her and her husband everything that happened and asked if they would mind calling the cafe to explain why I ran through with no explanation and in such a state. I blocked Pete and I haven't seen him since. I'm still not sure what his case was. From what I gathered, he was basically homeless, and I think he wanted to get into my apartment to maybe sleep over there for a while. I'm not sure if the girl that kept calling him was also a Tinder date that led her into his apartment and he just never left. All I know is that he scared the living daylights out of me, and I never ever want to see him again.
A few years ago, I was on a dating site where I matched with a police officer. I thought his dog was cute and figured this was my opportunity to finally pet a canine police dog. I was quickly disinterested after listening to him complain about his recent divorce. I don't recall details, but I remember it was very apparent that he was the problematic person in that relationship. I was also really grossed out by how he fetishized me for my big sloppers, tattoos, and colorful hair. I was very upfront and told him I wasn't interested and that he was setting off some red flags for me. He begged me to give him a chance, but I said no and blocked his number. A few days later, I get a knock on my door at around midnight. My heart dropped into my butt. It startled me so much. I look out my peephole and see a stranger holding food. It's an Uber Eats delivery driver. I tell him through the door that I didn't order food, but he said someone else ordered it and he knew my name. I asked who ordered it, and he said a name that I didn't recognize. I tell him I don't want the food and give him directions to the dumpster to throw the food out, because at this point I have no idea if he's actually from Uber. Later on, I'm going through my dating app matches and realize that it was the cop's name. I go through my blocked messages, and this guy had texted me a lot. The last text, "I hope you liked your dinner." I decide it's best to unblock this man so I can keep an eye on what he is saying, in case I need to be worried about my safety, or if I'm going to need to go buy some bear mace to drop a cop. A few weeks later, I'm at work. I'm a hairstylist, and I get a call from a number that I don't recognize. I answer because I assume it's a new client. The voice on the other line says, "Hey Rachel, I'm at Starbucks across the street. What's your drink order?" I ask, "Who is this?" "I don't have you in my appointment book," assuming it's a regular and I made a scheduling error. He says his name, and again my heart drops into my butt. How does he know where I work? I ask him how does he know where I live and work, and he explains that he did a reverse image search on photos from my dating profile, found my social media and my Yelp page from my salon, then looked up your address from there. I tell him that I'm going to call his station and report him for stalking, and if he ever comes near me, I will consider it a threat and will be ready to physically defend myself. After all of that, he still begs me to give him a chance. I hang up, call the police station that he works for, very small town, and complain. They won't even let me email screenshots of my creepy texts. I could tell nothing would be done. The lady literally said, "Oh, I'm sorry, he's going through a lot right now." Literally treat it like he's the victim. He mostly left me alone after this, but I was so scared living alone for the first time in my life. I have a semi-popular meme page on Instagram with about 8,000 followers. I sifted through and found like 5 of his accounts. I blocked them and moved on. This was several years ago, but all these memories came flooding back when I noticed a familiar profile photo on an account who commented on a post. I must have missed an account of his when blocking. I had posted a photo of me holding 2 big tunas that I caught on a fishing trip, and he commented, "God, I wish I was one of those fish. I'd love to know what it's like to be held by you."
So this just happened today. Against my better judgment at the beginning of the month, I got a Tinder. I matched with a few guys, etc. One of them is James. We ended up texting each other and he seemed pretty chill and pretty into me. He's a decent looking guy and we seemed to click. He had apparently been in a relatively abusive relationship with a woman, and he was looking to start over. According to him, she had hit him with a frying pan and pepper sprayed him once. He kept going on about how crazy she was. All right, it happens. We went out to the movies this past Friday and I had a great time. We ended up talking for a few hours and we hit it off pretty well. I asked about the ex because I was a bit curious as to why he'd stay with someone like that. He didn't say anything positive about her, just that she was crazy, had mental illnesses and didn't take her meds, that kind of stuff. She had tried to baby trap him, but she had a miscarriage. He expressed relief that she didn't end up with the kid. He said he had felt obligated to her. Again, I get that. In all, I had a good time. This morning rolls around and he tells me that he had hooked up with his ex last night and that he was going to try and work things out with her. Mildly insulting that I lost out to an abusive chick, but whatever. I tell him it's cool. He then a few hours later texted me to say that she was crazy and he thought she was changing but she wasn't, blah blah. He kept asking if he could see me. He was being very pushy about wanting to see me today. He begged for 5 minutes of my time so he could explain to me. I politely told him that I didn't want to be involved with someone who was so clearly hung up on his ex. This is where it got nuts. He admitted he still was, but that he wanted to see me today so I could meet her, and she could determine if I was better for him than she was, and that she wanted him to be happy because he and I had a connection. I flipped after that, told him that the fact he needed his ex to determine who was right for him was absolutely nuts, and that is not what love is, and that I wanted no part of it. His ex started texting me after that, and it was nonstop insults and incoherent stuff that made no sense. She also dropped the bomb that she was his wife. I told her to screw off and block the number. I went on Tinder to message him where I called him a piece of crap, and if he was intelligent, he should leave her and never message me again. He started to harass me, saying that I was miserable because they have a beautiful love together and all this crazy stuff. He then went on to say, "My wife knows where you work. I hope she doesn't do anything rash." And I told him if that was a threat, I would gladly go to the police. He then said that she's been to jail before, she's not afraid, and that she loves him so much she'd mess anyone up and risk jail for him, that she'd kill my friends if they tried to protect me, that she's armed and dangerous. I told him goodbye, reported him, and deleted my Tinder account. I did go to the police tonight, but since it wasn't a direct threat, they can't do much. The cop thinks that James was more or less full of crap and just trying to scare me, since some people love getting off on that stuff. He said I did the right thing by blocking him and reporting him, and said I should just keep my eyes open and alert the people at my job. Scary thing is, James seemed perfectly normal. But he lied about being married, how he felt towards his wife, and he flipped like a switch. His excuse for not being upfront about being married was that they were going to get a divorce. He seemed so docile and unassuming, and the hatred and aggressive attitude was insane. I have to honestly wonder what would have happened had I gone to talk for 5 minutes. I'm kind of concerned since they do know where I work, but if either of them try anything, then the cops can actually nail them. What a weekend. I went on a Tinder date some time ago while I was adjusting to a new city I had moved to. I didn't really know anybody there, so I used some online dating apps to see the dating scene around town. I landed one from a girl that seemed just like an artsy hippie type of girl. We had a few exchanges through the Tinder app and then decided to meet up for a drink. I picked her up at her house and she greeted me at the door and gave me a hug. She said the name of a local bar she wanted to go to for us to chat and get to know each other. I told her I would drive and proceeded to my car. The first red flag I noticed was when I walked to my car and opened the door. She had just followed me to the driver's side and was standing behind me staring. I looked at her blankly for about 15 seconds and asked her if she was going to get in.
She said, "Sure, I would love to,"
and went the long way to the passenger side around the back of the car. Since I had just met the girl, I figured she had just maybe smoked some weed or something, as I had kind of got the vibe she was a bit of a stoner. As I was driving to the bar, she talked in a very low voice. almost as if she was trying to whisper. I am not hard of hearing or anything, but I had to ask her to repeat herself several times just so I could make out the full sentences she was saying. When we got to the bar, I made sure we got a seat closer to the back away from most people, just so I could have a little quiet in order to hear her. The conversations honestly carried on as normal from this point, and it was actually a fun time for the time being. We talked about different things we were interested in, and she did bring up she did recreationally use weed and a few other tripping substances, like shrooms and such. I am not much of a fan of these, but it at least made me relax in the back of my mind to think maybe she was just high off marijuana, and that rationally explains some of the out there behavior. Granted, I had a few drinks at this point, so I was honestly not thinking straight. I asked her if she wanted to go to my place after drinks, and she agreed. When we got to my place, we had a few more drinks. Then she started talking about her jewelry. This is where it gets weird. She told me her jewelry was her big secret, and it defined her. When I asked her why it was so important, she said, "I'm actually Anastasia, and I was never killed in Russia. My jewelry is my link to my past." It was hard for me to take that serious at this point with how much I drank, so I kind of challenged that statement using the little bit I knew about history. At this point, she freaked out and started yelling at the top of her lungs about how I don't respect ancestors and history. Then she got quit and tiptoed right up to me and grabbed me by the neck. She then brought my face eye to eye with hers while still holding my neck. She says at this point, "I am a shaman, and I will curse you. My ancestors have destroyed many people, and you do not respect that. You are from oppressive ancestors, and they will be punished." Then she put her hand in a whiskey glass and made a cross on my face and kissed my forehead. At this point, I started to sober up a little. I talked her into calming down, telling her I was only joking. Then she slowly started getting back to normal. Then, she started talking about her cat fetish. She tells me she has a list of people who she tames to act as cats. I am not about judging people on their fetishes, so I listen in. She then tells me all the things she does to them and starts acting like a cat in my living room. If she had not yelled at me earlier on, I might have almost been turned on by it. My red flags in my head were tingling like crazy at this point, so I just listened and tried not to set her off. She noticed sage on my kitchen counter and asked me to let her light it and bless the house. Side note, I use sage to make my house smell better occasionally. It's kind of a ritual I like to do, but it's mine and mine own, something I take very personally and like to do myself. I tell her no, she can't light it, and that it's my thing to do on my own. Then, she freaks out telling me I am a horrible human being and screaming all over the place. I tell her I can take her home now, and she runs to the door and goes outside. As I get outside, she is screaming at the top of her lungs that I am a horrible person, and I should go die. I tell her she can walk herself home then, and I go back to my place and lock the door. She then starts banging on the door hard in about 10 minutes, saying she left her phone in there. I grab her phone off the kitchen counter and open the door to hand it to her. She tries to barge inside, and I block her with my forearm. She then acts like she is about to punch me. I just hold my ground and tell her she is not coming in. She screams she wanted the whiskey bottle we were drinking from. I told her heck no, because I paid for the thing. I slam the door at that point and lock it. I hear her bang on the door for a minute. I then hear her footsteps going down the stairs. I waited about an hour and then went walking outside to see if she was still hanging around. I didn't see her, nor did I ever see her again after that. I know this is probably not the scariest encounter ever, but for the next few nights I was creeped out always walking around the area I live to make sure she wasn't hanging around. I honestly hope she is okay wherever she is, but I hope to never see her again.
I met a guy on Tinder, and we really started to hit it off. We'd been chatting for a few weeks and even discovered we had a few mutual friends. I was pretty intoxicated one night, was feeling social, and decided to call an Uber to his place. Once I got there, we talked outside for a while, and ended up even vibing even better in person. I opened up to him about my health problems, and he opened up to me about his older sister who had passed away from a similar condition to mine. I was curious about his sister, but I definitely didn't want to pry. We walked into his house, and it smelled like 1,000 dead rats were rotting under the floorboard. I was still pretty drunk, so I tried to forgive it because, hey, sometimes animals die under the house, or in the walls, and there's nothing you can really do about it. I start to look around, and the whole house looks like a cluttered storage unit. He takes me to his room, which is seemingly normal. Kind of feminine, but that's cool, and we hook up. I ended up falling asleep there, and woke up at around 10 a.m. to the stench of death. I opened my eyes, feeling very sober, and started to look around the room. I noticed that only girls' clothes were hung up in his closet. I start to assume I've possibly been cheated with. Then I see a giant black binder on his nightstand. When he woke up, I decided to jokingly ask him, "What's in the giant binder?" Turns out, it was every single episode of Golden Girls printed out. He said he read it at work, and it's the only show he'll ever watch. Okay. I asked him what he did for work, something I definitely should have known by this point, and he dodged the question. I sat up and looked at the pillow I'd been cozily sleeping on. It had no pillowcase and was covered in what looked to be old blood. It looked like the blood that he had just coughed onto it. I started putting the unpleasant pieces together. I asked as sensitively as I could, "Hey, was this your sister's room? I noticed the clothes in the closet." He says, "Yeah, and this is her bed. I haven't changed or washed anything. It just makes me feel better to be in her bed. This is actually where I held her when she died, and you remind me so much of her. I really, really like you." And then casually tried to hook up with me, like he didn't just drop unsettling news. I definitely felt immensely sorry for him, but I needed to get out of there. I made up some excuse and left. I decided to not entirely ghost him because of how bad I felt for him. He was clearly dealing with some really dark stuff. We kept in contact for a few weeks, until I went on my Find My Friends app and noticed that he had clearly taken my phone while I was asleep that night and shared my location with himself. I called him and went off. This was not my first rodeo with a stalker type, and I was not dealing with it. He told me that he couldn't believe I thought he would do that, and I'm being a really terrible person dumping on him because his cat recently died. I blocked him. After he said that about his cat, combined with his tendency to hold on to things, it really makes me wonder what that smell actually was. Let's hope not. And though I hope he gets help, I never want to see him again.
I just need to type this story out because it's still so unbelievably surreal to me that I can't even believe it's real. I'm not sure if this is the right sub to be posting this, but hopefully it applies. Apologies in advance because this will probably get long. So last fall, I started using dating apps seriously because I really wanted to branch out and meet new guys. I moved back home after I graduated college in May, which was still the pretty early stages of COVID, so I was lonely. I've only ever used Tinder, so my friend told me I should try Bumble, and at first it was fun. I matched with a few guys and they were nice, but the convos kind of died off after a while. I didn't really form a real connection with anyone on there. One of the guys I matched with asked for my Snapchat, which I gave to him so we could talk on there, and we also followed each other on Instagram. That kind of stuff is harmless to me, and I really don't think much of it. Our convos didn't last long, and we stopped talking after just a few days. He was a little strange, and I was turned off by it. Fast forward a couple months, and I get a message from him on Instagram. He told me he unfollowed me because of my support for Joe Biden in the election, and then proceeded to spam me with probably over 40 messages trying to convince me to change my views and vote for Trump. I'm a very liberal person, and if I would have known he was like this, I would have never spoken to him. He kept telling me people have blocked him for doing this before, and to Please just understand where he's coming from. His last few messages were memes to ease the tension of the one-sided convo. He and I never even talked long enough for him to feel comfortable messaging me like this. I didn't respond. I didn't even block him. I opened the messages so he could see I saw them, and then unfollowed him. The next morning, I got notifications telling me, "This message has been unsent by the sender," for every single message. Of course, I screen recorded it and sent it to my friend to tell her what happened, because it was creepy and bizarre. It was over after that, though, and the topic of this guy didn't come up again, so I moved on. A few weeks ago, I was scrolling through Facebook, and I saw a post from a local news station that was shared from the town this guy was from in my state, that's about an hour away from me. It was a news article about a guy who shot and killed an 87-year-old woman who lived in his apartment complex with a semi-automatic rifle. He was trying to get other residents out of their apartments until he was shot and killed as well by a resident in order to protect the others who lived there. As I was reading about this, the guy's name and face seemed so familiar, and then it clicked. It was the same guy. I went back to the screen recording of the messages I took months ago, and they confirmed it was him. I'm not sure how to describe what my response was, but I got really sweaty, and my heart was racing when I made the realization. It's extremely disturbing knowing that I spoke to this man, and even had a weird experience with him. It's been a few weeks since I found out, and I still feel weird about it. I was just reading about it again today since more details have been reported since the initial shooting. Sometimes I think about the what-ifs. Like, what if I had responded to his messages the way I wanted to, and called him a creep and a weirdo, and he tried to harm me? God, I hope the woman he unfairly murdered is resting in eternal peace. Thank you for reading if you made it this far, and be wary of people on dating apps.
I decided to go ahead and make this account, to type this story out and get sucked into the rabbit hole that is this app. I don't know if I actually avoided something sinister for a fact, but I'd rather play it all safe and say that I did. I'm a 29-year-old female, and while I'm well-traveled and have been around quite a bit, I do occasionally make some pretty rookie mistakes. My fault, and I make no excuses. I try to remain diligent and alert, but I'm very capable of letting my guard down. So after being here in the US for about 2 months, I decided that I was bored sitting around my unit watching 90 Day Fiancé. So I decided to make the old dating profiles again. I made no specific intentions known about what I was interested in accomplishing, as I don't really know myself. I just wanted someone to hang out with and see where it goes naturally. I ended up matching with this one guy who had shared interests with me. We chatted a bit over the app, and eventually I felt okay to give him my number. After talking back and forth for a couple of weeks, I agreed to a meetup. We met at a pub and have a couple of drinks. I'll admit at first I didn't recognize him because he didn't resemble his photos to the extent that I was expecting. He didn't look bad by any means, but I could tell that he used older pictures and edited them enough to where he seemed more appealing. I swear I'm not trying to sound superficial because he was cute. Just not what I was expecting. But I also think we've hit a point in social media culture where it's safe to assume that we won't see the same thing in real life as we do online. And that's okay. We did hit it off. We discussed the usual first date stuff. Then we got into more detail. I told him about back home and work, and how life was different than here in the States. At one point, we were talking and holding hands, and I felt comfortable enough to let him kiss me. Well, he asked me as we were leaving if I wanted to go back to his place for a cup of coffee. I told him I knew what coffee really meant, and that I didn't want to do that on a first date. He assured me that it would be 1 cup of coffee, and that he would give me a lift home so that I didn't have to call an Uber. I accepted his offer and we walked to his apartment, which was a few blocks away. As we were going upstairs, he made a few questionable remarks. He mentioned how I wasn't like most girls because I accepted his invitation, and alluded that, you never know, I could be a psychopath. He then motioned with his eyes down to my dress and inquired about my size. I told him again that I was sorry, but the night would not end with him getting lucky. As we got into his unit, he dismissed himself to the toilet and left me sitting on his bed. It was a studio, and he didn't have a couch. As I'm sitting there and waiting for him to finish doing whatever he was actually doing, I noticed in the corner by his bed that he had two masks. One was a cartoon-looking goat mask, and another was a cat or maybe a tiger. What was more alarming was that he also had a Bowie knife and a small woodcutter's axe only a short distance away from them. Upon further investigation, I also noticed there was a black jumper draped over a dresser. Then on his bedside table there were a pair of latex gloves. Yawns. Okay, I don't much feel like being murdered tonight. I got up and calmly left the unit. Then I made haste down the stairs and down the street where I was able to catch a lift. Now look, I may have just really hurt his feelings because he had no malicious intent. But if that's all that happened, then I'd prefer that over the possible alternative. All of these items alone wouldn't have been that bad, but all of these random items within a short walk from each other, I'd rather not chance it. I do feel bad for leaving a person, but I don't feel bad about leaving what could have potentially been a dangerous situation. That, along with his random personality change, was enough for me to make the call that I made. As of recently, I noticed that he either blocked me from Tinder or deleted the app. Thanks for having a read. I hope the weekend finds you all well. It's hot, so please drink heaps of water. Stay safe, and lots of love. About 7 years ago, right before I met my now husband, I joined a few dating apps. A few of my friends had wonderful experiences and met their now spouses, so I figured I'd give it a try. I was 21 at the time and also had recently lost quite a bit of weight and was tiny for the first time in my life, so I was ready to put myself out there. I didn't take it too seriously, let the men come to me, and eventually there was a guy who caught my eye. His name, we'll call him Watson, was 23 and very handsome in my then opinion. We matched on Bumble and kept talking for quite a while. It turned into texting, then phone calls, and then him asking to meet up. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't think I have any superpowers or can tell the future, but when he asked to start seeing each other in person, I just had an off gut feeling. I thought maybe it was just anxiety, but later I found out I just knew. After blowing off plans and saying I was busy multiple times, he got mad and blocked me on everything. That was fine. I felt a bit bad, but I was also 21 and he gave me the creeps, so good riddance. Fast forward 6 months later, I had met and started dating my now husband. I got a message from Watson on Facebook and let him know that I had someone new and I wished him well. He got angry, oddly for someone I had never met in person, calling me names, swearing a ton, so I blocked him. Then came the spam accounts, the new Instagram handles, more name calling, which became threats. Thankfully, he did back off and stop eventually. I was so relieved. I hadn't dealt with someone like this before or after, so I was genuinely scared. A year later, I was at Target shopping for some new shoes and makeup. I checked out, headed to my car, keys in hand. I had just opened my door after loading my trunk when I heard someone yelling my name, and I turned around thinking it was a friend or coworker. But alas, it was Watson. I got into my car without a word. I definitely went into fight or flight mode, and I was ready to fly. The last thing I saw was him standing in the middle of the Target parking lot after chasing my car. It's been years, and I haven't heard or seen him again, and I hope to never have another creepy encounter. Public service announcement. Don't chase girls. We hate that. I'm a 29-year-old female. and I matched with a guy who was a 27-year-old male on Bumble. He seemed like a nice guy, and after talking for a bit, I found out he owns and runs a bakery just down the street from my workplace. Since it was the BFF version of Bumble, I wasn't looking for anything, and he told me to drop by his bakery sometime so we could chat and he could feed me brownies. I popped by one evening and he was such a sweetheart, getting me to try a few things that he had baked, got one of his employees to sing for me, and we went for a walk to talk about ourselves. He even packed me a few things to take for my mom. I thought it was really sweet. He talked about just being friends and seeing how things pan out. The next day, we texted each other all day, and he asked me out for lunch. He took me to a 5-star hotel. Things were going pretty normal until he started feeding me with his hand, and he asked if he could hold my hand. I agreed because I didn't want to create a scene at a fine dining restaurant, and he started telling me about being in a relationship and how happy I make him. He said he would like to call me his baby, and said that he wants this to go on for a long time and eventually get married. He talked about how he wants to spoil me and build an empire, so I don't have to work for money. I couldn't speak up because the restaurant was so quiet, and I didn't know how he would react. He kept touching my face, kissing my forehead, and mouthing "I love you" to me. I was frozen, and the thing that scared me the most was he ordered coffee after the meal, and he started shouting to call the waiter, and said we have been waiting for 30 minutes for the coffee, when it had only been a few minutes. I was so embarrassed and scared to try to even calm him down. Now he keeps calling me baby and texting me sweet things, calling me on the phone when I don't reply to his messages. He said he doesn't know anything about me but has fallen for me. We've only met twice and spoken for maybe 5 to 6 days. He said his first love passed away and he has been struggling mentally since then, and after having lost a lot of close ones after the incident. He says he's been able to finally get a full night's sleep after he met me. He keeps calling me his and talks about getting married. I'm scared and don't know how to end things with him. I need some suggestions on how I can handle it. Please.
This just happened to me this morning. I'm a 33-year-old female and I'm staying at my parents' home for a few days. They live sort of semi-rurally. Lots of houses around, but also a lot of farmland. I went for a run at about 6:20 this morning. Sunrise was about 6:45 a.m., so it was just getting light. I'm running up the main road, lots of houses, and a dark blue camper van with an orange surfboard sticker in the back window drives past me. This isn't that strange because we're on the coast, so there are a lot of surfers. I did clock it though, because whoever was driving went past me slower than I'd expect with no other cars on the road. I carried on for another couple of kilometers, doing a loop I'm very familiar with, when the same van drives past me again, also very slowly. I did not run past the van parked on the road, so the only way that's possible is if they stopped on a side street and then carried on. It creeped me out, but I brushed it off assuming they might have driven off to find a shop, or pulled up on a side street to check Google Maps. The next part of the run is just farmland on both sides of the road with no houses. I'm a bit creeped out at this point, so I decided to run the farm side of the hedge, dividing the road from the fields. I also turn off my music so I can hear any cars. I'm jogging along that field when I hear an engine, so I stopped running and just kind of slightly ducked and tried to peer through the hedge behind some bushes. That same camper van drove past, and this time I spotted the guy driving. He was looking into the field opposite as he drove past me. It looked like he was looking for someone. To reiterate, he must have turned around to come up this road, because he drove past the turn before. I was pretty thoroughly creeped out at this point, and was tempted to call the police or my parents, but didn't want to overreact. I kept jogging through the field, listening for the sound of an engine. This road is maybe just over 1 kilometer long. It leads to the coast. At the end, there's a main road and a car park that's always packed with surfing vans.
so I had it in my mind that if I get there, it's pretty safe. As I'm coming towards the main road, that van is coming back towards me, with the driver staring directly at me. Thankfully, at this point, there's a few other cars driving up the main road, and a bunch of surfers sat outside their vans maybe 50 meters further ahead, and the camper van just drives past. No idea if I'm misreading the situation, but it definitely felt very creepy. When I was 14 or 15, I used to have absolutely no stranger danger awareness at all. I didn't mind being out at night on my own. Not that I was much at that age. I'd like to go down the streets on my own. Any basic safety techniques just didn't bother me because I thought I'd always be fine. One day I was walking back from town and thought I'd take my usual shortcut down the alleyways behind the high street. I'm quite happily walking when I round the corner into a guy who's loitering, and we lock eyes straight away. I thought the polite thing to do was smile, and thankfully he smiled back. I decide that he's no threat, and walk right by him. Then I hear him say something about my smile. I shout thanks over my shoulder and carry on. I turn down another corner. So does he, now saying he likes my trainers. So I yell another thanks. He asks where I got them from. I say I don't know. Now I'm speeding up because this dude's definitely following me. I turn down onto the main road where I know there'll be people, hoping this will deter him. Nope. There he is following behind, still trying to get me to engage. I come to a busy crossing, and I know he's about to catch up to me. As safely as I could, which was probably not that safely, I bolt across the road, leaving him waiting on the other side, still shouting something at me. I ran across another road and dived into a convenience store and called the person who was looking after me at the time, who told me to stay there. And she was coming to get me. Whilst I'm on the phone with her, I see the man round the corner looking around. He's even checking between cars and everything. Thankfully, he gave up pretty quickly and seemed to leave. My care worker called the police and 2 officers came, but they weren't overly concerned. I guess he hadn't technically done anything. Interestingly, they did seem to know from the description who he was likely to be, and said that they are in touch with the people who work with him, and will feed it back. Anyway, about 4 days later, I go to a coffee place I used to read in not far from there. It didn't even cross my mind I might see him again. In my head, it was all sorted. Done. Dusted. I take a seat near the toilets and start reading when the toilet door opens, and the big blue coat that I'd described to the police a few days earlier emerges. I stare at him in fear. He briefly regards me, then carries on past. I have no idea if he recognized me or not. It didn't seem like it. Safe to say, I'm a lot more careful now. This happened to me last week, and I've been scared, but I didn't know if I wanted to post it until today. I'm still living with my parents, so naturally I still have to do chores around the house. Washing the dishes, cleaning the house, etc. Since it was Monday and trash day in my neighborhood is every Tuesday and Thursday, my dad reminded me to take the trash out. It was late, and usually I would have already done it by then, but I was studying and it slipped my mind. I have a long driveway and it's not exactly well lit, so going out there isn't my favorite thing to do at night. Usually I take 1 trash can at a time, and this time was no different. But as I was on about the 3rd one, I noticed some older looking guy walking slowly on the other side of the street, with his hands in his pockets. We made eye contact for a second, but after I set the trash can down, I turned away quickly so that I could get the other one. I was a bit unsettled, but didn't want to just run back into the house because I still had a few trash cans to go. So I decided that I would just push through and get the rest of them. When I grabbed the next trash can to take it up, I noticed that the man was still staring at me. Thinking back on it, I probably should have handled it better. because you just never know with people these days. But instead, I had my mind set on taking the rest of the cans up. No joke, this man watched me as I took each of the rest of those trash cans up. And when I went back into my house after I was done, he was gone. I told my dad, and he told me that if something like that happens again, to run back into the house and call him or the cops. Well, the reason I decided to post this is because it happened again today. I didn't want to crap myself, so I decided to take the trash right out after I got home from school. And since my dad leaves right back out after he drops me off to pick up my little sister, I wanted to do it before he got back. The moment that I stepped back out to deal with the trash, a Chevy truck drove past slowly, and I could see the man in the passenger seat with his seat reclined a bit, like he was trying to hide his face from me. There was another man in the driver's seat, and once he noticed that I saw him, he accelerated away. Maybe I'm overreacting, but my gut is telling me that something is off and I can't ignore it. What should I do? When I was about 15, 8 years ago, I had a few eerie encounters with my dad's friend. My dad was abusive growing up and on drugs pretty heavily. My dad was doing some renovations on our back porch and had his friend was helping him out. The first time I met him, his vibes were immediately off-putting. He had a little boy about 5 years of age. His wife stayed home a lot, and he didn't work much. After meeting me, he kept asking my dad if I could babysit his son so his wife and him could go out on a date night. I reluctantly agreed after being asked more than a few times. The night of babysitting his son, everything was fine, until he returned home. He sat on his couch and asked me about the night. He then kept offering for me to sit on his lap. I kept declining. I lived a few blocks away, so I decided to walk home. He kept attempting to find ways to get me to stay. He asked if I wanted to stay and play with his son, but I grew more uncomfortable. I finally walked home and told my dad about it. He brushed it off. He also tried to constantly hug me, and one time he sat next to me on the couch, while he came over and tried to put his hand on my leg. His friend continued to come over to help my dad on his renovations. He started to make comments about how I am mature for my age, and I have a womanly figure. He'd constantly stare at me and began to stop by more frequently. I lived in a small town that was pretty safe. The town graveyard was huge and had a lot of trails. It was also literally in my backyard behind my fence line. I'd walk my chihuahua there every day. He lived right across the street from the entrance of the graveyard. One day, as usual, I was walking my dog. I usually put in my earbuds and listen to music. A particular part of the trail was secluded with trees and pretty hidden. I was always observant and paranoid, so I'd frequently check my surroundings. As I was walking through the secluded area, his truck was slowly creeping behind me. I took my earbuds out and quickened my pace. He sped up, coming to a stop and rolling down his window. He then proceeded to tell me that he was going to the store and that he could take me home afterwards if I went with him. He also mentioned that he knows my dad, so I was safe. I told him that I was headed home and I didn't need a ride. He was persistent and kept saying that my little dog was tired from walking and it would just be a quick stop to the store, which was all the way on the other side of town. After a while, he was agitated that I said no and finally drove off. I heard a few months later that he went to jail for beating his wife with a hammer and strangling her. She apparently divorced him, and he broke into her house and tried to kill her. My dad believed me about everything that happened, and he was so upset. He finally cut him off. Haven't seen the guy since. I still think about it from time to time, and I'm grateful that I wasn't harmed by him. I live in a very small town where everyone knows everyone else. Last weekend, a girl walked up to my porch. and said she had a friend who wanted to get to know me and asked if I was single. I told her I was, and she asked for my number. I didn't see the harm in that as I'm open to meeting new people. Big, dumb mistake on my part. I'll never do that again. She left, and about 5 minutes later I received a text from the guy, and it turns out I have known of this person for almost 30 years, but we've never met or spoken to each other in person. He told me he thought I was pretty, and he'd like to get to know me better, and asked if he could stop by to talk in person. I said that was fine. This guy shows up with 4 other people, and it was immediately clear to me that they were all on drugs of some sort. I hadn't seen him for a very long time, so I was not expecting how he looked. His name is Carrie, and he didn't have a single tooth left in his mouth, and he might have weighed 110 pounds and 5'7" at most. I was immediately regretful. Not only were all his teeth missing, but he had no job, no car, no money, and is currently homeless. I recognized immediately that this guy is trying to find a home for the winter, and he thinks he's going to date me. It's obviously that he thinks very highly of his looks and his charming ways. Honestly, his flirting was extremely repulsive. I got rid of him by making up an excuse that I had to be somewhere. 4 days later, my doorbell cam captured a video of Carrie walking up to my porch steps, where he decided to sit with his back to the camera. He turned and looked directly at the camera twice. It gets creepier a few days later. I woke up Friday morning at about 5:30 a.m. and decided to smoke a cigarette. I don't smoke inside, and since I caught him sitting on my porch steps, I would check my camera for any sight of him, and I did not see anyone, so I stepped out and smoked. I was half asleep and staring down at the street when I heard a voice. My head snapped up, and I'll be danged, he was standing less than 3 feet away from me. I nearly jumped out of my skin, and I screamed at him and said, "You just scared the crap out of me. What the actual crap is wrong with you?" I truly have no idea what direction he came from, and how he was able to walk up on my porch without making a single sound. He laughed until he saw that I was furious. Then he started explaining that he was there to tell me that his phone had died, and wanted to know if I'd tried calling or texting him. The only text I sent to him was asking him why the heck he was sitting on my porch at 3:47 a.m., and he never answered. Leaning in towards me trying to flirt with me after creeping me the heck out, he says, "Good morning, sunshine." Oh, I wanted to slap him in the face. I told him, I am not a morning person at all, so you need to go. He started explaining again why he was there, and then he started pouting and walking away very slowly, and kept turning back to look at me like I was going to change my mind and invite him in or something. It was unbelievable. My doorbell cam actually recorded part of this interaction. After that, he started watching me from a half a block away, in front of a bowling alley that has a bench and directly lines up with my front door. For 2 days, he watched my every move. It even started pouring rain, and he just sat there watching me. I haven't seen him around in a couple of days, but I'm hoping he moved on to someone else. But my intuition is saying that he isn't done just yet. Cops know all about it. My son works for our sheriff's department and filled them in. This is one of the creepiest encounters I've ever had, and I'm a paranormal investigator. I've always said that it's with the living you gotta worry about, and this just goes to prove it. The other day, I went to the clinic and parked in the parking lot dedicated for the building. It was the afternoon, but still bright outside. There's always sketchy people and homeless around the city, but I don't generally encounter dangerous things in this area. I walked to my car and sat in it for a bit, calling my boyfriend with an update. My car was parked right beside a sidewalk, so when I saw someone come up from the driver's area, I didn't think anything too sketchy of it. But when I turned my head, I noticed a lady peering into my car as she slowly walked by. She stopped a short distance from my car on the sidewalk and just stood there. There's no bus stop there. No reason I can think of to wait there either. Just on the sidewalk in front of my car. She was carrying a large backpack, another bag, and looked like she was listening to music. I noticed this lady glance at me a few times while I was on my phone. I didn't think too much of it at the time. She then came walking back by my car, slowly and looking into my car. This time she went behind my car and stood there with her back towards the car. She was pretty much standing in the middle of the parking lot. I peered in my rearview mirror, and she was swaying back and forth and had big headphones on. I noted to my boyfriend of the suspicious behavior. She glanced backwards into my rearview mirror approximately 3 times. At this point, I figured this person was up to no good and was worried she was looking for an opportunity to rob me. When vehicles drove past her on the parking lot, she wouldn't even move for them. My boyfriend advised me to start the car and start backing up to see what she would do. The second I started my car, she turned around to look at me, then went back to the sidewalk and took off down the street. I don't know if this person was waiting for me to get out of my car to rob me, or if she was waiting for an opportunity to try and steal my car. But this whole thing has made me feel super unsettled all day. I'm a female, and when I was 16, I was walking to a store near my house. I was a huge pothead and would walk to the neighborhood nearby to get my stuff, and then take a shortcut through said neighborhood to the store to get blunt wraps. I was walking through an abandoned apartment building, and a very nice dressed man was walking through and asked how I was doing. I ignored him and kept walking. In the area I was walking, there's not really white men in suits, so I was thrown off. I get to the store, and I'm walking back, and a white truck is parked in the corner of the apartment building, so I opted to go to the long way on the busy street. The truck drove up to me, and the same man jumped out and picked me up so fast I didn't even have time to think. I was only 100 pounds at the time and wasn't nearly as strong as him. I tried to scream and hit him with my elbow, but no luck. A lady that's heavily on drugs that's always walking around my city came running at us and yelling to put me down. He actually put me down and sped off. Almost 10 years later, I always stopped to give that woman food and actually just paid her to get the rehab, and now she's doing great, reunited with her grandchildren and working. Not as creepy as some of these other stories on here, but definitely never walked alone again after that. So I'll keep this as short as I possibly can. But basically, my friends and I in high school would always ride our bikes and swim in the local loch during the summer. My one friend had mentioned a spot he had found where he had put a rope swing and some rocks we could jump off of. So we decided to just check out the spot since we were in the area. We ventured off pretty deep into the woods, and it took a bit longer than we expected. It was almost 7 to 8 p.m., so the sun was setting and I was kinda trying to just go back. I had to use the bathroom, so I just walked into the woods a bit as my friend walked a bit ahead. I told him I'll catch up to him in a second. So while I'm doing my business, I hear someone talking pretty close by. I kind of just double-checked if anyone else was around, or my friend was just messing with me, and I didn't see anything. So I kinda wanted to investigate, and walked a bit closer to the shore, and I spotted an old man, maybe 70 to 80 years old, with a yellow rain jacket and an old 80s radio in his hand, just speaking what I thought was a foreign language. So I was kinda hiding behind this tree so he wouldn't see me, and he starts what it looked like as praising this radio, just holding it above his head as some type of idol. He then starts talking and got on his knees, and was just talking gibberish or whatever it was. It didn't sound like anything I had ever heard of. I'm pretty familiar with languages and dialects. I got a bit freaked out, But right when I was about to leave, my friend was coming up behind me, wondering what was going on. It caught the attention of the old man, and he just turned around and looked at us. My friend said hello, and he just turned back around, and we just bolted off. I never had such a weird experience before. I just felt like he was performing some ritual, or was some crazy old guy in the woods, waiting for people like us to stumble upon him. But I had never told anyone about this until now. Just a weird encounter that didn't seem real now that I look back at it. When I was 17 many years ago, I was on my way to town alone. It was pouring rain, cool outside. I saw a girl who looked around my age hitchhiking and stopped to pick her up. I lived outside a very small town at the time, and possible danger never crossed my mind. She was kind of quiet during the 45-minute drive, so we listened to music. When we got to town, she had me pull over at a gas station. She pulled this huge freaking knife from her backpack, laid it on her thigh, and said, "I will never forget this. I was going to kill you and take your car, but you're a sweet kid. Don't ever pick up hitchhikers." Then she got out of the car and walked away. I had never been so shocked and terrified in my entire life, and I've not picked up another hitchhiker either. After I graduated college circa 1976, I returned for a weekend. I partied with friends and was driving home across Wisconsin. I picked up a hitchhiker early on and took him a couple 100 miles. Drop him off no problem. Next day, I find a folding hunting knife with a 6-inch blade next to the passenger seat. I've always wondered why the knife was out. Was he afraid of me and thought he needed defense? Was he a killer and decided not to kill me? Or did it just drop out of his pocket? So, I live in a quite touristy area of a big city. It's quite safe, I would say. However, 2 weeks ago in the morning, I went grocery shopping. Halfway through my 5-minute walk, I bumped into this 45 to 50-year-old odd-looking guy. His whole head is shaved except for an extra long thin ponytail at the back of his head. We were walking in opposite directions, and we had brief eye contact. I felt creeped out by the way that he looked at me. I kept walking towards the shop, and a couple of minutes into my shopping he was there, so he definitely changed direction. Maybe to follow me? The supermarket was quite empty, and I had a lot of time on my hands, so I decided to just aimlessly walk along different aisles in the hope that he would leave. He didn't. He just followed me across the aisles. I texted my partner and asked him to come pick me up, as I was pretty weirded out at this point. But then it looked like I lost him, so I told my partner not to come anymore. This man actually waited for me outside the shop and stared straight at me. I ignored him and just kept walking. I took a different route to avoid going home in case he was following me. And he did follow me. But then I had had enough and just ran and escaped him. In the meantime, I bought an alarm, and I've been going to the shop with my boyfriend only. We learned that he lives around there, and we see him almost daily, or at least once every 2 days. I hate that I have to be careful when I go to the shop. Always take my boyfriend with me if possible, to watch my back, etc. I think I'm being watched at my job. Let's start with the basics. I'm a 26-year-old male, and I work at a blind store where I'm alone during my shift. I work from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. from Monday to Friday. It's a very simple job, and most of the time I just look at my computer, do some customer service, offer quotation to the very few people that enter the store, and so on. So like I said, it's very boring and not much happens. But lately, something started to catch my attention. I've noticed that across the street, someone is looking directly at the store. More precisely, looking at me. I don't handle cash at the store. We mostly work with credit or debit card, so I don't think that they're planning on robbing the store or something like that. I've noticed that there is a telescope in the window, and it's pointed directly at my desk, so I think it's very obvious that this person is looking at me. I've left my phone recording while I do some work for like an hour, and then I can see the recording that this person moves the telescope once in a while, and that when I go to the restroom, the telescope moves while trying to find me. So yeah, I've not seen the face of this person or anything, but surely enough, this is creepy. Update 1. Okay, so thank you guys for all of the comments and responses this post had. I didn't expect this to get any attention, so here goes some more info about the situation I'm in, and more details about the store. 1. This person is looking at my desk through a door, so my blinds can't protect me here. In addition to this, I moved the desk closer to a wall so this person can't see me anymore. I just did this because I was getting video proof of the person's behavior. 2. I just found out about the stalker this Tuesday. I don't know if he or she has been doing this for weeks. I just noticed now, so I'm already being really careful when I get off work. And 3. After reading all of your suggestions, I've decided to go and have a little chat with the building administrator and show her all the evidence that I have collected. I'll do this today, and I may update this weekend if something worth mentioning happens. If not, then on Monday I will update this post. Update 2. So I already showed all of the evidence to the building administrator. Let's call her Anna. And she was shocked. More even when she actually saw the telescope showing through the window of the apartment. She told me that the apartment that has the telescope is being used by 2 girls, maybe in their 20s, and these 2 girls are weird. The apartments are small, but they're not cheap, and these 2 girls started living in them almost 2 months ago. She told me that she doesn't see these girls leave the apartment very often, and most of the food and groceries are delivered, so these girls via delivery guys. But something that does occur is that a man comes to the apartment every 2 or 3 days and leaves early in the morning. This man is the one who actually made the rental agreement and pays for the apartment, so he's probably paying the food and rent of these 2 girls. Now, Anna says that when the rental agreement took place, the man said that these 2 girls would be living there because of college, but she hasn't seen these 2 girls go to college or anything like that. So yeah, this is weird. Apparently Anna is going to speak about the issue with the owner of the building, and the man who signed the rental agreement so that this activity, the stalking, stops. I'll update if I learn something else. Final update. Okay, so this weekend I didn't think too much about the situation anymore. I try to enjoy my days off without worrying about my job. So just today I came to work, opened the store, and began to work. Then I noticed that the window of the apartment was closed. This window is always open, and I noticed that the telescope was no longer there. I sent a message to Anna, asking if she could tell me anything about the girls, and if something was done about the stalking. Apparently, Anna, the building owner, and this mysterious man had a short conversation this Saturday. They called the man on his phone and asked him if they could talk about some complaints about the apartment. Then told the man about the girls harassing the stores in front of the building. Lucky me, they didn't say that I was the one who complained. They told the man that this behavior should stop, because that's not something that tenants should do. So far, the man has been listening and paying attention to these requests. Everything was normal up to that point, but then the building owner made a question. It was a quick question. What career are they studying for? Anna says that the man changed his attitude completely. said that he should mind his own business, and just left. Sunday comes and the man calls Anna to give her the keys to the apartment. He didn't explain why or say anything else. He just gave her the keys and left. Anna is very confused and also worried about the girls, mainly because she didn't see them when they left. I told her that maybe they left early in the morning like the man used to do. I asked if there was something wrong with the apartment, like missing stuff or damaged items. But Anna said that everything was fine. Nothing was stolen or broken. Also, I asked if she heard noises, yelling, or anything that Saturday night. Nothing, she says. She's thinking about filing a complaint with the police because it feels very wrong that they would just leave like that. If you ask me, I think the reason that they left was because the building owner asked about the girls. I don't know what to think about this. If Anna does end up going to the police, I will probably provide my testimony or something if it's helpful. I hope I don't have to update this post again, because I wouldn't want to know more about this than I should.
Let me preface this by saying in my early 20s, I was a complete disaster and admittedly made a lot of poor choices. Luckily, I survived, and now I have a treasure trove of interesting stories to tell. When I was 21, I found myself without a place to live. On the first night, I went to a bar where a friend was performing stand-up comedy. I started drinking at probably 2 p.m., so I was pretty gone by the time Creepy Man enters the picture. Creepy Man was a friend of the guy performing stand-up comedy. The four of us hang out at the bar until closing. I mentioned to Creepy Man that I don't have a place to stay, and he invites us all over to spend the night. Creepy Man was a decade plus older than the rest of us, and was breaking out into shamanic chants all night long. But a bed is a bed, right? We arrive at his place, smoke weed and drink for a while, and then my friend dips out for the night. Me and the other guy continue to hang out with Creepy Man until I pass out on the couch. I wake up in the morning and I'm alone. Creepy Man gets up soon after and brings out some women's clothes in my size for me to change into. I thank him and pick out an outfit. Then, we talk more about my situation, and he offers for me to stay there as long as I need. He tells me a story about losing his wife and kids, and tells me I remind him of his daughter. We spend the day together. We meet up with a schizophrenic guy collecting rocks that he knows. We split a meal at Burger King. Then we go back to his house. He wants help doing dishes, so of course I help. At this point, he lets me know that the water is shut off, so he has to go get water out of his neighbor's spigot. This is when I start to get suspicious, and it's dawning on me that he is homeless and squatting. It's getting late, and I am an hour outside of the city, so I decide to spend the night and peace out in the morning. He says I can stay in the spare bedroom, and lets me wash up with a bucket of water before bed. I'm in the bathroom and hear him pacing the hallway talking to himself, saying something to the effect of, "I'm not going to do it, don't get any ideas." At this point, I am creeped out and my heart is pounding. I leave the bathroom expecting him to be standing there with a knife, but he's not. He tells me I'm safe and how he's not going to try anything with me because I remind him of his daughter. I smile and he shows me to the bedroom. As we enter the room, he says something like, "Don't be scared of the blood. It's just from homeless men that got in a fight." My heart drops, but I politely say goodnight and shut the door, locking it. I can't remember if it was a bunk bed or not, but either way, I remember staring up at a large blood stain above where the bed is. At this point, I'm 90% sure I am going to be murdered and trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. Creepy guy is still outside pacing around and talking to himself. I decide to wait it out until morning when buses are running again. So I open the window and take off the screen part. I turn off the lights. I stay fully dressed with my shoes on and keep my bag right next to me in bed. I lay there all night prepared to fight and escape at any moment. Luckily, dawn breaks and I'm still alive, so I sneak out of the house and catch a bus back to town. He texts me throughout the day, asking when I'm coming back, and I ghost him. Haven't seen him since, but I occasionally wonder what was going on with that dude and how close I truly was to being murdered, or at least assaulted. When I was a kid, my 2 younger siblings and I stayed the weekend at our grandmother's house while our parents were out of town. My grandma's long-term boyfriend, let's call him Banks, had moved in with her and would be staying the weekend with us as well. The moment I met him, he immediately gave me the creeps. I don't remember much from our first night there, so I assume nothing out of the ordinary happened. That quickly changed the following morning. My grandma announced she'd be leaving us at home with Banks for a bit so she could pick up groceries. As Grandma left, my brother, sister, and I sat on the living room couch watching TV. Shortly thereafter, I heard Banks emerge from his bedroom down the hall. I listened closely to Banks' footsteps as he approached, and noticed he was more so slowly creeping down the hallway as opposed to walking. I fixated on the doorway where he'd inevitably appear, and when he did, he was crouched down, eyes wide and grinning with his hands positioned as if he was about to pounce towards us. He began running towards us on the couch, yelling, "I'm the tickle monster!" Then pounced on my younger sister, aggressively tickling her while kneeling over her on the couch. Banks is over 6 feet tall, muscular build. My sister is below the age of 10. My sister repeatedly asked Banks to stop, exclaiming, "I don't like it, stop that." My sister let out a high-pitched scream and began to hysterically cry. At this point, I intervened. It sounded like Banks was hurting her, and I didn't like that he was continuing to tickle her while she screamed and cried. I tried inserting myself between my sister and Banks and told him to stop. He wouldn't remove his hands from my sister. I began slapping Banks' arms, telling him let go of her.
And once he released his grip, I screamed "run" to my brother and sister.
The only thing I remember thinking in this moment was, get away from this man right now. I ran out of the living room down the hallway and into the first bedroom. My sister followed behind me, then my brother, and as I was closing the bedroom door, Banks caught up to us and shoved himself against the door to prevent me from locking it shut. Miraculously, I was able to lock it before he overpowered me. Once my siblings and I were locked in the bedroom, Banks continued to bang on the door while he repeatedly yelled, "I'm the tickle monster! Let me in! The tickle monster is coming to get you!" Both of my siblings are hysterically crying at this point. I am now overcome with fear of what Banks will do if he manages to gain access to the bedroom. Although I didn't have a phone, I yelled back at him, "If you don't stop, I'm going to call the police." Banks backed off and I heard him retreat back into his bedroom down the hall and close the door. My siblings and I stayed in the bedroom with the door locked until my grandma returned. Banks remained in his bedroom for the rest of the night. The following morning, Banks left the house, and my grandma said he'd be gone for the day working. That afternoon, my grandma fell asleep on the living room couch, and for whatever reason, I decided to go in their bedroom to snoop around. I went into what appeared to be Banks' nightstand, and I found his personal journal. For the most part, it was filled with nonsense and very detailed, drawn depictions of sex. Some of the drawings had a bit of a satanic undertone, but at the time I was too young to understand what I was looking at. I began quickly flipping through it and landed on a page with big, bold black and red capital letters. It read, "If you die a virgin, do you go to hell?" Below it was a drawing of a prepubescent nude girl. There were 2 versions of the girl standing side by side, one where she appears happy and smiley, and the other, her face is more distorted and confused. Typing this out and re-envisioning it makes me feel disgusting. I don't know how to emphasize how disturbing it was. I instantly went numb and dropped the journal, ran to the living room and demanded my grandma call my parents so I could go home immediately. My sister was ultimately covered in bruises from Banks tickling her. Strange, creepy dude.
I just saw another post that made me think about this weird dude that I met last year. So I decided I wanted to do a little story time because I totally forgot this happened to me a bit ago. I'm 20 now, and this happened in like October or November, so not even a year ago. I was homeless and couch hopping with friends or sleeping in my friends' cars, drinking a lot, etc. One of my friends had met this dude in the same neighborhood who they did deals with. This neighborhood is known for old crackheads, basically. So he was a bit younger, but looked like he definitely dabbled in some hard drugs. Sunken face and eyes with scabs on his face. He was generous and welcoming, though. He was obsessed with his cat, so I thought he was an innocent guy. Her boyfriend and I think one or two more people, and I go chill and drink at his house. Cool dude. Little weird, but he was alright. I can get along with weird people. Then a few hours roll by, and everyone's ready to go home, and my friend asked me where I needed to go for the night. I, of course, didn't have a plan. I never did. He then offered to let me stay there after hearing my situation. I said yes, very hesitantly, because for some reason my skin kind of crawled when he offered. I don't know if it was intuition or what. My friend then insisted and said that I should stay there if I have nowhere else to go. I then agreed and everyone left. He yapped my ear off about spiritual things that didn't make any sense. He then said that he was going to bed and offered for me to sleep in his room. I walked into his room to check it out, and he had a daybed that pulls out another bed at the bottom. So I was like, okay, I don't have to sleep with him, so this could work. Also, I forgot to mention that this is a trailer home that was not well kept up with. Dishes were nasty, piling up, attracting all sorts of bugs. Counters were covered in resin, tobacco, soda. Just looked like it's never been cleaned. The living room was clean, but that was it. He started clearing some clothes off of the upper part of the bed so that he can lay down, and then stopped and was like, never mind, we can both just sleep on the bottom one. I then looked at him and said, you know what, I think I'll just sleep on the couch. It's okay. He insisted that it was okay, and that he wasn't going to be weird, and he was acting like a kid begging me to buy him a toy. I insisted on sleeping on the couch, and he got upset and laid in his bed. Then, like 30 minutes later, he says from the other room something like, you know what, this is weird. Maybe you should stay here. He proceeds to say that he needs to be alone, and I'm like, dude, at this point it's 3 a.m. You're whining because I won't sleep in bed with you. I don't know you. Then he kept insisting on me sleeping in the room with him. I keep declining and say that I'm going to sleep. He says fine, but he's kicking me out in the morning. That was totally okay with me. Morning comes around and he wakes up making pancakes. I then ask if he can drop me off at work since I was working in the morning. He said yes and acted like nothing happened the night before and started yapping my ear off about spiritual stuff again. As it's time to bring me to work and finally leave this man's house, he drops me off at work. I worked all day, and while I was at work at night, he somehow got my number from someone and texted me. He said something like, hey, I got a case of beer and some weed if you want to come over. I said that I had other plans. He then texted me and said that I told him I would hang out with him later. I never said that, so I ignored him. He texted me a couple of more times with a question mark and a hello. I ignored all of them and didn't think of him or see him again. Fast forward to, I think, a week or two later. This man comes into my job and asks someone for a job interview. I recognized him and was very scared and did not want him working with me at all. He gets an interview from my manager somehow and he leaves. My coworker came up to me and was like, hey, you seen that weird dude that just came in? I mentioned that I somewhat knew him and that he is, in fact, a very weird dude. He then brought up that maybe he was trying to stalk me. This was a joke at first and we laughed about it, and he continued his work, but did warn managers what I told him, just in case, so the manager emailed him immediately saying that he wasn't hired. I was relieved. Then, I crap you not even an hour later, this kid comes back to my job with a different outfit and asks for a job interview. This time he was looking around the place all sketchy, and I then ran into the bathroom because now I think this man is stalking me for real. Thankfully, the first person that saw him was my coworker, who I was just talking to, and thank God he seems to be a smart, protective man, because he tells the creepy guy that he just came in an hour ago and already got an interview and didn't get hired and that he needed to get out. He left, but not without a lot of arguing. After I got out of the bathroom, my coworker gave me the rundown on what happened and said that the guy was definitely bad news and told me to never go near that guy again, and I haven't. I don't know what could have transpired from it, but it probably wasn't anything good.
I was young and fit with very long blonde hair. A total hippie chick that had quit her job to travel the US with my ex at the time, pre-pandemic before the van life/tiny home movement really took off. We left our home in the Midwest of January that year after holiday celebrations, saying goodbye to friends and family. By sometime in April or early May, we made it to southern Texas and decided to check out Padre Island National Seashore. For those of you unfamiliar with Padre Island, it is a seashore that you can drive right onto with your vehicle. My now ex and I were in a 26-foot Class C 1976 Chevy motorhome. We drove into the island at nighttime, and waking up the next morning was the most insane and phenomenal experience. The ocean was a mere 15 feet away. I mean, the visual was so breathtaking, I will never forget it. We arrived on a Thursday or Friday, and the beach was beyond packed. Another thing for people unfamiliar with Padre, it is where many Texans, high schoolers and college kids mainly, flock for their spring break. Spring break was just the week prior to when we got there, or maybe still going on. Either way, it was busy, and we had an awesome weekend partying away. During this weekend, we noticed that workers for the park would often drive down the beach. They are very protective of their sea turtle population there, and would slowly drive by in marked vehicles a few times a day. By Monday morning, we awoke to find the entire island emptied out. When I tell you we were literally the only ones both when you looked left or right. We were the only ones for what seemed like miles. It was a gorgeous morning, so I walked the dog quickly and then came inside to sit at our pop-up dining room table to do some journaling. My ex was asleep on the very back couch. We were backed in with the windshield facing the ocean, so of course I took a seat looking towards the beautiful view. Maybe 15 minutes after I sat down to journal, a gray beat-up pickup truck drove by kinda quickly heading towards the direction of the park entrance. That was the first activity I had seen on the island that morning and thought nothing of it. However, maybe 5-10 minutes later, the same truck came driving back past our RV. This time much slower. The man driving the pickup was going so slow, in fact, that we made eye contact for several seconds as he went back by. He also seemed to drive closer to our vehicle in order to better see inside. Alarm bells should have been ringing at this point, but I kind of just shrugged it off. I was very much in my free spirit phase and was not easily off-put. This is where it really gets creepy. So obviously this guy needed to turn back around since he was driving away from the park entrance again. But I was honestly minding my own business. I kind of immediately put him out of my mind. But yes, several minutes later, another 10 mins, the man came back. But this time, he pulled directly up to our RV with his truck, essentially nose to nose at a 45 degrees angle, to appear as if he were giving a jump. Not far-fetched for a 70s vehicle on the salty beach, blocking us in. It was at this point my heart dropped and I began to get scared. I screamed my ex's name immediately, and up he jumped from the couch. I know he could hear the panic in my voice. I'll never forget how quickly he got up, and how he had his arms spread across while he ducked down to see through the windshield. He was 6'5", very bearded, and I'm 1000% sure the only reason that the man in the gray beat-up truck sped off like a bat out of hell. It took several minutes for my heart rate to return to normal. My ex and I just looked at each other. That was the most unusual encounter on our trip yet. Surprisingly, we stayed another week after that, in the same spot. The idea never entered my head that the man could bring reinforcement and come back for me. Us. I was so very, foolishly, fearless and naive back then. Anyway, it wasn't until later that day that another fact dawned on me. When my ex and I had arrived over the weekend, we only pulled out one camping chair. That one camping chair was in plain sight next to our RV outside. Prior to this spot, we had never done that. We always got both chairs out. But we ended up using driftwood to sit on when we had our bonfires, and so that was nail in the coffin for me. The scary man in the gray truck absolutely thought I was a young girl all alone, and I still wonder to this day, almost 10 years later, what all he had in mind for me that morning.
Okay, so I've been thinking about this situation for a while, even though it could be very much nothing. I, a 19-year-old female, was walking in the city one day on my way to the train home, and I got stopped by a man who was roughly 10 years older than me, and he says that he thinks I'm pretty and he would like to get my number. It caught me off guard and I just agreed to give it to him. I guess my anxiety took over as it was very unexpected. He then starts asking me if I live around the area, if I've driven into the city and where my car is located if I have, and where I'm currently going and where I've just come from. It seemed odd, and his energy was off. I told him I'd been out the night before, and I'm on my way home, and he gave me a weird look of almost disgust. The way he was speaking, I thought he was going to offer to take me home, because he kept saying like, oh, the train is so far. And I said I may be getting an Uber, and he was saying how expensive that would be. The questions he was asking me started to make me feel uncomfortable, and I was giving false and short answers to end the interaction. But anyways, he tells me his name and then the interaction is over. A few days go by and he messages me. First thing I ask is how old he is out of curiosity, and he says 19, which has to be completely untrue. He looked much older. There was no way that we were the same age. I then Google searched his phone number, and the name connected to it was not the name he had given me. Suspicious that he gave me a fake age and name. We only exchanged a couple of messages, and I didn't respond after the Google search, and I blocked his number as well. But I can't shake the weird feeling that I got from this encounter. Am I overthinking this? Or was this a potential trafficking or kidnapping situation? Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.